Blair arrived earlier, just about a couple of hours ago. Also, Jose Maria Aznar, the Prime Minister of Spain. The two of them also, their entourage is making comments about how diplomacy is running out. Jack Straw, the Foreign Minister for Tony Blair, is saying that there is the chance of war, the probability of war is much greater now. The comment from Jose Maria Aznar himself saying earlier today that he did not think that it was necessary to have another UN resolution, that one could go to war against Iraq now without another resolution. If you use the existing resolutions, they would warrant it. That is exactly what President Bush has been saying for quite some time. It does look, as the planes are closed front and center together, that there is a closing of ranks shoulder to shoulder between the leaders, and it doesn't seem like in a 1 hour of meeting here on this Portuguese island in the middle of the Atlantic that they're going to reach any kind of new diplomatic option. Very, very unlikely, probably almost impossible. What they will be doing is meeting for an hour, giving statements afterward, quick little press conference, and off they go. So it does look like they really want to show that they're front and center together on this as the threat of war increases. A statement by Dick Cheney, the vice president, as he was interviewed earlier today, talking about how the grave decision that the president's going to have to make.
We're close to the end, if you will, of the diplomatic efforts. We've done virtually everything we can with respect to trying to organize a second resolution in the UN Security Council. And clearly, the president's going to have to make a very, very difficult and important decision here in the next few days.
Cheney also calling a non-starter the proposal by the French, the Germans, and the Russians to give a little bit more time to weapons inspections, possibly some kind of a compromise on the UN resolution. Cheney calling it a non-starter. Does look like they're very much headed toward war. Wolf.
Chris Burns in the Azores will be checking in with you. Obviously, we're standing by for their joint statement, the news conference, scheduled now for around 1:30 p.m. Eastern. CNN, of course, will have live coverage.
Im Auftrag Ihrer Majestät, Manchester United gegen FC Fulham. Samstag in Laola, England, ab 22:15 Uhr im BSF.
Heute in BSF.
Then I think you could calibrate the operational tempo to take that into account. But with each passing day, it comes closer to the hot months, and it makes it more complicated.
But as a part of the trade-off, at what point do you say it's better to wait a little bit longer and try to bring the French and the Germans, the Russians on board, get those 9 votes in the Security Council? At what point do you say it's better to give it a little bit more time than to say, you know what, it's over?
The question is, what is the time going to be used for? If, in fact, the French, the Russians, the Germans, and others would say, we are committed to using military force with the United States and the British and others, if Saddam does the following things, then I think it would make a good deal of sense to wait.
Dr. Kissinger, as you know, the Bush administration feels almost betrayed by the behavior of the French government, and they see, and Secretary Powell said it to me earlier today, it really doesn't make any difference if they wait 30 days or longer. The French are going to veto anything that gives the authority to go to war.
I would certainly not delay at all for 3 days for a French assertion that they will look at things at the end of that waiting period. The only thing that can possibly allow delay is a firm commitment that the countries that are asking for the delay will then join the military effort if the conditions are not met, and the conditions have to be absolutely unambiguous, a total disarmament and a replacement of the government of Iraq. If those conditions are not agreed to ahead of time, and if the commitment to go to war is not made, then there's no point in commitment to go to war if those conditions aren't met. And I believe also, I agree with Secretary Powell, the French government has been incompatible with an alliance relationship, and to some extent so has the German.
All right, we're standing by. We've now been told we're less than 2 minutes away from the start of this news conference, this joint statement that is about to be made. And Judy, as we await the start of this news conference. It's obviously a very significant day. Maybe our own John King, our White House correspondent, our senior White House correspondent, has some thoughts what we might anticipate coming up. John?
Wolf, the single biggest question here is, did these leaders in this emergency summit meeting decide to seek another vote at the United Nations, or have they decided to abandon the process and withdraw the U.S., British, Spain resolution? If they have decided to abandon the process, and we are told that was President Bush's inclination heading into this meeting, that he believed the resolution was doomed to failure, if there is no vote at the Security Council, we are told we could hear from the president within a matter of days, perhaps as early as tomorrow night, Monday night, here in Washington time, when the president returns a final ultimatum to Saddam Hussein, a very short window of time for Saddam Hussein to leave the country or face a U.S. military confrontation. So the biggest question to be answered here in the Azores today, have these leaders completely given up on diplomacy, or will they make one more run at a vote at the UN Security Council?
John King, that is the question, and we are just about a minute, if not less, before the news conference of these three key leaders. CNN's Chris Burns is on the scene in the Azores, where the leaders have been meeting. Chris, they call it a summit, but this is the shortest summit I can remember.
Well, absolutely. It does appear to be very well scripted. It was a meeting of only an hour, and they're issuing statements afterwards, so there isn't a whole lot of discussion there involved. They apparently, obviously, had their minds pretty well made up. They want to make this show a show of closing ranks, shoulder to shoulder, that they do agree, and the communications that we've heard from the British and the Spanish as well as from Washington does seem to indicate that diplomacy, if it's not dead yet, is pretty close to it. One comment from a British official in the entourage that came with Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, saying that this is the last chance for diplomacy. The Foreign Minister, Jack Straw, saying that war is more possible than ever. The comment from Jose Maria Aznar, the Spanish Prime Minister, saying earlier today that he believes that you don't need a second resolution. Just like President Bush has said, you don't need a second resolution to go to war against Iraq. You already have a Security Council Resolution 1441 and others that give that authority to do so. Now, of course, that is bitterly disputed, not only by other countries, but even by Mr. Aznar's own countrymen and Mr. Blair's own countrymen, and that is where they're looking for some kind of political cover. How will they do that? Perhaps they may make some kind of mention of the Middle East peace process, as President Bush did a couple of days ago when he said there has to be some kind of a move toward this roadmap toward peace in the Middle East. That perhaps offering a bit, though, of political cover for Mr. Aznar and Mr. Blair.
Just a bit, as you say, President Bush having flown two-thirds of the way across the Atlantic Ocean, but for a short meeting with an outcome that seems to be clear, but of course we won't know until these leaders come out. I'm here with Wolf Blitzer in Washington, waiting for the three and the Prime Minister of Portugal to come out to talk to the press. With us, Secretary Henry Kissinger, former Secretary William Cohen. Secretary Cohen, you know, we heard Henry Kissinger say, if you could work something out in 30 days with a firm timetable. We know the French have even said, Jacques Chirac has said maybe 30 days, but the two are really talking about different things, aren't they?
Just as they were with the signing up of 1441, that language was deliberately ambiguous so that the French could claim that the end result was open for further negotiation, and the United States could claim that they had the French and others on record saying that within that time frame that they had to comply or else there would be serious consequences. So the French and the others have had a different interpretation. I think if France were to say, give us 30 days, you would say, to do what? And that is going to remain the important question.
Dr. Kissinger, as we await the start of this news conference, the statement from the four leaders, they're about to enter this hall in the Azores. Why do you think U.S. diplomacy has failed as it has, not even able at this late moment to get 9 affirmative votes in favor of going to war against Iraq on the Security Council?
Because the United States has had the direct impact of terrorism, and these other nations have not. Secondly, each of these nations has priorities which don't exactly coincide with ours. France wants to establish the principle that European unity can be formed primarily on the basis of independence from the United States. Germany has had an election campaign during the summer which was fought on the issue of pacifism and anti-Americanism, from which it is very difficult for the German chancellor to retreat. For Russia, I think this is an opportunity to get even for the expansion of NATO, in which they had to acquiesce in things that they didn't particularly like. And all of them know that at the end of the day, we will assume the full responsibility anyway, so they can play to their domestic opinion.
All right, Dr. Kissinger, we see the leaders emerging, walking in. I want to go right to the Azores and listen to these historic comments.
Muito boa tarde, minhas senhoras.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased to welcome here in the Azores the leaders of three friend and allied countries, the United States, Spain, and the United Kingdom. President Bush, Prime Minister Aznar, and Prime Minister Tony Blair. This meeting in the Azores also shows the importance of transatlantic relations and also shows the solidarity among our countries. Actually, this agreement has approved two statements. One statement on transatlantic relations and a statement on Iraq. We have joined this initiative and we organized it here in the Azores because we thought this was the last opportunity for a political solution. And this is how we see it. This is the last possibility for a political solution to the problem. Maybe it's a small chance, a small possibility, but even if it's 1 in 1 million, it's always worthwhile fighting for a political solution. And I think this is the message that we can get from this Atlantic summit. As I was saying, for my English-speaking guests, I'll speak English now.
George Bush.
Em primeiro lugar, deixe-me dizer bem-vindo, George Bush, na Europa. É importante que nos reunamos aqui, num país
but in this
europeu,
territory of Azores,
Portugal,
that is halfway between the continent of Europe and the continent of America. I think it's not only logistically convenient, it has a special political meaning. The political meaning of our friendship and our commitment to our shared values. So, welcome to all of you, welcome to you, and I now give the floor to President George Bush. George.
Josie, thank you very much for your hospitality. You've done a great job on such short notice. And I'm honored to be standing here with you and two other friends as we work toward a great cause, and that is peace and security in this world. We've had a really good discussion. We've been doing a lot of phone talking, and it was good to get together and to visit and to talk. We concluded that tomorrow is a moment of truth for the world. Many nations have voiced a commitment to peace and security, and now they must demonstrate that commitment to peace and security in the only effective way, by supporting the immediate and unconditional disarmament of Saddam Hussein. The dictator of Iraq and his weapons of mass destruction are a threat to the security of free nations. He is a danger to his neighbors. He's a sponsor of terrorism. He's an obstacle to progress in the Middle East. For decades, he has been the cruel, cruel oppressor of the Iraq people. On this very day, 15 years ago, Saddam Hussein launched a chemical weapons attack on the Iraqi village of Halabja. With a single order, the Iraqi regime killed thousands of men and women and children without mercy or without shame. Saddam Hussein has proven he is capable of any crime. We must not permit his crimes to reach across the world. Saddam Hussein has a history of mass murder. He possesses the weapons of mass murder. He agreed to disarm Iraq of these weapons as a condition for ending the Gulf War over a decade ago. The United Nations Security Council and Resolution 1441 has declared Iraq in material breach of its long-standing obligations, demanded once again Iraq's full and immediate disarmament, and promised serious consequences if the regime refused to comply. That resolution was passed unanimously, and its logic is inescapable. The Iraqi regime will disarm itself, or the Iraqi regime will be disarmed by force. And the regime has not disarmed itself. Action to remove the threat from Iraq would also allow the Iraqi people to build a better future for their society. And Iraq's liberation would be the beginning, not the end, of our commitment to its people. We will supply humanitarian relief, bring the economic sanctions to a swift close, and work for the long-term recovery of Iraq's economy. We'll make sure that Iraq's natural resources are used for the benefit of their owners, the Iraqi people. Iraq has the potential to be a great nation. Iraq's people are skilled and educated. We'll push as quickly as possible for an Iraqi interim authority to draw upon the talents of Iraq's people to rebuild their nation. We're committed to the goal of a unified Iraq with democratic institutions in which members of all ethnic and religious groups are treated with dignity and respect. To achieve this vision, we will work closely with the international community, including the United Nations and our coalition partners. If military force is required, we'll quickly seek new Security Council resolutions to encourage broad participation in the process of helping the Iraqi people to build a free Iraq. Crucial days lie ahead for the world. I want to thank the leaders here today and many others for stepping forward and taking leadership and showing their resolve in the cause of peace and the cause of security. José María.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Yo, en primer lugar,
Good
quiero
evening,
dar las
everyone.
gracias
I would firstly like to thank the Prime Minister, José Manuel Durão, for his hospitality and welcome, which I particularly am grateful for. And I'm very pleased to be here in the Azores once again. I have some short remarks on our debates, on this situation, and on the documents we have agreed on during today's meeting. I'd first like to refer to our document on Atlantic solidarity. We have renewed our Atlantic commitment on our common values and principles in favor of democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. We understand that the expression of this commitment is essential by way of guarantee of peace, security, and international freedom. And I honestly believe that there is no other alternative to the expression of the Atlantic commitment in terms of security. We are committed on a day-to-day fight against new threats such as terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, and tyrannic regimes that do not comply with international law. They threaten all of us, and we must all act consequently. This transatlantic link, this transatlantic solidarity has always been, is, and should continue to be, in my opinion, a great European commitment. And as such, amongst other things, we express it this way. Without this commitment, today's Europe could not be understood. And without that commitment, it would be very difficult to picture the Europe of tomorrow. So I would like to invite our friends, our allies, to leave aside any circumstantial differences and to work together seriously for that commitment of democracy, freedom, and peace, so that this becomes a commitment of us all. We've agreed on launching, on boosting the Middle East peace process, and on our vision that peace process has to culminate with all necessary security guarantees and putting an end to terrorism, and this should end with the peaceful coexistence of two states, an independent Palestinian state and the Israeli state. In view of the situation created by Iraq, with their continued non-compliance of international law, I would like to remind you that we all said before we came here that we were not coming to the Azores to make a declaration of war, that we were coming after having made every possible effort, after having made this effort, continuing to make this effort, to working and to achieve the greatest possible agreement, and for international law to be respected and for UN resolutions to be respected. And we would like to say that we are aware of the fact that this is the last opportunity expressed in Resolution 1441 adopted unanimously by the Security Council, and that being aware that this is the last opportunity, we are also making the last effort, and we are ready to make this last effort of the very many efforts we've been making throughout these last weeks and months. We are well aware of the international world public opinion, of its concern, and we are also very well aware of our responsibilities and obligations. If Saddam Hussein wants to disarm and avoid the serious consequences of which he has been warned about by the United Nations, he can do so, and nothing in our document nor in our statement can prevent him from doing so if he wants to. So his is the sole responsibility. Tony.
Thank you, Jose Maria. Thank you, Jose, for hosting us today. And I think it's worth just returning to the key point, which is our responsibility to uphold the will of the United Nations set out in Resolution 1441 last November. And for 4.5 months now, we have worked hard to get Saddam to cooperate fully, unconditionally, as that resolution demanded. Even some days ago, we were prepared to set out clear tests that allowed us to conclude whether he was cooperating fully or not, with a clear ultimatum to him if he refused to do so. And the reason we approached it in that way is that that is what we agreed in Resolution 1441. This was his final opportunity. He had to disarm unconditionally. Serious consequences would follow if he failed to do so. And this is really the impasse that we have, because some say there should be no ultimatum, no authorization of force in any new UN resolution. Instead, more discussion in the event of non-compliance. But the truth is that without a credible ultimatum authorizing force in the event of non-compliance, then more discussion is just more delay, with Saddam remaining armed with weapons of mass destruction and continuing a brutal, murderous regime in Iraq. And this game that he is playing is frankly a game that he's played over the last 12 years. Disarmament never happens, but instead the international community is drawn into some perpetual negotiation. Gestures designed to divide the international community, but never real and concrete cooperation leading to disarmament. And there's not a single person on the Security Council that doubts the fact he is not fully cooperating today. Nobody, even those who disagree with the position that we have outlined, is prepared to say there is full cooperation as 1441 demanded. Not a single interview has taken place outside of Iraq, even though 1441 provided for it. Still, no proper production or evidence of the destruction of, for example, just to take one example, the 10,000 litres of anthrax that the inspectors just a week ago said was unaccounted for. And that is why it is so important that the international community at this time gives a strong and unified message. And I have to say that I really believe that hadn't we given that strong message some time ago, Saddam might have realized that the games had to stop. So now we have reached the point of decision. And we make a final appeal for there to be that strong, unified message on behalf of the international community that lays down a clear ultimatum to Saddam, that authorizes force if he continues to defy the will of the whole of the international community set out in 1441. We will do all we can in the short time that remains to make a final round of contacts to see whether there is a way through this impasse. But we are in the final stages, because after 12 years of failing to disarm him, now is the time when we have to decide. Two other points briefly on the documents that we've put before you. The first, as the President Afghan was just saying to you a moment or two ago on the transatlantic alliance, is, I think, very important. I mean, some of you will have heard me say this before, but let me just repeat it. I believe that Europe and America should stand together on the big issues of the day. I think it is a tragedy when we don't. And that transatlantic alliance is strong, and we need to strengthen it still further. And secondly, we've set out for you that should it come to conflict, we make a pledge to the people of Iraq. And as President Bush was just saying to you a moment or two ago, it is the people of Iraq who are the primary victims of Saddam. The thousands of children that die needlessly every year, the people locked up in his prisons or executed simply for showing disagreement with the regime, a country that is potentially prosperous, reduced to poverty, 60% of the population reliant on food aid. And what we say is that we will protect Iraq's territorial integrity, we will support representative government that unites Iraq on the democratic basis of human rights and the rule of law, that we will help Iraq rebuild, and not rebuild because of the problems of conflict, where if it comes to that, we will do everything we can to minimize the suffering of the Iraqi people, but rebuild Iraq because of the appalling legacy that the rule of Saddam has left the Iraqi people. And then in particular, Iraq's natural resources remain the property of the people of Iraq. And that wealth should be used for the Iraqi people. It is theirs and will remain so, administered by the UN in the way we set out. And finally, on the Middle East peace process, I welcome very much the statement that President Bush made the other day. I think it's important now. He said he wanted a partner on the Palestinian side. I think the coming appointment of Abu Mazen is so important there. It allows us to take this process forward. The roadmap gives us the way forward. The appointment of Abu Mazen gives us the right partner to take this forward. And I believe that that will demonstrate, and it's important to demonstrate it, particularly at this time, that our approach to people in the Middle East, in that troubled region, is indeed even-handed. And all of us will work to make sure that that vision of a Middle East, two states, Israel confident of its security, a Palestinian state that is viable, comes about and is made reality. Thank you.
Senhores, há 4 perguntas. Foi assim que foi combinado.
This has been decided, LUSA, the LUSA agency. The interpreters unfortunately cannot hear the question. The interpreters do not hear. Could, yeah.
Well, they couldn't hear the question.
Não se conseguiu ouvir a pergunta. Importa-se de repetir a pergunta, porque não estava ainda bem o microfone.
Eu perguntava ao primeiro-ministro.
I was asking the Portuguese Prime Minister, how does he see the result of this summit? Does the Prime Minister think that starting now Portugal has more responsibilities with this war that seems to be inevitable? The Prime Minister, the results of the summit, as I described them, and as all the other heads of state and government said it too, this summit is exactly this. This is the last opportunity for a political solution to this very serious problem.
When you say tomorrow is the moment of truth, does that mean tomorrow is the last day that the resolution can be voted up or down, and at the end of the day tomorrow, one way or another, the diplomatic window has closed?
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, sir. And now for the question.
Now for your question.
That being the case, regardless,
my answer.
regardless of whether the resolution goes up or down or gets withdrawn, it seems to me you're going to be facing a moment of truth. Given that you've already said you don't think there's very much chance Saddam Hussein is going to disarm, and given that you say you don't think there's very much chance he's going to go into exile, aren't we going to war here?
Tomorrow is the day that we will determine whether or not diplomacy can work. And we sat and visited about this issue, about how best to spend our time between now and tomorrow. And as Prime Minister Blair said, we'll be working the phones and talking to our partners and talking to those who may not clearly understand the objective. And we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Saddam Hussein can leave the country if he's interested in peace. You see, the decision is his to make, and it's been his to make all along as to whether or not there's the use of the military. He got to decide whether he's going to disarm, and he didn't. He can decide whether he wants to leave the country. These are his decisions to make, and thus far he has made bad decisions.
I understand that if tomorrow is the day for taking the final decision, that means that you consider that there's no possible way out through the United Nations because a majority does not support a war action. I would like to know, Mr. Blair, Mr. Bush, whether in that military offensive you count on many countries, whether it's going to be the UK and the US carrying out the military offensive. I understand from what Mr. Blair has said that you're counting on the UN for the reconstruction. Are you going to look for other countries through the United Nations? And for Mr. Aznar, what is Spain's participation in that military offensive in addition to your political support?
1941, which was unanimously approved, that said Saddam Hussein would unconditionally disarm, and if he didn't, there would be serious consequences. The United Nations Security Council looked at the issue 4.5 months ago and voted unanimously to say, disarm immediately and unconditionally. And if you don't, there are going to be serious consequences. The world has spoken, and it did in a unified voice. Sorry.
The issue is very simply this, that we cannot have a situation where what happens through the United Nations, having agreed 1441, having said there will be serious consequences if he doesn't cooperate fully and unconditionally, what we cannot have is a situation where we simply go back for endless discussion. Now, we have provided the right diplomatic way through this, which is to lay down a clear ultimatum to Saddam: cooperate or face disarmament by force. And that is entirely within the logic, the letter, the spirit of 1441. And that is why, all the way through we have tried to provide a diplomatic solution. After all, we're 4.5 months since we passed Resolution 1441. We're now, what, 3 months on from the declaration that Saddam made on the 8th of December that not a single person in the international community, not one believes, was an honest declaration of what he had. And yet 1441 said the first step of cooperation was to make an honest declaration. So when people say, have we exhausted all the diplomatic avenues? We've tried exhausting them. But understand from our perspective and from the perspective of the security of the world, we cannot simply go back to the Security Council for this discussion to be superseded by that discussion, to be superseded by another discussion. That's what's happened for 12 years. That's why he's still got the weapons of mass destruction. We have to come to the point of decision. And that really is what the next period of time is going to be about.
Well, I would like to say that this statement we're making to date, as we've all said, is it's a last chance, one last attempt to reach the greatest possible consensus amongst ourselves. And I can assure all of you that we have all made enormous efforts and we're going to continue making these efforts in order to try to reach an agreement, to reach a solution. You cannot have the same distance between illegality and impunity, and neither Saddam Hussein nor any other tyrant with weapons of mass destruction can set the rules for international law and the international community.
Andrew Marr from the BBC. Can I ask, first of all, Prime Minister Blair, you've said that you want a second resolution to be put down and voted on. Can we be clear, is that what's going to happen tomorrow under all circumstances? And either way, also if I may for President Bush, if you don't get that second resolution, what is the future for the United Nations? You've talked about Saddam Hussein dividing the world community. Surely he's succeeded.
Well, on your last point, I think this is one of the things that is tragic about this situation. That Saddam plays these games, and we carry on allowing him to play them. Now, we will do, in the next period of time, in respect of the resolution, what we believe to be in the interests of the UN. But I want to say why I think it is so important that even now, at this late stage, we try to get the United Nations to be the root of resolving this. Because the threat is there and everyone accepts it. The threat of weapons of mass destruction, the threat of weapons of mass destruction in the hands of terrorists who will cause maximum damage to our people. Everybody accepts that disarmament of Saddam has to happen. Everybody accepts that he was supposed to cooperate fully with the inspectors. Everybody accepts that he is not doing so. So whatever the tactics within the UN, and that's something we can decide, whatever those tactics, the key point of principle is this, that when we came together last November and laid down Resolution 1441, now is the moment when we decide whether we meant it, and it was his final opportunity to disarm or face serious consequences, or whether alternatively, we're simply going to drag out the diplomatic process forever. And that's why I say it's the point of decision.
Vote or not?
I was the guy that said they ought to vote, and one country voted. They showed their cards, I believe. It's an old Texas expression, show your cards when you're playing poker. France showed their cards. After I said what I said, they said they're going to veto anything that held Saddam to account. So cards have been played. And we'll just have to take an assessment after tomorrow to determine what that card meant. And let me say something about the UN. It's a very important organization. That's why I went there on September the 12th, 2002 to give the speech. The speech that called the UN into account, that said if you're going to pass resolutions, let's make sure your words mean something. Because I understand the wars of the 21st century are going to require incredible international cooperation. We're going to have to cooperate to cut off the money of the terrorists and the ability for nations, dictators who have weapons of mass destruction to provide training and perhaps weapons to terrorist organizations. We need to cooperate, and we are. Our countries up here are cooperating incredibly well. And the UN must mean something. Remember Rwanda or Kosovo, the UN didn't do its job. And we hope tomorrow the UN will do its job. If not, all of us need to step back and try to figure out how to make the UN work better as we head into the 21st century. Perhaps one way will be if we use military force in the post-Saddam Iraq. The UN will definitely need to have a role. And that way it can begin to get its legs of responsibility back. But it's important for the UN to be able to function well if we're going to keep the peace. And I will work hard to see to it that, at least from our perspective, that the UN is able to be a responsible body. And when it says something, it means it, for the sake of peace and for the sake of the security and for the capacity to win the war, the first war of the 21st century, which is the war against terrorism and weapons of mass destruction in the hands of dictators. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of the conference. Have a good trip.
So there it is. There's the President of the United States and the Prime Ministers of Portugal, Spain, and Britain. They're walking out of this hall in the Azores. The President of the United States announcing tomorrow is a moment of truth for the world. Tomorrow we will determine whether diplomacy can work. Judy Woodruff, as you heard, this president and the three prime ministers, it looks like diplomacy will be given a few hours more, but that's it.
I don't think it could be any plainer, Wolf. It's very clear the United States is saying, President Bush is saying, you have one day to come on board, and if you come on board, that's terrific. But if you don't, we are going. The president couldn't have been any more clear. And Wolf, when he was asked, and Tony Blair was asked, so does this mean you're not going to try to go back to the UN to get a second resolution? They were in effect saying, we're going to make these phone calls, we're going to test the waters, but if the support isn't there, we are moving without the UN and relying again on 1441, the resolution that was voted on in November.
Which the president clearly believes gives him the authority to go to war if necessary. Right. Let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, John King. He's been standing by listening to this. It sounds, John, as you suggested earlier, that if the diplomacy fails tomorrow, by tomorrow night, the president could be on television addressing the American public.
Wolf, we are told that will come no later than this week, and most likely as early as tomorrow night, the president in the Oval Office addressing the American people, more importantly, directly addressing Saddam Hussein and giving him one final ultimatum that we are told will be no more than a few days to leave the country or face a U.S.-led military occupation. So what we see here in these pictures today, clearly the president saying he will make some more phone calls to see if they have a breakthrough at the UN, but Prime Minister Blair, who very much wanted this vote, refusing to answer directly when asked by one of the British reporters as to whether there indeed would be a vote. From that news conference, it is clear they will make another round of phone calls. They will see if they can get a majority on the council. But as the president noted, France has said it would issue a veto. So it appears that these leaders will abandon a vote if they do not at least have a clear majority on the council. Tony Blair called it the point of decision. And we are told President Bush could be in the Oval Office as early as tomorrow night. In their words and in these pictures, utter contempt for France. The president saying France has agreed that it would never hold Saddam Hussein to account. All the leaders speaking of the strength of the transatlantic alliance. These pictures perhaps more than anyone important to Tony Blair, so that he can go home and say it is not just Tony Blair and the U.S. President George Bush. It is Tony Blair along with two other key European leaders here saying Saddam Hussein must be held into account. Standing by at the summit site is our Chris Burns to offer some additional perspective. Chris.
John, it looks to me like if it's not necessarily an ultimatum to Saddam Hussein directly, it's an ultimatum to the international community, the members of the UN Security Council, the 15 members there, and how many will actually side with this UN resolution, the one that the U.S. and Spain and Britain would like to push through. Only up to now, only 4 votes are assured. They need 9 votes and no vetoes. It looks like a losing game right now. So the vote in question, whether they'll have it or not, very interesting that they did mention the Middle East, and Tony Blair seizing up on it especially, saying that this is very important to show what he calls even-handedness in the Middle East, that they do want some kind of a roadmap for the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, and that seems also very important political cover to Tony Blair as well as Jose Maria Aznar. The two prime ministers very much under fire at home, facing a lot of pressure. Some face elections soon, so it's very, very trying times for them. They've got to show some kind of political cover. Also very interesting, too, that President Bush pointing out that, or hoping that there will be a UN role in a...
Sag noch mal, das
1941 and disarming Iraq. We believe that the vote would have been close. We regret that in the face of an explicit threat to veto by a permanent member, the vote counting became a secondary consideration. Thank you. We go on in?
We're going back up to the chamber.
Okay. Thank you.
And we'll come to the stakeout after the council meeting.
Well, that was the American ambassador to the UN. We've heard from the American, the Spanish, I think, and the British ambassadors, obviously in a concerted move to the UN before that Security Council meeting, basically saying that the second resolution, or the 18th resolution, will not be possible under the terms of the UN.
Very serious consequences, consistent with Resolution 1441. The ambassador is making it very clear that they have been trying to lobby for votes, that they were trying to secure those 9 votes on the Security Council, specifically, of course, looking for those 6 undecided votes, and they, at this point, say that they do not want to pursue this. Let's
Conversation didn't start yet, that the co-sponsor of the draft resolution decided not to push this resolution to a vote. They have realized that the majority in the Council is against and oppose a resolution authorizing the use of force. This is the position of the huge majority in the Council. During the last day, members of the Council repeatedly stated that, and it is a majority in the Council, that it would not be legitimate to authorize the use of force now while the inspections set up by resolution are producing results. And now I understand that the co-sponsor made some bilateral consultation, last bilateral consultation last night and this morning, and the result is that the majority of the Council confirmed that they do not want to authorize the use of force. The majority consider that it will not be legitimate, whereas the inspection is producing results, to take such a decision. Thank you very much.
Again, that was Jean-Marc de la Sablière, the French ambassador, having a very quick retort for the comments that the 3 co-sponsors of this second resolution just made.
The Security Council came together following President Bush's historic speech to the United Nations on the 12th of September, and on the 8th of November, after long negotiations, passed UN Resolution 1441 by unanimous vote, 15-0, not one member failing to raise a hand in support of that resolution. In the months after the passage of UN Resolution 1441, we watched as the inspectors began their work, and we were immediately concerned that Iraq was not going to understand the intention of 1441 when Iraq submitted 30 days later a declaration that can only be said to be false, not complete, rather incomplete, not truthful, untruthful, and nowhere near meeting the spirit intended in 1441. We called that out to the international community at that time. We said we believe that that false declaration was a material breach. We continued to support the inspectors, we continued to watch, and although we have seen some process improvements and some grudging movement on the part of Saddam Hussein's regime to provide some information and provide some equipment to the inspectors, it certainly wasn't the kind of compliance and total cooperation that 1441 required, and that we were hoping, but had no illusions, about Iraq being able to accept and respond to. As a result of this, and as a result of a number of briefings that we received from UNMOVIC and IAEA, a week and a half ago, the United Kingdom, the United States, and Spain put forward a resolution that would once again give Saddam Hussein one last chance to act or face the serious consequences that were authorized and clearly intended in UN Resolution 1441. Unfortunately, over the last roughly 2 weeks or thereabouts, a little less than 2 weeks, that we have debating this particular draft resolution, and despite best efforts to see whether or not language could be adjusted to make it more acceptable to council members, it is clear that there are some permanent members of the council that would veto any such resolution or any resolution resembling the one that the British tabled Friday before last at the United Nations. As a result of this, the United Kingdom, the United States, and Spain decided to not call for a vote on this resolution. We spent a great deal of time overnight and early this morning talking to friends and colleagues around the world about the resolution, and it was our judgment reached by the United States, the United Kingdom, and Spain that no further purpose would be served by pushing this resolution. So we are not going to ask for a vote on the resolution. The resolution will die anyway because it had a built-in date of 17 March within the resolution, which has not been modified. As you heard the President and the other leaders who assembled in the Azores yesterday for the Atlantic Summit say, the window on diplomacy is closing. The moment of truth is arriving. And you will hear a speech from the President of the United States this evening. President Bush will address the nation and the world on the situation as we now see it. In his speech, he clearly will issue an ultimatum to Saddam Hussein that the only way to avoid the serious consequences that were built into 1441 is for Saddam Hussein and his immediate cohort to leave the country and to allow this matter to be resolved through the peaceful entry of force and not a conflict. Nevertheless, the President's determination will be made clear tonight that this matter cannot continue indefinitely, that Saddam Hussein is guilty of the charges that have been brought against him previously through these many resolutions which acknowledged that he had weapons of mass destruction, and he has failed to disarm himself as required by the various resolutions. We believe, and I think you've also heard an opinion from British legal authorities within the last 24 hours, that there is sufficient authority in 1441, 678, and 687 earlier resolutions for whatever military action might be required. I'm very, very pleased that the Council did come together last November 8th for 1441. Of course, disappointed that we were unable to get a subsequent resolution, but we believe that our actions now are supported by international law, whatever actions we might take in the future, and the President will talk to this issue tonight. I won't say any more about the President's speech because the President, of course, will have the opportunity to speak for himself and make the points perfectly clear to the American people and to the international community. You'll also notice that in their statements yesterday at the Atlantic Summit, all of the leaders spoke to a future for Iraq that will be brighter if it comes to the use of military force, where this dictator will no longer be able to oppress his own people, no longer able to threaten his neighbors, and no longer able to develop these horrible weapons which could be used against his neighbors as they have been used in the past, or of greater concern to us, can spread and be acquired by terrorist organizations which might use them against us, our friends, or our interests. I think it was also important to note in the President's statement yesterday his commitment to the UN and the role that we believe the UN will play in the aftermath of any conflict should it come, and our continued support for the UN. With that, I'll take a couple of questions and I have to go.
On the Allies, back in November, when several of them tried to dilute the resolution, and they did accomplish some word changes, would it be fair to say that they understood at the end that force was possible? Because they seem to give the impression they had succeeded in sidetracking force. And could you say if you think there'll be permanent damage to the alliance with what the French have done with support from Germany and Russia?
On your first question, Barry, there can be no confusion on this point. If you remember the debate that we were having before 1441 was passed, there were some nations who insisted that a second resolution would be required. And we insisted that a second resolution would not be required. And as we negotiated our way through that, we made it absolutely clear that we did not believe that the resolution as it finally passed would require a second resolution. And in fact, the resolution that we are not taking to a vote today is not a resolution that we believed was necessary. It was a resolution we were supporting along with the United Kingdom, who tabled it, and Spain. It was a resolution that would help some of our friends to show to their publics and to the world that we had taken one last step. We had made one last effort to see if Saddam Hussein would come into compliance. The burden of this problem rests squarely on Saddam Hussein and his continuing efforts to deceive, to deny, to do everything to divide the council, to take advantage of every meeting we have had over the last several months, to do something just before that meeting to suggest that he is complying when he really isn't. And the world should know that this crisis is before us because of this regime and its flagrant violation of obligations that it entered into over the last 12 years. That's where the burden lies.
And is there permanent damage?
Excuse me. Is there permanent damage to the alliance? The UN is an important institution, and it will survive, and the United States will continue to be an important member of the United Nations and its various organizations. But clearly, this is a test, in my judgment, that the Security Council did not meet. We all knew what we were doing last fall. The very reason that we went into a prolonged negotiation on 1441 was so that it did not become the same kind of resolution that we had seen so many times in the past, that had a lot of words, a lot of rhetoric, and Saddam Hussein can simply ignore and thumb his nose at. This was a resolution that every person who voted for it, every permanent representative who was there on the 8th of November and voted for this resolution knew that it was different, that serious consequences would flow, and those serious consequences meant the use of force to disarm Saddam Hussein if he did not comply with that resolution and cooperate fully with the inspectors to disarm that regime.
Mr. Secretary, how long a period of time do you think is appropriate for Saddam Hussein to be allowed to get out, and who else besides him would have to leave if they want to avert war?
I won't speak to a time limit. The President may do that in his speech this evening, and I'll leave that to him. But clearly, we would want to see Saddam Hussein depart, as well as immediate members of his family who are in positions of control and authority over the armed forces of Iraq. And there are a number of other individuals who would also like to see depart. Some of them were mentioned in the weekend press. But it's not just one individual, I think, to solve the problem.
Do you have a number, though? Is there a specific
I don't have a number at hand. There are a variety of numbers and ideas floating around, and if somebody in Baghdad wishes to know the names, I'm sure we'd be able to provide them.
Mr. Secretary, can you give us some insight what has happened over the last 24 hours since the meeting in the Azores? Who were the problems? What kind of conversations did you have? Who did you reach out to? And what were the responses?
The United Kingdom obviously reached out to a number of their colleagues, and I can't speak for them. I'll let them cover their own calls and consultations. Similarly, Spain and others. Richard will give you the list of my calls for this morning, but it's about 12 or 15. I've spoken to the French, just spoke to Foreign Minister de Villepin. I spoke to Foreign Minister Joschka Fischer of Germany. I've spoken to Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov of the Russian Federation. I've spoken to the new Chinese Foreign Minister, Foreign Minister Li. I've spoken to President Musharraf. I have spoken to Kofi Annan. I have spoken to Foreign Minister George Papandreou of Greece, who's also in the Greek presidency for this period. I've spoken to Foreign Secretary Straw I've spoken to Foreign Minister Palacios of Spain, and there's a very long list waiting when I get back upstairs. The response was, you know, this is where we are. Does anybody see any prospects for movement on this particular resolution? And frankly, everybody pretty much accepted that this resolution was not going to be a successful one because there was one nation, France, that had indicated that it would veto it under any set of circumstances or any similar resolution as modified that would leave a path open to conflict. But we always knew from the very beginning that such a path had to be kept open. And this is what serious consequences meant. And without that path, Saddam Hussein would never comply. And what he was trying to do was just stretch it out. More inspections, more time, let's delay, let's give a little here, give a little there. Let's see if we can break this consensus. And with the certainty of a French veto and possibly other vetoes, this was not the time to have further division within the Council by taking this to a vote. I've got one. Let me, excuse me. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, you seemed to imply yesterday in one of the shows that you believe French commercial interests would help drive the position. I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that, and how firm a guarantee do we have that Turkey won't send its troops well into northern Iraq and cause problems with the Kurds there?
I made the point that they're, in response to the question, that of course they're commercial interest that everybody has to consider. And the French have, for years, had difficulties with the inspection regime. And I pointed out in one of the shows yesterday that when you go back to 1998 and early 1999, when the current inspection regime was being developed, when UNMOVIC was being created after the collapse of the previous inspection regime, France worked actively for a number of months, in our judgment, to try to weaken that inspection regime. And at the end of the day, when compromises had been made and everybody thought we had a good outcome before our time, the previous administration, even then, France abstained from voting for it. And so that is of concern to us. But in 1441, France was solidly on board. And when you look at the statements that were made by French officials right after the passage of 1441, it was absolutely clear that they understood that Saddam Hussein and the Iraqi regime had weapons of mass destruction. It's not something just known to American intelligence. It's known to all of the major intelligence agencies in the world. And France acknowledged that. Everybody acknowledged that when they signed on to 1441 because that's what it says. It's in, Iraq is in material breach, has been in material breach, and now has the opportunity to either get out of the problem or get into further material breach. And what they did was get into further material breach. And that's our judgment, and we believe that the test of the resolution has been met with respect to the appropriateness of application of serious consequences.
And the Turks and the Kurds?
Barbara? Yeah. I'm sorry. On the Turks and the situation in northern Iraq, we are in the closest consultation with the Turks, and let me say that we are very sensitive to Turkish concerns. We appreciate the fact that the Turkish government did take our request for deployments into their parliament at a difficult time for them, with a prime minister who is still coming in, so to speak. Mr. Erdogan was not the prime minister at that time. And we are in the closest touch with them now on a number of issues. One, the possibility of resubmission, and he is committed to do that at a time that he believes is appropriate. And secondly, we don't think it would be useful right now to create any additional tension on the border between Turkey and northern Iraq, and we are in discussions with them as to how to make sure that tensions can be kept at the lowest point and not to have difficulty in northern Iraq of the kind that concerns them. And we have also assured the Turks that in anything that the future might hold, we are committed to the territorial integrity of Iraq.
I wanted to ask just some personal reflections. After 1441 was passed, you were a very, very happy man, and certainly it was quite a triumph. How have you been feeling the last few weeks? When did you realize that this was not going to happen? Do you wish you'd done anything differently? Do you wish you'd traveled more, changed your tactics in any way?
This legend that is out there now that Colin Powell, one, he The first variation of it was he doesn't travel, and the next variation was he hates to travel, and the third variation was he will never travel and doesn't want to travel. You do your job by personal contact, by travel, and by the use of modern technology so that you can get more bang for the time. And so in the last 6 weeks, I have had 4 personal one-on-one meetings, direct meetings, with the French foreign minister, with the British foreign minister, with the Russian foreign minister, 5 such meetings with the Chinese foreign minister. I have gone to Davos in Switzerland, where I addressed an international setting, and at that meeting I met with the Turkish prime minister for almost 2 hours, and the incoming Turkish prime minister, Mr. Erdogan. I have had a Turkish delegation here in the department, a full delegation, the foreign minister, the finance minister, and they came to my home till midnight as we worked on the economic package. And so I believe that I have used my time properly. At the same time, I went to Asia a few weeks ago, so I travel when I believe travel is appropriate. I like to travel more. But you know, the Secretary of State has many responsibilities that he or she has to deal with, and one has to balance it all. But I assure you that I do not shrink back from traveling, and I will be traveling again soon.
But any regrets, anything you've done differently?
No. I mean, you can always look and say, you should have done this, should have done that. But the fact of the matter is, we came up with a good resolution, and we got a solid vote for it, 15-0. And then for a period of 4 months after that, we worked hard with the inspectors. We provided them intelligence. The focus really was at the UN in New York, not a lot of other places. That's where we had to concentrate our effort. And we did everything we could to try to persuade the Council that what they were seeing was not compliance. What they were seeing was passive cooperation that didn't get to the heart of the matter, which was a strategic decision by Saddam Hussein to comply. And that's what we weren't able to get, and that's what we weren't able to convince some members of the Council is what was needed in order for us to believe that Saddam Hussein was a changed regime, was leading a changed regime that was willing now to cooperate with the international community and comply with its obligations. One last one. Sorry.
Mr. Secretary, you said that the ultimatum would be for Saddam Hussein to leave Iraq. Is there any form of disarmament or cooperation at this stage which could save his skin?
I think the time for diplomacy has passed. I think that's pretty clear. That's what the leaders were saying in the Azores yesterday. We used last evening and this morning to consult broadly around the world. We did, the British did, the Spanish did. A lot of people have been talking to each other this morning and overnight, and it became clear that it would be best at this time to withdraw the resolution, and I can think of nothing that Saddam Hussein could do diplomatically. I think that time is now over. He had his chance. He's had many chances over the last 12 years, and he has blown every one of those chances. Thank you.
The burden of this problem rests on Saddam Hussein. Colin Powell's footnote to a failed effort at the United Nations. The U.S. Secretary of State, once seen as a voice against war in Iraq, then as a voice for international consensus on war in Iraq, confirms there has been no consensus at the UN Security Council and blames France. War now looks imminent. U.S. President George Bush addresses his country and the world in a little less than 9 hours from now to issue an ultimatum to Saddam Hussein. Already we're being told that UN Secretary General Kofi Annan is ordering UN weapons inspectors out of the country. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Jonathan Mann, sitting in for Jim Clancy.
And I'm Zain Verji. It appears that the diplomatic effort to stop war in Iraq is over.
The British ambassador to the United Nations made the announcement just a short while ago in Iraq, and wider region, international citizens are leaving. Here is the latest. British Ambassador Sir Jeremy Greenstock said Britain, the U.S., and Spain could not get a consensus in the Security Council and will not seek a vote on...
Spain could not get a consensus in the Security Council and will not seek a vote on a new resolution on Iraq. In London, Robin Cook resigned from Prime Minister Tony Blair's cabinet. The one-time Foreign Secretary had been the government's leader in the House of Commons. In Washington, U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell addressed the diplomatic issue a short while ago.
It is clear that there are some permanent members of the Council that would veto any such resolution or any resolution resembling
what Russia wanted to happen. In fact, even this morning, Yuri Fedotov, the deputy foreign minister, was saying that there was no way that that resolution was going to pass. There was no need for it. And certainly Russia was against it. However, they didn't want to have to use their veto. They were hoping they wouldn't have to. And now, of course, it's not necessary. We also heard from President Vladimir Putin. He has been notably quiet over the past few weeks. Today, he did speak out. He said that war in Iraq would be a mistake, as he put it, fraught with the gravest consequences. It would result in casualties, he said, and also destabilize the international situation. And just a few minutes ago, the Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov said that there is no legal basis for war. Now, the United States and Russia obviously do not see eye to eye on this, and there has been a testing of the relationship over the past few weeks on Iraq. But already we've been seeing some fence mending. In fact, Georgy Mamedov, who is another undersecretary, deputy minister of Russia's foreign ministry, said today that Russia will not, if there is war, if the United States takes military action, Russia will not stir up any type of anti-American campaign, that will try to keep things on a political basis as much as possible, bring it back to that at least. And significantly, he said that relations between Russia and the United States are too important, as he put it, to hold it hostage to differences over Iraq. Zain?
Jill, President Vladimir Putin has been...
The UN weapons chief Hans Blix officially that they are to evacuate all their staff from Iraq. He said they do expect to be leaving here early Tuesday. He said the UN weapons inspectors have 56 inspection staff and a total of 134 other staff involved in their mission here. They expect all of those staff to be leaving on an aircraft early on Tuesday morning for Larnaca, Cyprus. That aircraft is on standby at Saddam International Airport right here on the outskirts of Baghdad. When they leave, however, John, it will be a very clear indication for the people of Baghdad and the people of Iraq that war is getting extremely close. We have seen indications here today that people are preparing for that. We've seen people taking stocks out of their shops, not just the stores that sell high-value goods such as television sets, electronics goods, but even the food stores, storekeepers closing down their stores, locking them up in preparation for what they don't know for how long, but they do know in preparation for a war that they believe at this time is very imminent. John?
Nick Robertson in Baghdad. Thanks very much. The announcement that the U.S., Britain, and Spain will not seek a vote on a new resolution is triggering a lot of reaction at the United Nations. Michael Oku is there and joins us now with the latest. Michael?
Jonathan, hello. The Security Council is meeting behind closed doors. At this point, more than 8 delegates have spoken. According to one Security Council diplomat, the mood inside is, quote-unquote, pretty downbeat. There's a sense of real disappointment that the Security Council was not able to reach some sort of consensus on this. The direct quote being, we were not able to pull it together. All of this, of course, coming after the U.S., the United Kingdom, and Spain made a joint statement declaring that they were going to pull out the second resolution from the table. Here's the British Ambassador, Sir Jeremy Greenstock.
Having held further discussions with Council members over the weekend and in the last few hours, we have had to conclude that Council consensus will not be possible in line with Resolution 1441. One country in particular has underlined its intention to veto any ultimatum, quote, no matter what the circumstances.
Now, Greenstock read a similar statement inside the Security Council to all the delegates so they could hear it. According to a French delegate inside the chambers, the French were very, very angry and, in fact, responded by saying it's not just us, that there were other countries on the Security Council that did not approve of this second resolution. Germany, France, and Russia are still making a pitch to have foreign ministers convene here at the United Nations, perhaps as early as Wednesday, to discuss continuing the inspections process for another 30 days or so, which had been on the table. Of course, all of this may very well become quite moot today, and perhaps by the time we reach Tuesday morning. The French ambassador was upstaged, of course, by the statement coming out from those three countries. Here's what he had to say in response.
They have realized that the majority in the Council is against and oppose a resolution.
Anti-war protesters outside the gates of Downing Street. As for the parliamentary vote, we're expecting that to take place tomorrow. We're expecting a statement in the House of Commons from Jack Straw, the UK Foreign Secretary, tonight. And of course, we're still waiting to find out if Claire Short, another of Tony Blair's cabinet ministers, who'd threatened that she would resign if he didn't get that backing from the UN Security Council for military action, finding out if she is going to live up to her threat. We just don't know that one way or the other as yet. Jonathan.
Okay, Robin Oakley, halfway between the Prime Minister and the protesters in London. Thanks very much. Zane?
U.S. officials tell CNN there's recent evidence that Iraq is planning to use chemical weapons, possibly against U.S. forces or Iraqi citizens. The officials stress they've not seen Iraq moving any chemical munitions, but they say they have information that such munitions have been issued to Republican Guard units south of Baghdad. There's also growing concern that some Iraqi artillery, now in place near the Kuwaiti border, is capable of firing shells filled with chemical weapons.
The markets have been reacting rather dramatically to all of this news. Charles Hodson joins us now with the latest. Charles?
Jonathan, well, markets on both sides of the Atlantic have been rallying. Stocks had been down earlier in the day, but are now staging a dramatic U-turn. Let's move straight over to the numbers, and looking at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, that is currently up by nearly 2.5%. The Nasdaq is up by 2 2/3%. Here in Europe, most of the major bourses have now closed, but with substantial gains. The FTSE in London rose more than 3%. The DAX in Frankfurt's got 1 3/4 hours more still to trade, was up by about the same. The CAC in Paris gained more than 3%, and in Zurich, the SMI climbed nearly 3%. So 3% basically was the figure that we saw right across the board for the European markets, as you can now see on your screens. Moving on, though, to the price of gold, that remains high. The precious metal is at about $336 an ounce. Gold has long been regarded as a safe haven because it tends to keep its value or even rise in price at times of political and economic uncertainty. But on the oil markets, crude prices are actually falling. In New York, NYMEX crude is down by $1.28, but that it still leaves it well above 30 or somewhat above $34 a barrel. In London, IPE.
War is always a catastrophe. We seem to be at the end of the road. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan expressing disappointment and frustration there, saying that all UN workers will be withdrawn from Iraq. Britain's ambassador to the UN, Sir Jeremy Greenstock, speaking.
Council this morning. First of all, I've seen a number of wire reports that the three co-sponsors have withdrawn their resolution. That is not correct. As my statement this morning on behalf of the three co-sponsors made clear, we have decided that we are not putting our draft to a vote on this timing. The draft remains on the table in front of the Council, and that is the position as far as the draft resolution is concerned. Clearly, to return to a realistic consideration of that draft, there would need to be a very clear signal that Iraq, and particularly the Iraqi leadership, had taken a strategic decision to produce cooperation of a type we have not seen so far since the passage of 1441, cooperation that fits entirely the text of 1441, which called for immediate, unconditional, and active cooperation, and that call for cooperation should be associated with the threat of military pressure, which has been a factor all the way through from, I would say, last summer in producing any of the positive response that we've had from Iraq in certain limited areas. So that pressure must be maintained, and the key into returning to our draft or taking forward the work program of the inspectors has to be that new signal of a strategic decision to produce the cooperation as called for in 1441.
So till when are you leaving it on the table? Until when are you leaving it on the table, this draft resolution?
There is no date left for it to remain on the table. It just stays on the table.
Do you honestly believe that if no country had threatened to use a veto, you would have won 9 votes on the Security Council for your draft?
We believe that that particular intention to veto whatever the circumstances affected the framework for others to take their decisions, yes. Thank you very much.
Britain's ambassador to the United Nations, Sir Jeremy Greenstock, really making the point that the resolution has not been withdrawn. The draft is still on the table. Let's listen now to John Negroponte, the U.S.'s ambassador to the UN.
I fully associate myself with what Ambassador Greenstock just had to say. It's been 4 months now since the passage of 1441, which called on the government of Iraq to immediately and unconditionally disarm. It's clear that after this 4-month period that they have failed to comply. We sought a resolution that would have stated that Iraq had failed to take advantage of the final opportunity offered to it by Security Council Resolution 1441. But in light of the threat of a veto by one of the countries, even though we think the vote would have been close, we decided under the circumstances not to put that resolution to a vote. And so now we are at the situation that has been described to you on various occasions this morning. But I'd be pleased to take any questions you might have.
Yes,
Yes.
How close was that vote?
Well, I don't want to get into that. I think that, as we said, we believe it was close, and as Ambassador Greenstock said, we think that the atmosphere and the context of our entire discussion was affected by the fact that one permanent member explicitly stated that it was intent on frustrating the purposes of our draft resolution. Yes. Afterwards in Spanish. Yes, sir.
Are we coming to the end of the road?
Excuse me, behind you.
Is the UN, as we've known it for decades, dead now?
As the Secretary General himself mentioned, and he mentioned to us in the Council chambers this morning, he will be directing a letter to the President of the Council regarding some of the issues and tasks that he thinks will need to be addressed in the event of conflict. No, there's a lot of work that is ongoing and that will have to be done, and there are examples from the past where the Council was not able to reach agreement in a particular conflictive situation or another, such as in the case of Kosovo, but went on to carry out very important responsibilities. So I guess the answer to your question would be no. Yes, sir.
But President Bush has presented it as a test for the Security Council. Would you say the Security Council
Well,
has
it
failed
was
that
a test, and it's most regrettable, as we said earlier, that in light of the explicit decision of one country to exercise its veto, it was not possible to move this resolution forward. Yes, sir.
A few hours or days for Iraq to make the strategic decision to disarm, to avoid a war?
Well, I'm not going to comment on that further. Obviously, time is virtually run out. I think the time for diplomatic activity is literally exhausted, but the President will address our nation tonight at 8 p.m., so I think I'd prefer to wait to hear what he has to say on that subject. Yes, sir. Sir, right here.
Some of your allies in the Gulf, in the Middle East, they requested or they demanded a resolution from the United Nations for them to join in any campaign. How are you going to explain that to them?
Well, again, as we said, it's regrettable that a resolution has not been passed. But as Secretary Powell said this morning, we believe that at least as far as we're concerned, there's ample authority under resolutions 678, 687, and all the way through to 1441 for whatever future course of action might be contemplated. And I think that we might find that a number of countries agree with us on that point. Una pregunta en español. Sí, no. This will be the last question en español.
Acorde a lo que acaban de decir el embajador francés y también el secretario Kofi Annan, sería ilegítimo tomar acción militar sin el consenso general y que la mayoría del Consejo está en contra y que no sería solamente el veto de Francia.
En primer lugar, no estoy de acuerdo con usted que la mayoría del Consejo está en contra. Como decía antes, nosotros pensamos, si no fuera por la amenaza de un veto,
The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, John Negroponte, taking a question there in Spanish, really making the point that the diplomatic process has been exhausted. He said 4 months have passed and Iraq has failed to comply with demands. It has failed to take advantage of a final opportunity. He also said that if there had been a vote on the second draft of the second resolution that's draft is on the table, he said the vote would have been close, but they decided not to vote because of the atmosphere that was affected essentially by France. He implied frustrating that atmosphere. A lot coming out of the UN this day. Earlier we heard from Sir Jeremy Greenstock, who really made the point of saying that the UN resolution is still on the table and the key to it has to be a signal of strategic decision by Iraq in order to return to it. Let's now go and listen to Günter Pleuger, the German ambassador to the UN, speaking.
For whatever reasons, but I think this gives the Council an opportunity to make a last-ditch effort to find a common approach to our common goal of disarmament of Iraq. We have reiterated on the lines of the common declaration of the 3 foreign ministers of Germany, France, and Russia that has been distributed yesterday as a Council document, that we share the goal, the common goal of the international community to disarm Iraq, and we don't see at present any circumstances to break off the inspection process, especially at the time when the inspection process yields results. And as you know, France, Germany, and the Russian Federation have made proposals how to strengthen these inspections, and therefore we don't see any reason to stop that program now. Now, another good information we got this morning was that Dr. Blix is ready to give us his program of work this afternoon. So maybe that we will have a final chance to come to a consensus in the Council, because what was in the draft resolution of the co-sponsors, 5 benchmarks that would have to be fulfilled, is not so completely different from the report of the from the work program of the inspectors, because there they have put together 12 key remaining disarmament tasks, and these are very similar to the benchmarks in the draft resolution. So we will do everything to make an effort to come to a common conclusion how to avert military action at the last minute and find a way to achieve our common goal, the peaceful disarmament of Iraq. Thank you.
Are you going ahead with your ministerial meeting idea?
This proposal has been made in the declaration of the 3 ministers, and the question is now, of course, how the other members of the Council will react to that, and in what time frame we can achieve this. It could be done tomorrow, but on the other hand, tomorrow the presidency has scheduled a meeting on West Africa and the problem of small weapons. So the meeting could take place on Wednesday morning.
Isn't this rather unrealistic? The Secretary General is pulling the inspectors out. You're talking about a program of work, meetings on West Africa. Isn't this Alice in Wonderland?
Well, well, you see, the Chinese ambassador once said, if you have 1% chance of keeping the peace, you should make 100% effort to achieve this. And I think that is what we are doing now. We are not resignating, and if we are not successful, we will at least be able to tell us and you that we have worked to the last minute to find a consensus in the Council and a peaceful solution to the disarmament of Iraq.
Was it the Council who allowed the withdrawal or relocation of the inspectors, or was it this General Secretary just told you that we are moving them out, relocating temporarily?
Yes.
Was it your wish that they be withdrawn?
No, it is a responsibility of the Secretary General to take care of the safety and security of all UN personnel on mission. And it is a decision of the Secretary General who has informed the Council of his decisions, and the Council has taken note of this.
Do you believe that we are at this moment able to stop any war if it's...
We are working, as I said before, for making a last-ditch effort to find a solution on the basis of the declaration of the 3 foreign ministers of Russia, France, and Germany to finish the disarmament of Iraq in a peaceful way, and we are optimistic that that would be possible even now, because we have just heard from Dr. Blix and recently also from Dr. El Baradei that it would not be a matter of days or years, but a matter of a few months. And we feel that it is worthwhile to use these few months and see whether we can achieve the peaceful disarmament of Iraq. And if it doesn't succeed, then we can at least say that all other avenues before using force have been explored.
Est-ce qu'il y a vraiment encore des négociations? Vous pensez qu'il y aura encore des négociations demain?
Pardon?
Vous pensez qu'il y aura encore des négociations demain?
I think the members of the Council are in constant contact and are deliberating all possibilities and exploring all avenues, because this is a question of war and peace, and every member of the Council is aware of the gravity of the question before the Council.
Ambassador, the inspectors have been withdrawn, and so have the other UN bodies from Iraq. Isn't it a bit dreamland to talk about 60-day, 12-point work program?
Well, I think trying to save the peace is never a dream. It is useful and it is necessary. And if we are not successful, then at least we have made the last effort.
In the event of unilateral action, will your country support in the Council a condemnation of the potential military intervention without UN authorization?
I'm not speculating on hypothetical draft resolution that I have not seen. We will cross that bridge by the time we arrive at it. Thank you very much.
Germany's ambassador to the United Nations, Günther Pleuger, really making a last-ditch effort for diplomacy there. Let's now listen to the French ambassador to the United Nations.
As you know, we had a long discussion this morning, and the co-sponsor of the draft resolution, United States, UK, and Spain, told us that they have decided not to push to a vote this draft resolution. And we took note of their decision. Why did they take this decision? Well, they took this decision because there was no support in the Security Council for a draft resolution authorizing the use of force. And I think the co-sponsor have tried for days and now weeks to convince members of the Council that the Council should authorize the use of force. And the majority in the Council thought that it won't be justified. This is the first point I wanted to raise. The second, there was an interesting discussion about the program of work of the inspectors. I think that the majority of the delegation wanted to see the program of work adopted as soon as possible and incorporating key remaining disarmament issues. And I hope that the program of work, which will be circulated today by Dr. Bliss and Dr. Al Baradei, could be discussed and adopted on Wednesday. I am mentioning that because there is a feeling in the Council that it is still possible and it would be very hopeful that we do our best to try to continue the Iraqi disarmament through peaceful means. It is possible, and it is possible to disarm Iraq through peaceful means. It is possible to have the job done by the inspectors. So it is important to continue to have this resolution and Resolution 1441 implemented. Now there was a third point which was raised, was a proposal we and Russia and Germany have made to have a ministerial meeting as soon as possible. This idea was received with interest, and this ministerial meeting could have two purposes. One purpose would be, and as soon as possible, to adopt the program of work, but also to have the minister discussing if there is still a chance to save peace. It has to be discussed at the level of ministers. Now we also, as you certainly know, discussed the question. Well, listen to the Secretary General, who took the decision to withdraw temporarily the UN personnel from Iraq. This is a decision he took on the basis of security consideration, and we took note of this decision.
Embajador, en español, por favor, ¿podría usted decirnos exactamente? ¿Quiere decir esto que se agotaron todos los recursos? No hay, ¿es esto un callejón sin salida?
Pues nosotros pensamos esperamos que no se han agotado todos los recursos. Lo que pasó esta mañana es que los copatrocinadores decidieron no poner a voto el proyecto de resolución autorizando el uso de la fuerza, y la mayoría de las delegaciones estaban muy interesadas por la idea de trabajar sobre el programa de trabajo de los inspectores. Yo sí pienso que hay todavía, y espero que hay todavía la posibilidad de salvar la paz y de tener el desarme de Irak hecho a través pacíficamente. Y es por eso que nosotros hemos propuesto con Rusia y Alemania de tener una reunión el miércoles, posiblemente, y esperamos a nivel ministerial, para aprobar el programa de trabajo de los inspectores.
Mr. Ambassador, everybody is putting the blame on France for not voting on this draft resolution. The President, Vice President, Colin Powell, Mr. Negroponte. Now, do you feel if they would have put the draft for the vote, would they have got the 9 votes they need?
No, certainly not, certainly not. We have said, and because we are responsible, that if the draft resolution authorizing the use of force is put to a vote, we will vote no. Such a no vote coming from a permanent member of Security Council is transformed into a veto if there are 9 votes. What I think everybody knows very well in the Council, and I think here in the UN, is that the draft resolution co-sponsored by United States, UK, and Spain does not get or did not get support in the Council. The majority of the members of the Council consider that it is not justified, it is not legitimate to authorize the use of force, whereas we are doing the job, which is to disarm Iraq through peaceful means. It is possible to do it. This is what the majority of the Council think.
Is it not the case that had the French not threatened to use their veto, whatever the circumstances, there would have been a greater chance of the British and US draft resolution finding 9 votes?
Certainly not. The draft resolution did not get the vote because the member of the Council, the member of the UN, the majority in the UN, and I would say the majority of the people in the world, do not think that it would be right in the present circumstances to have the Council authorizing the use of force. Why? Because the use of force should be always the last resort. we did not rule out the use of force. It was very clear from what the President Chirac said that if there was a circumstances where the inspectors came to us and say to the Council that they cannot do the job, or they cannot anymore do the job, which is to disarm Iraq through peaceful means, then it would be for the Council to consider other options, including the use of force, but not now. Not now for one reason. For one reason is that the inspections are making progress. And this is something which must be very clear to everyone, is that disarming Iraq through peaceful means, it's not only possible, but it is possible in a short time. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Daljit Dhaliwal. Welcome to our ongoing coverage of the Iraq standoff. It has indeed been a day of dramatic and fast-moving developments on the Iraq standoff, and they are still continuing.
Indeed. I'm Michael Holmes. Welcome to this hour. Let's go back to the UN. The UN ambassador from Pakistan speaking.
Which has been faced in the Security Council. We have sought the implementation of the Security Council resolutions for the peaceful disarmament of Iraq, and we are disappointed that no convergence was found on any of the proposals that were on the table. Nevertheless, although we face a grave situation, we believe that the time for diplomacy never ends, and we certainly hope that even at the 11th hour we might find a situation which could turn the tide and avoid a conflict. This is our hope, and we hope that the United Nations Security Council will continue to play a part in promoting peace and security in our region.
So a peaceful disarmament would mean for Saddam Hussein to leave Iraq, I suppose, now. Is that what it means?
No, I believe that he could indeed, as the United Kingdom ambassador, you just heard him, ask for a strategic decision. There are certain very specific tasks which have been sought, and if there was at least a response, perhaps some space for diplomacy could still be found.
Over the last few days, you must have received many approaches from the US and the UK. How did you advise them you were thinking of voting?
I think that our friends, all our friends in the Council, are aware of our preoccupation with finding a peaceful solution. We tried to find a middle ground, convergence in the Council. I think we made an honest effort.
While saying this, we also underline the fact that we should work now within the Council and outside the Council to limit the negative effects of the present situation and should concentrate on the central role the Security Council has to play in international relations. We, as a European country, for Bulgaria, the divisions within the European Union in particular are very bad news. As you know, 2 members of the European Union are on one line, 2 others are on the other. As a prospective member, future member of the Union, Bulgaria regrets deeply that. We believe that the transatlantic relationship should be strengthened and not weakened. And we are going to work within the Council to achieve those goals also in the future.
Embajador, en español, ¿cómo se siente usted con la situación de que este impasse no logró salir en una solución airosa y prácticamente pues todos están diciendo que sería un acto ilegítimo la acción militar sin un consenso general?
Como he dicho, la situación no es fácil para ningún miembro del Consejo de Seguridad de la comunidad internacional. Bulgaria está abierta al diálogo y a la diplomacia en los días que en los siguientes días. What I've just said in Spanish was, I should have said something in English. Bulgaria is open for dialogue and for diplomacy in the hours and days that come. Always diplomacy and dialogue are the best solution. That's what we believe. Thank you.
Stefan Tafarov there, the UN ambassador from Bulgaria.
Good afternoon, everybody.
And now the UN ambassador from Syria.
It was a very intensive discussion this morning, but indeed we were disappointed very much for the news and the request of the United States from the IAEA and UNMOVIC. They requested them to withdraw the inspectors, which means for us another indication towards military action. And they said it is for their safety and security. The members of the Council expressed their idea that they will trust the Secretary General to take the necessary action with regard to this matter. I mean the inspectors. And the diplomatic hope still there, because we asked the last week Mr. Blakes to present to the Council the list of the main remaining issues of the mass destruction weapons in Iraq. And indeed, as he promised, he just talked about it today, and he is going to distribute the report this afternoon, and will be discussed on Wednesday at the ministerial level, which proposed this ministerial level by the three ministers of foreign affairs, France, Russia, Germany, on the 15th of this month. So we are waiting on Wednesday to discuss it. But withdrawing the inspectors, it has very significant meaning, and it has an implication, very dangerous implication, which it means there is no more inspections, which it means there is no disarmament peacefully to the Iraqis, which we have been working all the time on this matter. This is the most important implication of withdrawing the inspectors. And again, withdrawing UNICOM as well, if UNICOM should not be there at
forward and said that there is an international legal basis for the use of military force. Partly, she says, it's because Tony Blair has persuaded George Bush to push on with the Middle East Peace Initiative and also to have the UN rather than the US involved in the reconstruction of Iraq, and also to secure the promise from George Bush that the oil revenues in Iraq will be saved for the Iraqi people. For those reasons, she says, she's now staying on in government.
And presumably that means that she'll have to actually vote for war. How much do you think those who resigned will be able to increase support for the anti-war lobby?
Well, I think, in particular, Robin Cook's speech and resignation will increase support for the anti-war lobby. There were 122 Labour MPs in the 199 MPs in total who voted against the idea of military action last time around. We're expecting a bigger total this time because there are others who share Robin Cook's opinions that it's bad for the UK to go to war, a war that is not backed by any of the international authorities, as he was pointing out in his speech, NATO, the European Union, or the UN Security Council. Without specific backing from those areas, many Labour MPs feel nervous about supporting this policy.
When we look back at today, do you think it will be the defining moment in Tony Blair's career?
I think it will be, because the crucial thing is that there are 650 MPs in the House of Commons. 415 of those are Labour MPs. If, say, 200 Labour MPs were to vote against him, that would be effectively half of the Labour Party, and you wouldn't have to have much go wrong with the war then for it really to be a demeaning blow to Tony Blair, and one that would have to lead to his resignation at the end of the day. It's crucial for him to get the support of a big proportion of his own party, as well as a majority in the House of Commons, which he knows he can get because the Conservative opposition are officially voting with the Labour government in favour of military action.
Political editor Robin Oakley. Still to come on Business International, a roundup of the trading day in Asia. Plus, can the rally be sustained? We'll have analysis of the US markets with CNN financial editor Todd Benjamin after this break. Stay with us.
Liberation is near. It is too late for Saddam Hussein to remain in power.
A threat and a promise from the U.S. president. We'll go to Baghdad, London, and what may be the front lines as U.S. and British forces prepare for an attack against Iraq. Hello and welcome to World News. I'm Alita Vasilova, the CNN Center. First, the latest developments. Baghdad is rejecting George W. Bush's 48-hour deadline for President Saddam Hussein and his sons to leave. The U.S. president says they must leave Iraq or face invasion. As war looms, UN weapons inspectors are leaving Iraq. Some already have arrived in Cyprus. An American and a Canadian have been shot dead at a Western oil firm in Yemen. U.S. embassy officials say the assailant, a Yemeni, then shot himself to death. And Israel's military is asking citizens to seal rooms in preparation for a possible Iraqi chemical weapons attack. Mr. Bush's nationally televised address was short and very much to the point. He gave Iraq and its leader a 2-day window in which to opt either for peace or war. Its main thrust, Saddam Hussein and his sons must go, or the U.S. and its allies will see that he does.
Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours. Their refusal to do so will result in military conflict, commenced at a time of our choosing. For their own safety, all foreign nationals, including journalists and inspectors, should leave Iraq immediately.
Should war come, the U.S. president urged Saddam Hussein's army not to resist or turn on the Iraqi people, and he cautioned that there will be war crimes trials at war's end.
Iraqi military and civilian personnel should listen carefully to this warning. In any conflict, your fate will depend on your actions. Do not destroy oil wells, a source of wealth that belongs to the Iraqi people. Do not obey any command to use weapons of mass destruction against anyone, including the Iraqi people.
Now to the very epicenter of this crisis, Baghdad. Reuters news agency is reporting that one of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein's sons has responded to the ultimatum issued by the U.S. President. Uli Hussein reportedly issued a statement rejecting the ultimatum and promised, quote, a bloody battle with any Western troops that enter Iraq. Let's get the latest now from Baghdad and Reem Brahimi.
Foreign ministry officials here in Iraq say they're still expecting the Secretary General of the Arab League, Ahmad Musa, to arrive in Baghdad sometime this afternoon. Ahmad Musa was in Baghdad last year in 2002. In January, he visited President Saddam Hussein. He was also expected to arrive on Friday along with the foreign ministers of Tunisia, Bahrain.
Is what's called a VS-17 panel. This is for visual sighting so that the Air Force doesn't confuse us with any Iraqi units on the ground. Every tank here has it, every Bradley fighting vehicle, and the CNN Hummer, which will be at the tip of the spear with the U.S. 7th Cavalry, is going to be flying the same orange thing so we don't fall victim to friendly fire. Ralitza?
And Walter, what can you tell us about the mission of those troops? They will be among the first to go in should there be war.
That is true. The 7th Cavalry's function in this operation, assuming the 48 hours elapses and Saddam Hussein has not abdicated, the function of the 7th Cavalry is to be the very first troops into Iraq, at least in the sense that they're the first headed for Baghdad. They are the lead unit. They will be the first to make contact with the Iraqi army. Should the Iraqis choose to put up a fight, they will be probing the Iraqi strength. Their mission is reconnaissance and surveillance surveillance. They will be led by some Kiowa helicopters, followed by the Bradley fighting vehicles. These are very small numbers. This is a fast, quick unit. Think of the American Western frontier. Men on horses replaced by soldiers now riding helicopters, riding Bradley fighting vehicles, and riding tanks. And that's what the cavalry does. It scouts for this huge 3rd Infantry Division that will be following the 7th Cavalry in the rear. We may be 20 miles out in front or more of the main Army division, but what the 7th Cavalry will be doing is looking for the fastest, safest road to Baghdad and testing the Iraqi Army defenses to see where they are, whether they're going to fight, because this unit has one mission and one mission only. That's get to Baghdad, fustus with a mostus, as one old general said. Relitza?
Walter Rogers, thank you very much. While U.S. forces and their allies in the Gulf prepare for a possible fight in Iraq, Britain's Prime Minister Tony Blair is facing a political battle as he makes his case on Iraq before the House of Commons. Robin Oakley joins us now live from London with a preview. Robin, what can we expect? Fireworks again?
Well, Relitza, this is probably the most crucial speech that Tony Blair will make in his career. He's gambling his whole political future. He'll be on his feet in less than half an hour now, trying to persuade a country, a House of Commons and a Labour Party which up until now has been pretty sceptical about the idea of using military action against Saddam Hussein, certainly when that is not backed by the UN Security Council. Mr. Blair will take some comfort from the fact that there's an opinion poll out in one British newspaper this morning which has reduced the gap over the last month between those who oppose a war and those who would support it from 23 points down to only 6 points. So public opinion may just be starting to turn with the prospect of British troops being engaged. But the big blow that Mr. Blair has had up until now was the resignation from his cabinet of his former Foreign Secretary Robin Cook, until yesterday the leader of the House of Commons saying he couldn't back the use of military force in these circumstances. Mr. Cook was applauded, most unusually in the House of Commons, by MPs after a resignation speech in which he said it was wrong for Britain to get involved in military action that was so lacking in international support.
The reality is that Britain is being asked to embark on a war without agreement in any of the international bodies of which we are a leading partner. Not NATO, not the European Union, and now not the Security Council. To end up in such diplomatic weakness is a serious reverse. Only a year ago, we and the United States were part of a coalition against terrorism which was wider and more diverse than I would ever imagine would be possible.
In further blows to Tony Blair, 2 other ministers have resigned from his government today. Philip Hunt, a junior health minister in the House of Lords, and John Denham, a middle-ranking minister in the Home Office or Interior.
Emphatically Tuesday that Iraq presents no immediate threat. And looking beyond the current crisis, he also warned that the U.S. action endangers future attempts to resolve such crises by peaceful means.
The United States presented an ultimatum to Iraq, whether or not this was concerned with the disarmament of Iraq or not, or of a much hoped-for regime change inside the country. There is no justification for this unilateral resort to war. Whatever is the future of these events, this ultimatum puts into question the idea we have of international relations. It concerns the future of a people and a region, indeed, of world stability. It's a very serious decision in the light of the Iraqi moves toward disarmament, and while the inspections were proving to be a credible alternative to disarm the country.
German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder echoed the French president's remarks. Mr. Schröder said that the threat posed by Iraq does not justify war and the death of thousands of innocent civilians. A spokesman for Indonesia's government lamented what he characterized as the breakdown of diplomacy. But Australia's Prime Minister...
This is a CNN live event.
British Prime Minister Tony Blair opening a contentious debate in the House of Commons on Iraq policy. Let's listen in.
But that others struggle for in vain.
And again I say I do not disrespect the views of those in opposition to mine. This is a tough choice indeed, but it is also a stark one. To stand British troops down now and turn back, or to hold firm to the course that we have set. And I believe passionately we must hold firm to that course. The question most often posed is not why does it matter, but why does it matter so much? Here we are, the government with its most serious test, its majority at risk, the first cabinet resignation over an issue of policy, the main parties internally divided, people who agree on everything else. Ah, yes, of course, the Liberal Democrats. Unified as ever in opportunism and error. And the country and the Parliament reflect each other. A debate that as time has gone on has become less bitter but no less grave. So why does it matter so much? Because, Mr. Speaker, the outcome of this issue will now determine more than the fate of the Iraqi regime, more than the future of the Iraqi people, for so long brutalized by Saddam, important though those issues are. It will determine the way Britain and the world confront the central security threat of the 21st century, the development of the United Nations, the relationship between Europe and the United States, the relations within the European Union, and the way that the United States engages with the rest of the world. So it could hardly be more important. It will determine the pattern of international politics for the next generation. But first, Mr. Speaker, let us recap the history of Iraq and weapons of mass destruction. In April 1991, after the Gulf War, Iraq was given 15 days to provide a full and final declaration of all its weapons of mass destruction. Saddam had used the weapons against Iran, against his own people, causing thousands of deaths. He'd had plans to use them against Allied forces. It became clear after the Gulf War that the WMD ambitions of Iraq were far more extensive than hitherto thought. So the issue was identified by the United Nations at that time as one for urgent remedy. UNSCOM, the weapons inspection team, was set up, and they were expected to complete their task following the declaration at the end of April 1991. The declaration, when it came, was false. A blanket denial of the programme, other than in a very tentative form. And so the 12-year game began. The inspectors probed. Finally, in March 1992, Iraq admitted it had previously undeclared weapons of mass destruction, but said it had destroyed them. It gave another full and final declaration. Again, the inspectors probed. In October 1994, Iraq then stopped cooperating with the weapons inspectors altogether. Military action was threatened. Inspections resumed. In March 1996, in an effort to rid Iraq of the inspectors, a further full and final declaration of WMD was made. By July 1996, however, Iraq was forced to admit that this declaration also was false. In August, they provided yet another full and final declaration. Then a week later, Saddam's son-in-law, Hussein Kamal, defected to Jordan. He disclosed a far more extensive biological weapons program and for the first time said Iraq had weaponized the program, something Saddam had always strenuously denied. All this had been happening whilst the inspectors were in Iraq. Kamal also revealed Iraq's crash program to produce a nuclear weapon in the 1990s. Iraq was forced then to release documents which showed just how extensive those programs were. In November 1996, Jordan intercepted prohibited components for missiles that could be used for weapons of mass destruction. Then, a further full and final declaration was made. This too turned out to be false. In June 1997, inspectors were barred from specific sites. In September 1997, lo and behold, another full and final declaration was made, also false. Meanwhile, the inspectors discovered VX nerve agent production equipment, something always denied by the Iraqis. In October 1997, The US and the UK threatened military action if Iraq refused to comply with the inspectors. Finally, under threat of action in February 1998, Kofi Annan went to Baghdad, negotiated a memorandum with Saddam to allow inspections to continue. They did, for a few months. In August, cooperation was suspended. In December, the inspectors left. Their final report is a withering indictment of Saddam's lies, deception, and obstruction, with large quantities of WMD unaccounted for. Then in December 1998, the US and the UK undertook Desert Fox, a targeted bombing campaign to degrade as much of the Iraqi WMD facility as we could. In 1999, a new inspections team, UNMAVIC this time, was set up. Saddam refused to allow them even to enter Iraq. So there they stayed, in limbo, until after Resolution 1441 last November, they were allowed to return. That is the history. And what is the claim of Saddam today? Why, exactly the same claim as before, that he has no weapons of mass destruction. Indeed, we are asked to believe that after 7 years of obstruction and non-compliance, finally resulting in the inspectors leaving in 1998, 7 years in which he hid his program, built it up, even when the inspectors were there in Iraq, that after they left, he then voluntarily decided to do what he had consistently refused to do under coercion. When the inspectors left in 1998, they left unaccounted for 10,000 litres of anthrax, a far-reaching VX nerve agent program, up to 6,500 chemical munitions, at least 80 tons of mustard gas, possibly more than 10 times that amount, unquantifiable amounts of sarin, botulinum toxin, and a host of other biological poisons, and an entire Scud missile program. We are asked now, seriously, to accept that in the last few years, contrary to all history, contrary to all intelligence, he decided unilaterally to destroy these weapons. I say such a claim is palpably absurd. Yeah. So 1441 is a very clear resolution. It lays down a final opportunity for Saddam to disarm. It rehearses the fact that he has been for years in material breach of 17 UN resolutions. It says, this time, compliance must be full, unconditional, and immediate. The first step, a full and final declaration of all weapons of mass destruction to be given on the 8th of December last year. Now, I won't go through all the events since then, the House is familiar with them. But this much is accepted by all members of the UN Security Council. The 8th of December declaration is false. That in itself, incidentally, is a material breach. Iraq has made some steps in cooperation, but no one disputes that it is not fully cooperating. Iraq continues to deny it has any weapons of mass destruction, though no serious intelligence service anywhere in the world believes them. On the 7th of March, the inspectors published a remarkable document. It's 173 pages long. It details all the unanswered questions about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. It lists 29 different areas where they have been unable to obtain information. For example, on VX it says, documentation available to UNMAVIC suggests that Iraq at least had far-reaching plans to weaponize VX. It says on mustard gas, mustard constitute an important part of Iraq's CW arsenal. 550 mustard-filled shells and up to 450 mustard-filled aerial bombs are unaccounted for. Additional uncertainty is there with respect to over 6,500 aerial bombs, corresponding to approximately 1,000 tons of agent, predominantly mustard agent. And then on biological weapons, it says, based on unaccounted-for growth media, Iraq's potential production of anthrax could have been in the range of 15,000 to 25,000 litres. Based on all the available evidence, the inspectors say the strong presumption is that about 10,000 litres of anthrax was not destroyed. On this basis, I simply say to the House, had we meant what we said in Resolution 1441, the Security Council should have convened there and then and passed a second resolution condemning Iran. What is perfectly clear is that Saddam is playing the same old games in the same old way. Yes, there are minor concessions, but no fundamental change of heart or mind. However, after the 7th of March, the inspectors indicated, they said there was at least some cooperation, and the world rightly hesitated over war. So let me now describe to the House what then took place. We therefore approached a second resolution in this way. We could have, as I say, asked for that second resolution then and there, because it was justified. But instead we laid down an ultimatum calling upon Saddam to come into line with Resolution 1441 or be a material breach. Not an unreasonable proposition, given the history. But still countries hesitated. And they asked this question, well, how do we judge what is full cooperation? So we then worked on a further compromise. We consulted the inspectors. We drew up 5 tests based on the document that they published on the 7th of March. Tests like interviews with 30 scientists outside of Iraq. Tests like the production of the anthrax, or at least the documentation showing what had happened to it. The inspectors added another test, that Saddam should publicly call on Iraqis to cooperate with them. So we constructed this framework. That Saddam should be given a specified time to fulfill all 6 tests to show full cooperation. That if he did so, then the inspectors could set forward a work program which would then extend over a period of time to make sure disarmament happened. But that if he failed to meet those tests to judge compliance, action would follow. So, clear benchmarks plus a clear ultimatum. Again, I defy anyone to describe that as an unreasonable proposition. Last Monday, we were getting very close with it. We very nearly had the majority agreement. I would like to thank, if I might, the President of Chile, particularly, for the constructive way he approached this issue. There were debates, yes, about the length of the ultimatum, but the basic construct was gathering support. And then on Monday night, France said it would veto a second resolution, whatever the circumstances. Then France denounced the 6 tests. Later that day, Iraq rejected them. Still, we continued to negotiate, even at that point. Last Friday, France said they could not accept any resolution with an ultimatum in it. On Monday, we made final efforts to secure agreement. But the fact is that they remain utterly opposed to anything which lays down an ultimatum authorizing action in the event of non-compliance by Saddam.
My right honourable friend. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I took the view that Britain should not engage in military action without a second resolution. But the decision of some members of the Security Council to back away from the commitment they gave in November to enforce 1441 has made me...
We are just receiving information. We interrupt the debate just for a moment to bring you some breaking news, just very, very small details coming out. Reaction from Iraqi President Saddam Hussein to the 48-hour ultimatum posed by the U.S. president for him and his sons to leave Baghdad or face military action. We're getting reaction here from the Reuters news agency. Saddam Hussein rejects Bush exile ultimatum. That, according to Iraqi state television. And we go back now to the House of Commons and the debate. We'll bring you more on this.
Wants Saddam to disarm, but will not countenance any new resolution that authorizes force in the event of non-compliance. That is their position. Just in a moment. No to any ultimatum. No to any resolution that stipulates that failure to comply will lead to military action. So we must demand he disarm, but relinquish any concept of a threat if he doesn't. Mr. Speaker, from December 1998 to December 2002, no UN inspector was allowed to inspect anything in Iraq. For 4 years, not a thing. What changed Saddam's mind? The threat of force. From December to January, then from January through to February, some concessions were made. What changed his mind? The threat of force. And what makes him now issue invitations to the inspectors, discover documents he said he never had, produce evidence of weapons supposed to be non-existent, destroy missiles he said he would keep, the imminence of force. The only persuasive power to which he responds is 250,000 Allied troops on his doorstep. And yet, when that fact is so obvious, we are told that any resolution that then authorizes force in the event of non-compliance will be vetoed. Not just opposed, vetoed and blocked.
Yes, certainly. I thank the Prime Minister for giving way. But if it's the case, as the government continuously makes, that the French position was so uniquely influential, why then did not this government and the United States pursue the second resolution, which apparently, if the government is telling us the true reflection of the Security Council position, would illustrate the French position as isolated?
For the very reason that I have just given. That once a country who is a member of the Permanent Five indicates to those other parts of the Security Council who are not permanent members that whatever the circumstances they will veto, frankly, that is the way to block any progress in the Security Council. And the tragedy of this is, well, with the greatest respect to someone shouting out, well, the troops down there shows that it works. Yes, but it is British and American troops that are down there, not French troops. The tragedy is that the tragedy is that had such a resolution issued, had the United Nations come together in a unified way, and not just British and American troops, but other troops too being down there, then I believe he might have complied. Yet the moment we proposed the benchmarks, canvassed support for an ultimatum, there was an immediate recourse to the language of the veto. The choice wasn't action now or postponement of action. The choice was action or no action at all.
Yeah. Could the Prime Minister explain to the House what he means by an unreasonable veto? And was the 30 occasions which the UK have used the veto and the 75 occasions which the USA have used the veto reasonable or unreasonable?
We can argue, no doubt, about each one of these vetoes over the past and whether they were reasonable or unreasonable. But the question he asks, how do I define an unreasonable veto in these circumstances? I define it like this. In 1441, we said it was his final opportunity and he had to comply. That was agreed by all members of the Security Council. And what is surely unreasonable is for a country to come forward now, at the very point when we might reach agreement, when we are not unreasonably saying, comply with the UN, after these months where there hasn't been full compliance, comply with the UN, based on these 6 tests, all action will follow, for that country to come forward and say they will veto that resolution in all circumstances. That is what I would call unreasonable. And the tragedy, the tragedy is this, that as a result of that, the world has to learn the lesson all over again, that weakness in the face of a tyrant with a threat is the surest way not to peace, but unfortunately to conflict. Looking back over these 12 years, the truth is we've been victims of our own desire to placate the implacable, to persuade towards reason the utterly unreasonable, to hope there was some genuine intent to do good in a regime whose mind is in fact evil. And now the very length of the time counts against us. You've waited 12 years, people say, so why not wait a little longer? And indeed, of course, we have. Because 1441 gave the final opportunity, and as I've just pointed out, the first test was on the 8th of December, but we waited. And then we waited through the inspector's reports. And then we waited as each concession was tossed to us to whet our appetite for hope and further waiting. But still, nobody, not even today on the Security Council, says that Saddam is cooperating fully, unconditionally, or immediately.
The Prime Minister will carry the House with him in describing the evil of Saddam Hussein and the effectiveness of the threat of force. Can he therefore explain why the diplomacy that has not so far succeeded, not through lack of his own efforts, should not be continued, over a little longer period so that there could be agreement between all the permanent members of the UN and the Security Council, and that then, if force had to be taken, it would be done with the authority of the United Nations and not undermining the United Nations.
With respect, of course, we could have had more time if the compromise proposal that we put forward was accepted. And I take it from what he has just said that he would accept that the compromise proposal we put forward was indeed reasonable. We set out the tests. If he meets those tests, we can then extend the work programme of the inspectors. If he doesn't meet those tests, then we take action. And I think that he would also agree with me that unless the threat of action was there, it was unlikely Saddam would meet the tests, and he nods his head. But let me tell him, the problem with the diplomacy was that it came to an end after first the public, repeated then and again in a private conversation, the public position of France, which was to say they would block, by the veto, any resolution that contained an ultimatum. And I simply say to him, we could carry on discussing for a long period of time, but that was not a position they were prepared to change. And I am not prepared to carry on waiting and delaying with our troops down there in circumstances of great difficulty when that country has made it clear that is a fixed position and will not change. And I would have hoped, rather than get up and condemn us for not waiting even longer, he would get up and condemn those who put the veto charge down.
But would my right honourable friend not agree there's a criticism to be made of all the member countries that make up the Security Council of the United Nations, namely that it has taken 12 years to reach this point? Why wasn't action taken earlier? And in fact, the delay and the frustration and the rest of it has surely only encouraged the Iraqi dictator to act as he has done. Surely the time has reached the position now when there would be no justification for further delay.
Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that our fault has not been impatience. The truth is that our patience should have been exhausted weeks and months and even years ago.
The Prime Minister says that the French have changed their position. But surely the French, the Russians and the Chinese always made it clear that they would oppose a second resolution which gave automatic war. Well, they published at a time of 1441. Isn't it the Prime Minister that changed his position? Because a month ago he said the only circumstances he would go to war without a second resolution were if the inspectors concluded there was no more progress, which they haven't, if there was a majority in the Security Council, which there's not, and there was an unreasonable veto from one country. There are 3 countries of permanent members opposed to the Prime Minister's policy. When did he change his position and why?
First of all, he is absolutely wrong on what he says about the position in relation to 1441. It is correct that 1441 did not itself say that there would be a resolution authorising force, but the implication of 1441 and what it stated in terms in the resolution was that if they continued to be a material breach, defined as not cooperating fully, immediately and unconditionally, serious consequences should follow. And all we are asking for in this second resolution is the clear ultimatum that if Saddam carries on not cooperating, then force should be used. And the French position is, I'm afraid, France will vote no, whatever the circumstances. Not my words, those of the French president. And I find it sad that at this point in time, he cannot support us in the position we have set out, which is the only sure way to disarm Saddam.
Wrong again.
And what indeed, Mr. Speaker, would any tyrannical regime possessing weapons of mass destruction, viewing the history of the world's diplomatic dance with Saddam over these 12 years, that our capacity, I'm afraid, to pass firm resolutions has only been matched by our feebleness in implementing them. And that is why this indulgence has to stop, because it is dangerous. It is dangerous if such regimes disbelieve us. Dangerous if they think they can use our weakness, our hesitation, even the natural urges of our democracy towards peace against us. Dangerous because one day they will mistake our innate revulsion against war for permanent incapacity, when in fact, pushed to the limit, we will act. But when we act, after years of pretense, the action will have to be harder, bigger, more total in its impact. Yes, it is true Iraq is not the only country with weapons of mass destruction. But I say to the House, back away from this confrontation now, and future conflicts will be infinitely worse and more devastating in their effects. But of course, in a sense, any fair observer does not really dispute that Iraq is in breach of Resolution 1441, or that it implies action in such circumstances. The real problem is that underneath, people dispute that Iraq is a threat, dispute the link between terrorism and weapons of mass destruction, dispute, in other words, the whole basis of our assertion that the two together constitute a fundamental assault on our way of life. Mr. Speaker, there are glib and sometimes foolish comparisons with the 1930s, and I am not suggesting for a moment that anyone here is an appeaser or does not share our revulsion at the regime of Saddam. But there is one relevant point of analogy. It is that with history, we know what happened. We can look back and say, there's the time, that was the moment, that's when we should have acted. But the point is, it wasn't clear at the time. Not at that moment. In fact, at that time, many people thought such a fear fanciful, worse, put forward in bad faith by warmongers. Just let me read one thing from an editorial in a paper, I'm pleased to say with a different position today, but written in late 1938 after Munich, when by now you would have thought, reading the history books, people would have thought the world was tumultuous in its desire to act. This is what it said. Be glad in your hearts, give thanks to God, people of Britain, your children are safe, your husbands and your sons will not march to war, peace is a victory for all mankind. And now let us go back to our own affairs. We've had enough of these menaces conjured up to confuse us. Now, of course, should Hitler again appear in the same form in a moment, we would know what to do. But the point is that history doesn't declare the future to us plainly. Each time is different, and the present must be judged without the benefit of hindsight. So let me explain to the House why I believe the threat that we face today is so serious and why we must tackle it. The threat today isn't that of the 1930s. It's not big powers going to war with each other. The ravages which fundamentalist ideology inflicted on the 20th century are memories. The Cold War's over. Europe is at peace, if not always diplomatically. But the world is ever more interdependent. Stock markets and economies rise and fall together. Confidence is the key to prosperity, and insecurity spreads like contagion. The key today is stability and order. The threat is chaos and disorder. And there are two begetters of chaos: tyrannical regimes with weapons of mass destruction and extreme terrorist groups who profess a perverted and false view of Islam. And let me tell the House what I know. I know there are some countries or groups within countries that are proliferating and trading in weapons of mass destruction, especially nuclear weapons technology. I know there are companies, individuals, some former scientists on nuclear weapons programs selling their equipment or expertise. I know there are several countries, mostly dictatorships with highly repressive regimes, desperately trying to acquire chemical weapons, biological weapons, or in particular nuclear weapons capability. Some of these countries are now a short time away from having a serviceable nuclear weapon. This activity is not diminishing, it is increasing. And we all know there are terrorist groups now operating in most major countries. Just in the last 2 years, around 20 different nations have suffered serious terrorist outrages. Thousands of people, quite apart from September the 11th, have died in them. And the purpose of that terrorism is not just a violent act. It is in producing terror. It sets out to inflame, to divide, to produce consequences of a calamitous nature. And round the world, it now poisons the chances of political progress. In the Middle East, in Kashmir, in Chechnya, in Africa. The removal of the Taliban, yes, dealt it a blow, but it has not gone away. And these two threats have, of course, different motives and different origins, but they share one basic common view. They detest the freedom, the democracy, and tolerance that are the hallmarks of our way of life. At the moment, I accept fully that the association between the two is loose, but it is hardening. And the possibility of the two coming together, of terrorist groups in possession of weapons of mass destruction, even of a so-called dirty radiological bomb, is now, in my judgment, a real and present danger to this country, to Britain, to our national security.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister acknowledge that there are thousands of scientists and civil servants in this country, hundreds of them my constituents of Porton Down, who have been warning about these threats for some years and are hugely relieved that he and his government are taking this seriously, and they will support him, as will I.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that. Sorry.
Be more calculated to act as a recruiting sergeant for a young generation throughout the Islamic and Arab world than putting 600 cruise missiles, or whatever it is, on Baghdad in Iraq.
Well, let me come to that very point. Sorry, can I deal with this and then... Thank you. Let us recall what was shocking about the 11th of September was not just the slaughter of the innocent people, but the knowledge that had the terrorists been able to, there would not have been 3,000 innocent dead, but 30,000 or 300,000. And the more the suffering, the greater their rejoicing. And I simply say to my honourable friend, America did not attack the Al-Qaeda terrorist group. The Al-Qaeda terrorist group attacked America. They didn't need to be recruited. They were there already. And unless we take action against them, they will grow, and that is why we should act. In a moment. Sorry, can you just give me a moment and then I'll come. Just let me explain the dangers of this. 3 kilograms of VX from a rocket launcher would contaminate a quarter of a square kilometre of the city. Millions of lethal doses are contained in 1 litre of anthrax. 10,000 litres are unaccounted for. The 11th of September changed the psychology of America. That is clear. It should have changed the psychology of the world. Of course, Iraq is not the only part of this threat. I've never said it was. But it is the test of whether we treat this threat seriously. Faced with it, the world should unite. The UN should be the focus both of diplomacy and of action. That is what 1441 said. That was the deal. And I simply say to the House, to break it now, to will the ends but not the means, that would do more damage in the long term to the United Nations than any other single course we could pursue. To fall back into the lassitude of the last 12 years, to talk, to discuss, to debate but never to act, to declare our will but not to enforce it, to continue with strong language and weak intentions. That is the worst course imaginable. And then when the threat returns from Iraq or elsewhere, if we pursue that course, who will then believe us? What price our credibility with the next tyrant? It was interesting today, near to North Korea, that some of the strongest statements of support for Allied forces came from Japan and South Korea.
The Prime Minister is making a very powerful, compelling speech. Could he indicate to us if there's been any identification of the countries which have supplied these terrible biological materials, like anthrax and toxins, to Iraq? Shouldn't these countries be identified, named by him and condemned?
Much of the production, of course, is in Iraq itself. Yes, my honourable friend.
My right honourable friend. Just a moment ago, my right honourable friend said that the association between Iraq and terrorists is loose, and yet last night President Bush told the American people that Iraq has aided, trained and harboured terrorists, including operatives of Al-Qaeda. Was President Bush accurate in what he told the American people?
First of all, can I apologise to the honourable gentleman? He was making a point in my favour and I failed to spot it. So, Secondly, to say to my honourable friend, yes, I do support what the President said, and don't be in any doubt at all. Iraq has been supporting terrorist groups. Iraq, for example, is offering money to the families of suicide bombers whose purpose is to wreck any chance of progress in the Middle East. And I do believe, though I said they were loose, they are hardening, and I believe that. And I believe that the two threats coming together are the dangers that we face in our world. I say, however, Mr. Speaker, this also. There will be, in any event, no sound future for the United Nations, no guarantee against the repetition of these events, unless we recognise the urgent need for a political agenda we can unite upon. What we have witnessed is indeed the consequence of Europe and the United States dividing from each other. Not all of Europe. Spain, Italy, Holland, Denmark, Portugal have all strongly supported us. And not a majority of Europe, if we include, as we should, Europe's new members, who will accede to Europe next year, all 10 of whom have been in strong support of the position of this government. But the paralysis of the UN has been born out of the division there is. And I want to deal with that in just this way. At the heart of that division is the concept of a world in which there are rival poles of power. The US and its allies in one corner, France, Germany, Russia and its allies in the other. I do not believe that all of these nations intend such an outcome, but that is what now faces us. I believe such a vision to be misguided and profoundly dangerous for our world. I know why it arises. There is resentment of US predominance. There is fear of US unilateralism. People ask, do the US listen to us and our preoccupations? And there is perhaps a lack of full understanding of US preoccupations after the 11th of September. I know all of this, but the way to deal with it is not rivalry, but partnership. Partners are not servants, but neither are they rivals. And I say this, Mr. Speaker, what Europe should have said last September to the United States is this. With one voice it should have said, we understand your strategic anxiety over terrorism and weapons of mass destruction, and we will help you meet it. We will mean what we say in any UN resolution we pass, and we will back it with action if Saddam fails to disarm voluntarily. But in return, Europe should have said, we ask two things of you. That the US should indeed choose the UN path, and that it should recognise the fundamental overriding importance of restarting the Middle East peace process, which we hold you to. That would have been the right and responsible way for Europe and America to treat each other as partners. And it is a tragedy that it has not happened. I do not believe there is any other issue with the same power to reunite the world community than progress on the issues of Israel and Palestine. Of course, there is cynicism about recent announcements, but the United States is now committed, and I believe genuinely, to the roadmap for peace designed in consultation with the UN. It will now be presented to the parties as Abu Mazen is confirmed in office, hopefully today as Palestinian Prime Minister. And all of us are now signed up to this vision, a state of Israel recognized and accepted by all the world, and a viable Palestinian state. That is what this country should strive for, and we will. And that should be part of a larger global agenda on poverty and sustainable development, on democracy and human rights, on the good governance of nations. Just in one moment. That is why what happens after any conflict in Iraq is of such critical significance. And here again is a chance to unify around the United Nations. There should be a new United Nations resolution following any conflict, providing not just for humanitarian help, but also for the administration and governance of Iraq. That must now be done under proper UN authorization.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and can I endorse very strongly what he said about the need for the roadmap and progress in the Middle East. But there is a problem, isn't there, that there is a perception that this is a bilateral exercise that we are engaged in with just the United States. Could he respond to my constituents and others who believe that and point out how strong the support is for action at this moment to rid the Iraqi people of the oppressive Saddam regime?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will certainly do so. And indeed, the UN resolution that should provide for the proper governance of Iraq, it should also protect totally the territorial integrity of Iraq. And this point, I believe, is important also, that the oil revenues, which people falsely claim we want to seize, be put in a trust fund for the Iraqi people, administered through the United Nations. And let the future government of Iraq be given the chance to begin the process of uniting the nation's disparate groups on a democratic basis. If he allows me for a moment, I will come back to him. On a democratic basis, respecting human rights, as indeed the fledgling democracy in northern Iraq, protected from Saddam for 12 years by British and American pilots in the no-fly zone, has done so remarkably. And the moment that a new government is in place, committed to disarming Iraq of weapons of mass destruction, that is the point in time when sanctions should be lifted and can be lifted in their entirety for the people of Iraq.
Thank the Prime Minister for giving way. Could he tell the House what guarantees he's had from the Turkish government and the Turkish military that they will not use the opportunity of a war in the south to invade the northern part of Iraq and destroy the Kurdish autonomous region and the demand of Kurdish
Jeremy
people
Corbyn,
for their own
Labour.
Self-determination? There is a very serious fear that the Turkish army have always wanted to destroy any vestige of Kurdish autonomy.
I say to my honourable friend that Turkey has given that commitment. I've spoken to the Turkish government, the President of the United States has, and many others too. But I have to say to him, from the conversations I have had with people in that Kurdish autonomous zone, what they really fear, above all else, is the prospect of Saddam remaining in power, emboldened because we have failed to remove him. Mr. Speaker, I've never put the justification for action as regime change. We have to act within the terms set out in Resolution 1441. That is our legal base. But it is the reason why I say frankly that if we do act, we should do so with a clear conscience and a strong heart. I accept fully that those opposed to this course of action share my detestation of Saddam. Who could not? Iraq is a potentially wealthy country that in 1979, the year before Saddam came to power, was richer than Portugal or Malaysia. Today it is impoverished, 60% of its population dependent on food aid, thousands of children dying needlessly every year from lack of food and medicine, 4 million people out of a population of just over 20 million living in exile. The brutality of the repression, the death and torture camps, the barbaric prisons for political opponents, the routine beatings for anyone or their families suspected of disloyalty. All of that is well documented. Just last week, someone slandering Saddam, tied to a post in a street in Baghdad, their tongue cut out, mutilated, and left to bleed to death as a warning to others. I recall a few weeks ago talking to an Iraqi exile and saying to her that I understood how grim it must be under the lash of Saddam. But you don't, she replied. You cannot. You do not know what it is to live in perpetual fear. And she is right. We take our freedom for granted. But imagine not to be able to speak or discuss or debate or even question the society you live in. To see friends and family taken away and never daring to complain. To suffer the humility of failing courage in the face of pitiless terror. That is how the Iraqi people live. Leave Saddam in place, and the blunt truth is that is how they will continue to be forced to live. We must face the consequences of the actions we advocate. For those of us who support the course I'm advocating, that means all the dangers of war. But for others opposed to this course, it means, let us be clear, that the Iraqi people, whose only true hope lies in the removal of Saddam, for them, the darkness will simply close back over. They will be left under his rule without any possibility of liberation. Not from us, not from anyone. Just in a moment. And if this House now demands, and this is the choice before us, if this House now demands that at this moment, faced with this threat from this regime, that British troops are pulled back, that we turn away at the point of reckoning, and this is what it means, What then? What will Saddam feel? Strengthened beyond measure. What will the other states who tyrannize their people, the terrorists who threaten our existence, what will they take from that? That the will confronting them is decaying and feeble. Who will celebrate and who will weep if we take our troops back from the Gulf now? And if our plea is for America to work with others, to be as good as well as powerful allies, will our retreat... Sorry. Come on. Sorry. If our plea is for America to work with others, to be good as well as powerful allies, will our retreat make them multilateralists? Or will it rather not be the biggest impulse to unilateralism that we could possibly imagine? And what of the United Nations then? And the future of Iraq? And the Middle East peace process, devoid of our influence, stripped of our insistence? The House wanted this discussion before conflict. That was a legitimate demand. It has it. And these are the choices. And in this dilemma, no choice is perfect. No choice is ideal. But on this decision hangs the fate of many things, of whether we summon the strength to recognize the global challenge of the 21st century and meet it, of the Iraqi people groaning under years of dictatorship, of our armed forces, brave men and women of whom we can feel proud, whose morale is high and whose purpose is clear, of the institutions and alliances that will shape our world for years to come. To retreat now, I believe, would put at hazard all that we hold dearest. Turn the United Nations back into a talking shop, stifle the first steps of progress in the Middle East, leave the Iraqi people to the mercy of events on which we would have relinquished all power to influence for the better. Tell our allies that at the very moment of action, at the very moment when they need our determination, that Britain faltered. I will not be party to such a course. This is not the time to falter. This is the time for this House, not just this government or indeed this Prime Minister, but for this House to give a lead. To show that we will stand up for what we know to be right. To show that we will confront the tyrannies and dictatorships and terrorists who put our way of life at risk. To show at the moment of decision that we have the courage to do the right thing. I beg to move the motion.
Order. The question is, as on the order paper, Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the whole country recognise quite rightly that we are soon likely to be at war. It's a solemn moment in the life of our nation, and our first thoughts and prayers today must be with our troops and their families as they prepare for action. And we recognise on this side of the House the heavy responsibility that the Prime Minister has to bear and that the government also with him must bear. And I remind the House that the Prime Minister's decision comes at the end of 12 years of too often indecision by the international community. I want to make it clear from the outset that the official opposition tonight will vote in the same lobby as the government. In saying this, I recognise that there are in all parts of the House, Mr. Speaker, honestly felt and genuinely carried differences of view about further military action in Iraq. I respect these unreservedly wherever they are held, and I recognise that they reflect strong differences of view felt throughout the country as well. But given these differences and the difficulties that they posed for the government in general, and clearly for the Prime Minister in particular, the official opposition could, and I want to say this to the House quite frankly, the official opposition could somehow have sought to manoeuvre itself into the no lobby tonight. After all, we've argued consistently that ministers have failed to convince the public of their case and sought to hold the government to account within the House for its mistakes, and in particular pointed out failures where they were, particularly with regards to humanitarian consequences of the war. But I believe when the government does the right thing by the British people, It deserves the support of the House and particularly of the main opposition. And I also have to say that there really are issues that have to be taken head-on today. The fact that this would become some recruiting sergeant for others to come to the colours anti any nation in the West, I'm afraid, is nonsense. The biggest recruiting sergeant of all has been the indecision and the failure to take action to show that that resolve would matter. And I say that I believe, quite rightly, that there are well-held views here that I have respect for. But as I say, we could have sought a way to do something that would have damaged the government. I understand that the Liberal Democrats will do just that tonight. And they are, of course, entitled to their view. I would simply say this to them. One can argue that further military action by our armed forces would be illegal, or one can argue that further military action by our armed forces should be supported. But one cannot surely argue, as a political party, both at once, that military action is both illegal but nonetheless should somehow be supported. Yet this, we gather, is what the Liberal Democrats plan to put as their main case tonight. Mr. Speaker, what is clear today in this debate is that you cannot have it both ways. You have to make a decision and lead. So I will turn now, Mr. Speaker, to the reasons why we are voting tonight in support. Not because we endorse every detail of the Prime Minister's handling, not certainly because we are eager for conflict, but as the House knows, I have served in the armed forces myself and I have some knowledge of the horror of the aftermath of conflict. And not just because we want to show our support for our troops, though, as the Prime Minister says, I believe firmly that they are entitled to our full support today. Mr. Speaker, Saddam Hussein is a tyrant who tortures and murders his own people. He poses a threat to the safety and stability of the Middle East, and he is in complete breach of his obligations to the United Nations as well as the international community. But the main reason we will be voting tonight is that this is in the British national interest. Saddam Hussein has the means, the mentality and the motive to pose a direct threat to our national security. And that is why we will be voting tonight to do the right thing by our troops and by those of the British people. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm interested in what the right honourable gentleman is saying, as I was listening to the Prime Minister. But is he aware of the fact that between 1986 and 1991, there were 12 early day motions put down in this House? About 60 members of Parliament, all Labour.
That's Bob Waring, a Labour MP from Liverpool,
condemning what happened at Al-Abja, and not even the Prime Minister. Only 2 members of the present cabinet signed any one of those, and now they are most strident. I think that...
it's a speech the honourable gentleman's making. Ian Duncan Smith.
I think the honourable gentleman makes a powerful case for supporting the government motion tonight, and I expect he will be in the lobbies in support. The Prime Minister pointed out, quite rightly, that over 12 years he has lied to the UN. And even now we do not know the full extent of his arsenal or of his facilities to develop those weapons. Saddam Hussein has the means. It should be evident to everyone, as has already been said, that he remains in breach of the obligations under 1441. And he has no intention, absolutely none whatsoever, of relinquishing his weapons that he has developed. The remaining Al-Samud 2 missiles, the Scud-B warheads, the R-400 bombs, the tons of VX, anthrax, sarin, soman, botulinum, toxin, mustard gas, and other deadly weapons and viruses and agents identified by Hans Blix in his report, and which I recommend every member of this House reads before passing judgment. Not only has he the means, Mr. Speaker, but he has clearly the mentality. His main victims to date have been his own people. The tale of his rule of lawlessness is a litany of horror. Dissident women are raped, children tortured, prisoners trapped in steel boxes until they confess or die. Chemical weapons, as we've heard, have been used against the Kurds, and Shia villages razed to the ground. When he came to power, as the Prime Minister said, it was a wealthy country, and today it is impoverished. But if that was not enough, Mr. Speaker, this is also the man that has waged war against Iran, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. And here in Britain, where we are at liberty to protest against any military action, it is worth recalling, as the Prime Minister said, that sort of liberty does not exist for those who at present live in Iraq and whose tongues are ripped out if they dare question him. Mr. Speaker, when I had the privilege of visiting our troops in Kuwait, I also had the opportunity, whilst there, to talk to the families of 600 Kuwaiti prisoners of war who are still missing, taken by Saddam Hussein and not returned at the time of the last Gulf War. I recall quite clearly one old man whose last sight of his son was when he was taken away by the Iraqi soldiers and has never been returned. Not only has he not been returned to them, but these 600, no documentary evidence given of their existence, the prisons are not allowed to be inspected, and no time at any time has Saddam Hussein agreed to independent inspectors to tell those families what happened to them. Now, some may say 600 does not matter in the great scheme of things. But if that is a percentage of that population, it would be the equivalent, Mr. Speaker, of 60,000 British people missing. How many people in this House would not consider that a matter of massive importance and a sign of the distinct distastefulness of that regime? The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that is a huge and powerful argument to act. He is in breach not just on his weapons, but also in personal terms for those who live and had to suffer under his regime. And meeting the dissidents as well, Mr. Speaker, is well worth doing, and I advise all members of this House to do it. Their tales about what has happened to their families are harrowing. In one case, one man told me the last he saw of his brother was 18 years ago when he was taken away for a minor traffic offence and has never been seen again. No one will shed a tear over this man's departure, I promise you. So he has the means and he has the mentality. He also has the motive, Mr. Speaker. We in Britain helped expel Saddam Hussein from Kuwait. For over 10 years, British forces have been enforcing the no-fly zones. We are a crucial part of the coalition which seeks to force UN resolutions upon his regime. And so the threat that his arsenal poses to British citizens, I believe, at home and abroad, is not one that can simply be contained. Whether in the hands of his regime or in the hands of terrorists that he seeks to give it to, they pose a clear danger to British citizens. And I have to say to those who would doubt that, even the other day he said that he intended to strike at anybody and anywhere by land, by sea or by sky. I must say, Mr. Speaker, those who believe otherwise are living in cloud cuckoo land. The reality for them and for others is that Britain is as much a prime target and our citizens are a prime target as anybody else living today in this world. His last hope, Mr. Speaker, lies in his ability, as the Prime Minister said, to string along the international community as long as possible. And when people say that another month and a half, just a small delay, would be all right, what they should recognize is that in another month and a half, any military act becomes nigh on impossible. It's not a month and a half's delay, but it's a delay clear through to the autumn. And in the meantime, his prevarications and his games will split the international community and wreck the UN. The blame, Mr. Speaker, for further military action lies squarely in the hands of Saddam Hussein. It is his regime and his regime only which has made further military action necessary, and he has the power even now to make sure military action does not take place. But it would be wrong if we did not acknowledge the consequences of that military action. And I am sad to say that yet again the Iraqi people may have to suffer further. But I hope and believe, and the decision the Prime Minister has to take, that Iraqi suffering will be short-lived and the ultimate end will be peace and security in that country. This is why, Mr. Speaker, we in these benches have consistently urged the government to set out to this House their plans for humanitarian assistance. Our view of the lack of preparedness was endorsed by the International Development Select Committee. It warned last week, and I quote, there is concern about the lack of leadership in coordinating the planning and preparation of the humanitarian response to possible military action. It also recommended that DFID immediately issued a statement outlining its basic humanitarian contingency plans. We welcome the written statement made last week by the International Development Secretary, but it did not explain what is being done to improve coordination between the Ministry of Defence and DFID. It did not establish whether or not DFID will establish a mechanism to coordinate the UK humanitarian response. It did not set out what will replace the Oil for Food programme, which feeds up to 60% of the Iraqi population. And it did not spell out what plans DFID has if Saddam Hussein unleashes any of his arsenal of chemical and biological weapons on his own people. And finally, nor did it contain details of how to cope with the flight of refugees. Mr. Speaker, these are pressing questions, as it is estimated that up to 1 million people may seek refuge on the borders, and they need to be answered. Indeed.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. If these preparations are so badly ill-advanced, why is the Right Honourable Gentleman so keen on going into war?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman betrays a certain amount of ignorance. The reality is that we need to deal with Saddam Hussein regardless of what those arrangements are. What we have urged, and quite rightly so, and the government will take on, is that these arrangements must be made, that there must be a way of dealing with these emergency requirements, and I believe and hope that that will take place now. And I hope that the Minister, when he gets up to answer this evening, will lay out exactly how those will be dealt with in the course of events. We note today, I'll give way in a second, we note today the renewed commitment of the Secretary of State to her position, but we would remind her of its current significance to the Iraqi people and its immense significance that her recent detachment and indecision have done to them and this House a disservice. We also accept that the prospect of further military action against Iraq is causing widespread anxiety, Mr. Speaker, amongst Muslims throughout the Islamic world, and also clearly in Britain. It is vital to recall that the majority of Saddam Hussein's victims have been Muslims. Their number stretches to an appalling figure of over 1 million. 2 Muslim countries, as I've said already, Iran and Kuwait, have been invaded, and Muslim countries that border Kuwait, Iraq, would not mourn his passing at all. Indeed.
If the Honourable Gentleman is so concerned about sentiments in the Muslim world, would he be in favour of enforcing the outstanding resolutions on Kashmir?
Yeah.
Decisions taken about Kashmir have very little to do with what is happening here. The reality for us is that we want UN resolutions enforced. We want all of them enforced, but these are particular and peculiar. They deal with the United Nations resolution under Chapter 7 that show that Iraq is a direct threat to the United Nations and all that inhabit the countries around him. And that is the point. And it is intriguing, Mr. Speaker, that the Honourable Gentleman and others will hang on to those other resolutions as though that justifies no action here. Acting here is right, and we should deal with it in accordance with its rightness right now. We recognise the acute sense. I'll give way.
Please. Would the Right Honourable Gentleman take this opportunity to apologise from the Muslim world for supporting Saddam Hussein when he used chemical weapons against his people and killed 1 million Muslims?
Mr. Speaker, I have not supported ever Saddam Hussein at any time when he has used any particular weapon, and particularly not chemical weapons. What happened in Halabja was an outrage, Mr. Speaker, and should be condemned by everybody regardless of what their view. We remain committed, Mr. Speaker, to the right of Israel to exist behind secure and legally accepted borders, as the Prime Minister said, with binding guarantees of peace from its Arab neighbours. But we are equally, in all sides of this House, I believe, committed to the cessation of settlement activity and the establishment of a Palestinian state on the West Bank. We are firmly of the view that Israel must withdraw from the occupied territories and believe that now is the time for the government fully to embrace the process as the Prime Minister laid out. There are welcome indications, Mr. Speaker, that the roadmap will soon be published, paving the way for a full and comprehensive settlement. And we realise that the Muslim world is looking to the implementation of that roadmap as a way that is coherent and consistent. It is imperative to all those committed to that roadmap now to prove their commitment to it during the coming months ahead, and I am assured that the Prime Minister will do just that. Mr. Speaker, the House knows that I have long held that Saddam Hussein is a threat to our national interest, and that as had decisive action been taken earlier, we would not now stand on the verge of war. But all that, Mr. Speaker, lies in the past, for we are entering the final phase in relation to Iraq of a 12-year history. 17 resolutions passed since then have put Saddam Hussein under 27 separate obligations, and Resolution 1441 gave him a final opportunity to meet those obligations or face the serious
CNN. This is CNN.
Trying to secure a strategic port, firepower from a Harrier jet helps U.S. Marines face down Iraqi forces at Qasr, but isolated resistance continues. I'm Jim Clancy in Kuwait. CNN's Relitza Vasilova is at CNN Center. Welcome to our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. U.S. forces say the Iraqi military is using civilians as human shields. Coalition troops apparently called off airstrikes after observing Iraqi military herding women and children into military positions in south-central Iraq. Let's check some of the other developments now. Arab media are reporting that a coalition plane has gone down in Baghdad, but coalition officials deny that any planes or pilots have been lost over the capital. Iraqi troops were shown on television firing into overgrown areas along the banks of the Tigris River. New fighting broke out between coalition and Iraqi forces at Qasr, an important port in the south. The development came after a strike from a coalition jet ended an earlier standoff. The Allied forces say a Republican Guard commander surrendered in the area. Meantime, in central Iraq, the 3rd Squadron of the U.S. 7th Cavalry encountered Iraqi resistance. U.S. troops captured 3 prisoners following the firefight. U.S. troops say they're still ahead of schedule in their move toward the city of Baghdad. The U.S. is denying Iraq has captured any American prisoners of war. During a news conference, Iraq's vice president had said proof of prisoners would soon be seen.
ساعات ستجدون
In a few hours'
الأسرى الذين
time,
تحرشوا بسوق الشيوخ الأسرى الأمريكان
you
ستطلعون عليهم في التلفزيون العراقي.
see the American captives on Iraqi television, those who
وستشاهدون الأفلام الدبابات والناخرات المحروقة على حدود سوق الشيوخ وهي قضاء صغير.
to invade Souk Shuyukh, and you will see their band armor
وهذا هو المكان
and
اللي
vehicles.
يقول عنه وصلوا 100.
British military officials say they have no reason to believe a missing Royal Air Force craft may have been shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile battery. The U.S. Defense Department has issued a similar statement. One American soldier was killed, 12 others wounded in a grenade attack on their army encampment in northern Kuwait, a suspect now in detention. He is a fellow U.S. soldier. And many thousands of people are taking to the streets and cities around the world. They're demanding an immediate end to the war in Iraq. Despite the large turnouts, the protests have mostly been peaceful. Let's turn our attention now to northern Iraq and southern Turkey. There had been concern over the last 24 hours that Turkey was putting more forces into Iraq. We have Frederica Whitfield now in Salopi. Frederica.
Hello there, Jim. Well, still conflicting reports as to whether the Turkish military troops have actually crossed the border. Still, U.S. Special Forces are reporting that they, along with working with Kurdish forces inside Iraq, have seen small pockets of Turkish forces crossing the border. But the Turkish military maintains that they are only positioning their troops and heavy armor along the border on the Turkish side, anticipating a refugee crisis. The military officials are saying they are planning for upwards of 5,000 Turkish troops to be on the border, on the Turkish side, just in case the refugee crisis does in fact escalate. And we talked to a spokesperson for the UNHCR, the UN High Commissioners for Refugees, which is the humanitarian wing of the UN, and they are posted here in Silopi, Turkey, and they are maintaining through their initial monitoring of the border that it doesn't appear as though there is a refugee crisis by their estimation. They are saying that a number of people who seem to have been leaving the Northern Territory heading toward the Turkish border now appear to be heading back to their respective homes. But of course, the UN no longer has any representation in Iraq because of that evacuation taking place just before the bombardment of Baghdad, or rather southern Iraq, began on the 20th of this month. They say they're unable to really see what is taking place in the Northern Territory. Meantime, American officials are still a bit worried, to say the very least, as to whether those Turkish forces will ever cross the border if they haven't already. Even though Turkish forces say they want to keep an eye on their national interests, they are concerned that Kurdistan may move toward some sort of independence and become a state. Now, continuing to sour the mood between the American and Turkish relations is now the issue of airspace. It is starting to look more and more like the American forces will not be taking advantage of Turkish airspace that has been left open to them. Already there are signs, in fact, that the U.S. military is changing their northern front plans as they had originally planned. Already some of the cargo ships that were in the Mediterranean carrying heavy artillery for the Army's 4th Infantry Division has begun to move away from the Turkish coast and heading out toward the Suez Canal and the Persian Gulf. In addition to that, now of the remodifying of those plans, now there are also reports that the Turkish government is now putting a hold on any sort of northern no-fly zone area surveillances involving U.S. warplanes coming out of Incirlik. No longer are those planes allowed to fly out of Incirlik, something they have been doing for the past 12 years now, and that is according to military forces through the Turkish government. Jim?
All right, Frederica Whitfield there reporting to us from Silopi. Coalition troops say they are in control of the southern port city of Qasr. Still, they are continuing to meet with isolated resistance there. U.S. and British forces spending several hours in an exchange of fire with an unknown number of Iraqi soldiers earlier on Sunday. David Bowden was at the scene of that battle. Here's how it looked.
We're assessing the situation here. There are people running up and down with messages. They've got binoculars on the area, but this situation has not come to a halt yet. This is ongoing. It is not yet declared safe. I tell you, I overheard, as you can probably hear, that those shadowy figures, they've got eyes on them, as they say here now. Mike, you feel you're safe enough there? Mike Donnelly, my cameraman, do you feel you're safe enough where you are? He says so. You probably saw that, Simon. It's a difficult call. We're trying to cover the war here, but at the same time, as I say, this is not a soap opera. It's not being done for television. It's being done to carry out the mission here. We're simply bystanders. We're tagging along. It is not easy to operate in these conditions when there is nobody firing at you. It is more difficult, of course. Adrenaline will be pumping. There is a life-threatening situation here. So it's very, very difficult to operate in these conditions, certainly for the soldiers. Marginally less so for us, obviously, because we're just a few yards back from what is de facto the front line. But it's very hot, very difficult, very dusty, and the sand, as you know, and dust gets into everything. I just ask you what's happening?
Roger, right now we just got a confirmation that we've got some pop shots. I guess somebody's trying to return fire with the tanks onto the tanks. Over. I believe the first tank is about to take a shot right now. There we go. Apparently there's somebody back there apparently that wants to keep going.
Word has just gone down the line here to keep your heads down. Shots are coming out of the building still. But obviously the U.S. Marines are not satisfied that that building is safe, so they are still pounding it, and I suspect They will take it down brick by brick if necessary.
Coalition warplanes staging thousands of sorties in the past few days against President Saddam Hussein's government and lending vital support to their own troops on the ground. Gary Stryker is embedded with troops on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt in the eastern Mediterranean. He has this report.
For 2 days, the U.S. aircraft carrier Theodore Roosevelt has launched warplanes on night attack missions into central Iraq. Another carrier nearby, the USS Harry S. Truman, has also been launching strikes during the day. That means carriers in the Mediterranean are sending strike fighters into Iraq around the clock, day and night. Embedded journalists on board the Roosevelt are allowed to observe pre-strike briefings, but are not permitted to report details from the briefings until the missions are completed and the aircraft return to the carrier. Pilots returning from the first strike mission on Saturday said they destroyed a presidential palace complex west of Baghdad and a radio broadcast.
All right, we're going to interrupt Gary Stryker's report here to take you back to South Central Iraq and CNN's Walter Rogers, who is with the U.S. military, the 3rd, 7th Cavalry. And Walter, give us an update.
Jim, we just took a fairly substantial artillery barrage the Iraqis fired on the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. At least half a dozen artillery shells fell within 75 or 100 meters of where I was sitting, less than a full football field, and there were enormous explosions, clouds of black dust. The U.S. Army was almost in a stand-down waiting position. Most of the soldiers were outside their armored vehicles and their tanks, and suddenly the shells fell quite unexpectedly. Within a matter of less than 10 seconds, everyone was diving inside the armored vehicles and or taking cover anywhere they could. And in less than 30 seconds, the entire unit was dispersed. There was a reasonably large concentration of the 7th Cavalry's armored vehicles. The shells did not disable any of the vehicles, although they appeared to fall very close to the vehicles. They were certainly close to where I was. Again, we don't know if there were any injuries, but all of the vehicles have moved out. At first, the 7th Cav formed defensive positions, and now most of them are dispersing almost totally. But it shows that the Iraqi battalion up the road, led by the Fedayeen, the elite Republican Guard, is putting up a bigger fight than anyone anticipated. It was thought that most of the fight had gone out of them, but they fired very accurately on some U.S. Army positions. Jim?
Walter, you had reported earlier that forward observers had seen the Fedayeen, those Republican guards, using women and children as human shields. Is there any more on that story?
Only that it has been confirmed by forward combat observers that, in point of fact, the Fedayeen had ordered men and women, and forward Army observers, watch this, men and women were ordered into the positions that the Army had occupied. The Iraqi Army had occupied. And as they were going into those positions, they were seen, the Army was calling in an airstrike, close air cover, and they were scrubbed at the last minute. However, another building was hit. I don't know how long we can stay in this position, because it appears that most of the units have pulled back, and we're out here pretty much alone. Jim?
Walter Rogers, I'm going to let you go. I want you to rejoin your unit there, and keep us informed of what's happening when you get to a location where people seem to be reorganizing. CNN's Walter Rogers reporting there from South Central Iraq. We'll hear more from him later, get an update on that situation. He was just recounting how some artillery rounds, a half dozen of them or so, came screaming in on one of their positions, the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry there, dispersing very quickly, getting out of the way, no casualties reported. Let's bring in now military analyst General Dan Chrisman, get a little bit more perspective about some of the major developments in the status of military operations. General Chrisman, thanks for being with us. We're listening there to what's going on. Is that unexpected? I mean, people are saying perhaps they were expecting that there wasn't going to be any fight left in the Iraqi military.
Jim, I think all the analysts that had been looking at the Iraqi military now for months had completely anticipated that as the coalition forces moved further north, certainly north beyond Basra, north beyond al-Nasiriyah, that they would encounter fairly soon, especially in that zone south of Baghdad, where evidently the 3rd Division is now located. They would encounter the 3 or 4 or 5 Republican Guard divisions that Saddam has moved in and around the city. The Guard divisions themselves are outside Baghdad. His Special Guard units are in the city, but everybody anticipated that these units, the best equipped and best trained, T-72 tanks, the most modern, which they do have, although old, from the Soviet inventory, are with those divisions. So this is not anticipated, it's not unanticipated, but it was something which I think the coalition had been prepared for, and this will be a decisive series of engagements as we now go forward.
All right, well, I'm wondering about, you talk about, when we just heard it from Walter Rogers there, how the Iraqi artillery came in on their position or very close to their positions. And I'm wondering, what is the range of the Iraqi artillery? Why wouldn't that artillery have been seen perhaps by some of those those Kiowa helicopters?
Well, I'm sure it has been seen, Jim. First of all, the Iraqi artillery actually is reasonably long range, 25 to 30 kilometers. What the coalition found earlier and what the U.S., UK, French forces found in '91 is that while the Iraqi artillery was long range, it wasn't terribly well coordinated. The key for artillery is not just the range of the tube, but the linkage between forward observers, fire direction center, and of course the firing battery itself. And that's where they have been lacking, at least historically, military expertise. But they can still be damaging. When you're at the receiving end of this, though, Jim, it's difficult to tell whether it's artillery or mortar or some smaller caliber. The larger tubes can be seen, but Jim may well be under fire from some smaller pieces of equipment, especially the smaller mortars, that are very difficult to pick up from the air.
Okay. In looking at over the battlefield situation as you see it right now, some stubborn resistance in some spots, Allied forces still very much, though, on the move. Would you say that this operation is proceeding apace? That is, yes, there are some delays, but there is progress being made. And could it be being made in other areas that we're not hearing about?
Jim, an excellent point. Let me try to put this in just a little bit bigger perspective. I think what's peripheral to all of this, frankly, is the pocket of resistance in places like Qasr. That is anticipated in any operation like this. When you have large divisions surrendering, you'll find these pockets of resistance that will inevitably arise. The real issues, though, it seems to me, are the ones that you're focusing on right now, and that's where Walter is located. The question of civilians being used as shields. That can be an impediment. To answer your question directly, my sense is that the pace of advance from Kuwait north is probably about what the coalition anticipated, but we're also not seeing some other very, very important developments, I suspect, and that is, first, what's happening in the north. We've seen very, very little information there. The Pentagon briefing yesterday suggested that this was an area of extreme concern with the desire of moving some special ops personnel into the north in the vicinity of Kirkuk and Mosul for the obvious reasons, this force to interpose between the Kurds and the Turks. We also heard this morning, apparently, that in that region west of Iraq, that the H-2 field has apparently not been secure, but the H-3 field still is. I suspect that we may well see some coalition movement from Kuwait to stage in that area and then move further north and east to get coalition forces north. We haven't seen much on that, but I suspect that's a very, very important element of follow-on military operations, Jim.
All right, General Dan Chrisman there with a little bit of a bigger picture for us to sort out and understand what's taking place today. We've got to take a short break here. We'll be back. We'll have more developments for you as they come in. Stay with us.
When you work in combat zones and report from front lines.
Hussein surrender power and leave Iraq.
It takes experience to get the story and to get it right.
With his top military commanders.
CNN has more journalists with more experience, bringing you fast, balanced and accurate information that's important to you.
Snipers lined against the highway.
They have reorganized their anti-terrorist cell.
Running Iraq in the absence of Saddam.
Be the first to know. Stay with CNN.
If you want to know the score, get the latest news on your TV, PC, or mobile. CNN. Be the first to know.
For the headlines from the front lines, stay with CNN.
I really feel that Mr. Hussein, Mr. Saddam, needs to be taught a lesson. He can't go on threatening people all the time, and it might not be for our lifetime, but what about our children's lifetime?
I think it's unjustified because Iraq isn't do anything wrong. Maybe it's a few, but it's not all, and it's not reasonable to attack Iraq.
I want to be peace. Yeah. Peace is very important.
Views don't necessarily reflect those of CNN, but are opinions expressed by those who choose to participate in this open forum.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. We want to go over some of the latest developments now. The U.S. 7th Cavalry, some elements of it just a few minutes ago, took in about 6 artillery rounds, what they believe were artillery rounds, in south-central Iraq. That sent the units that were associated with CNN's Walter Rogers scrambling to disperse. Walter Rogers reports it's not yet clear whether there are any casualties. Increasing Iraqi resistance is slowing the coalition's march toward Baghdad somewhat. And in south-central Iraq, U.S. and military officials say Iraqi soldiers, seen herding women and children into military positions, presumably, or they believe, to use them as human shields. Coalition officials say airstrikes on the position were subsequently aborted. Arab television report that Iraqi soldiers in Baghdad are searching along the Tigris River for coalition pilots said to have ejected over the city. U.S. and British military officials, though, deny the reports, and they say all air crews are accounted for.
All of our aircraft and personnel are accounted for. We saw some spurious reporting earlier this afternoon that there may be a parachute and some other really spurious, as I said, details, but there's nothing to indicate we have an aircraft missing. Fog of war, confusion of combat, it's unknown what's causing this, but we don't have any reason to think there's actually an aircraft down and a pilot missing or captured.
Air raid sirens sounded again in the Iraqi capital during the latest round of bombing. Iraqi officials said Sunday more than 70 civilians have been killed, another 500 wounded as a result of coalition bombing all across the country. Aid workers inside Iraq are also pointing out that water and electricity have been cut off for much of southern Iraq due to the U.S. offensive. Iraq's Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan telling a news conference on Sunday, Iraq is holding U.S. prisoners of war. U.S. military officials deny that claim, saying no U.S. troops have been captured. Ramadan promised Iraq would show the prisoners on television soon. Coalition forces are making steady progress through central Iraq in their move toward Baghdad. The squadron commander of the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, says his unit remains ahead of schedule on its approach to the capital city. That in despite of becoming engaged in fighting with a battalion-sized force of Iraqi soldiers on Sunday. Fighting also breaking out in the southern Iraqi city of Qasr. U.S. and British troops spent several hours exchanging fire with a pocket of Iraqi forces. That skirmish ending with coalition soldiers calling in an airstrike. CNN's Bob Franken is at an air base near the Iraqi border. He joins us now live by video phone for the latest from there. Bob.
Well, the latest from this base, which is a major launching point for U.S. aircraft and also their squadrons here from the Royal Air Force. In any case, first the numbers, 296 sorties in the last reporting period. That is up from 250 the day before that, 144. So obviously the trend continues to go upward. Now, the big story, of course, concerns a British plane that was down, it was shot down. There, of course, is the speculation it was hit by Patriot missiles that occurred near the Kuwait-Iraq border. There are British planes that operate out of this base, but we have no information that that particular plane had flown from here. However, what we can tell you is to a large degree shrouded in secrecy, classified information. It's very difficult for us to report part of the story because of the restrictions that we operate under our agreement with U.S. forces. But let me try. According to the people who flew in search and rescue mission at about 4:35 this morning, which is 8:35 Eastern time, they were scrambled to go on a search and rescue mission. They were not able to tell us what it was, but that is approximately the time that the British plane was shot down. They do not report that they had any success with that mission, and they were diverted to a second mission, at which point they say that when they were lowered to the ground on that one, they came under some small arms fire, as they described it, but they said that the mission turned out to be a success. Again, no further details. Then, the same two helicopters went on to a third mission. This one, the reports are incomplete. We can't exactly tell you what the outcome was, although the Air Force officials say it was a success. In any case, this is the kind of thing that happens in a war. The particular search and rescue group, they call themselves CSAR for one of those military acronyms. In any case, they are quite busy these days. They refer to themselves as the 9/11 of the Air Force, the U.S. Air Force, and of course the 9/11 number is being called quite a bit right now, as it would be during war. Jim?
All right, Bob Franken reporting there from an air base, obviously in the thick of it in terms of air operations, sadly sent out to try to recover a missing pilot this day. One now believed to have been shot down by friendly fire, a Patriot missile battery in northern Kuwait. Well, coalition forces have discovered abandoned tanks and munition dumps in a village just south of Basra. Diana Muria, I should say, is embedded with the British 7th Armored Brigade there. She's bringing us this report now from southern Iraq.
You see behind me the thick black smoke drifting from a controlled explosion that was carried out by combat engineers, men of 26 Squadron, 26 Armoured Engineer Squadron, Royal Engineers. They have come across a series of ammunition dumps here in a village just south of Basra in southern Iraq. It seemed as if Iraqi soldiers who were in tanks had tried to destroy those tanks by stuffing them full of RPGs, rocket-propelled grenades, and mortar bombs. Those had failed to detonate and they had abandoned the scene. In the meantime, civilians from the local population were coming and helping themselves to some of this ammunition. A very dangerous situation indeed, as soldiers, other parts of the squadron, were trying to deal with small arms fire coming from the village, from perhaps some of the civilians who'd helped themselves to this ammunition. They've thrown off a cordon around it. They then lay detonators and charges onto that live ammunition. They also use their digging equipment to build sand embankments around the main areas of detonation, that to prevent the RPGs in particular from firing out. They can fire some distance and could cause a great deal of damage. The ammunition and the tanks were anyway situated in craters, but they were fairly shallow craters, so they were determined to try and protect the surrounding houses from any possible damage. They then detonated that, a series of explosions, thick black smoke, having first of all, of course, closed off the roads in the neighbouring area, around a kilometre square around it, just as a safety precaution. This has been part of the problem that soldiers coming through behind the main penetrating American forces have been finding here in southern Iraq. Civilians helping themselves to what they can find at former military facilities, looting chairs, tables, air conditioning units, but also looting, of course, weapons and ammunition, a very dangerous and fragile situation. In the meantime, bombing is still going on at various locations. There seem to be various contact points around the area. We can certainly see that either to the north of us around the area of Basra, there seem to be several explosions. It's still not completely sanitized, to use a military expression, and that is what the British forces from the various battle groups who are in this area south of Basra are attempting to do at the moment. Diana Muriel, CNN, Southern Iraq.
That was by video phone, Diana Muriel's report. As so much of what you've been seeing the last few days has been by video phone. We've seen some extraordinary images of war from places like Qasr, where we watched live by satellite today as coalition forces battled Iraqi soldiers. And then from south central Iraq, where Walter Rogers has been reporting from the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry as it's moving towards Baghdad. We're seeing these images in part because of this policy of embedding journalists, allowing them to travel with the coalition military forces. But now, in part, is also being seen because of the technology pioneered and perfected only in recent years. Renee San Miguel has a look at that technology.
These are satellite phones for 2003.
In today's world, you pretty much need a large Monopoly-sized game board antenna with the guts of the phone basically carried in a handset in a small case.
So all of this could theoretically fit into a reporter's carry-on.
Absolutely. You could take the 2 satellite phones I have here, a video phone, which is right here, and a small commercially available video camera, and take this, hook up the cords, plug in the power, and be live from anywhere on the earth within 5 or 6 minutes.
I would imagine that, anybody can be trained to use these in a very, little amount of time.
In my case specifically, I've talked people through on a telephone in my bedroom while they're out in the middle of a jungle or a desert or up on the Arctic Ocean. They've been designed to have simple users in mind.
These are for voice and data. But
Correct.
if you want to do an actual live shot from somewhere, you've got to have this unit right here.
Exactly. This is the video phone. It's a very simple operation. Take your video phone, plug in one end here, plug in the other end here. You'll create a picture. You, in essence, dial a phone number, and it dials into a direct line into CNN Center, and the picture will hopefully appear.
And I, as a reporter, just stand in front of the camera.
Stand in front of the camera, and heck, you can even hold it on yourself.
Okay.
And you'll be all set.
And this is the same kind of video phone images that we've seen from the coverage of the Kursk submarine
Correct.
disaster and also the U.S. spy plane that was put down over China.
As well as we actually even used it at the Ground Zero for a couple of days, and including the most recent engagements in Afghanistan.
Well, the technology is something to behold, and it can bring you images live, and you can see them. It's not going to replace journalism, television that is, because it still takes someone to understand what's going on, the people, the history. It may have only taken a few years to develop the latest technology or even the latest bombs, but it took thousands of years to build some civilizations that need to be understood to really understand the story. And reporters are needed then. They've been covering military operations in war zones as long as anyone can remember. Sometimes, of course, they find themselves targets of deadly attacks. And we're going to talk about a couple of them. The first incident stemmed from Friday's coalition airstrikes of the Islamic extremist group Ansar al-Islam. They had some positions in northern Iraq, hard hit. That was along the Iran-Iraq border. Heavy casualties inflicted there. Now, it's believed that a car bombing at a nearby checkpoint that killed an Australian Broadcasting Corporation cameraman was related to that. Paul Moran was a correspondent, he was the cameraman, a correspondent with Paul Moran, also injured. 3 Kurdish fighters killed in that attack as well. It was carried out by a suicide bomber who had commandeered a taxi. It was believed to be linked to Ansar al-Islam, which in turn has been linked to Al-Qaeda. Australian officials say the blast was carried out by a suicide bomber in that taxi.
I join many others in expressing my sadness at the death of the ABC cameraman Paul Moran, who appears on the evidence available to have been the victim of a suicide bomber. It is reported that the suicide bomber was associated with an extremist terrorist group.
Britain's ITV network, meantime, is telling us 3 members of its news crew are still missing after coming under fire en route to the city of Basra. One of their correspondents, Libby Wiener, has this report.
One of ITV's most experienced news correspondents, this was Terry Lloyd preparing to lead his team into Iraq. They followed British and American troops filming in areas which had just been captured, negotiating their way towards the front line. Terry Lloyd filed this report about their progress.
This, until a few hours ago, was an Iraqi frontline stronghold. Nothing much to see, just a couple of porta cabins where the Iraqi flag still flies. But now the British and the Americans are in control of this part of the country, and the Iraqis have been pushed back, if they've not surrendered, towards north of the country.
Their journey was never easy. At one stage, there was a suspected gas attack. Then, as they headed towards Basra, their vehicles came under heavy fire. Cameraman Daniel Demoustier was injured, but managed to get to safety. He later described what happened as they encountered a group of Iraqi soldiers.
They overtook us and they were doing signs saying thumbs up that way, and it looked like me they wanted to give themselves up, using us as a cover or something like that. But that same moment, very heavy gunfire started towards my car from the right-hand side. And I had to duck down straight away. Windows were exploding, everything exploded inside the car. A split second, I looked to the right, and the right door where my correspondent was open, and he was not there anymore. So I really and sincerely hope he managed to jump out the car.
The whereabouts of Terry Lloyd and his colleagues Fred Nierak and Hussein Othman are unknown, but ITN and the ITV network say every effort is being made to find them. Libby Wiener, ITV News.
We'll have more on the strike on Iraq when CNN continues. Stay with us.
We can overcome the darkness with the light of hope.
We call for immediate, meaningful ceasefire.
A very dramatic situation.
The fight against terrorism.
Patriots are treaty.
Niagara Falls brings you breathtaking beauty, courtesy of CNN City Sights.
War in Iraq, a volatile business world, and CNN is there with expert analysis on how global events affect your country, your economy, your money, from opening bell to closing numbers.
From Hong Kong
To London.
to the New York Stock Exchange.
CNN brings you comprehensive coverage around the clock from around the world.
When money is made and lost,
Be the first to know.
Stay with CNN.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of strike on Iraq. Let's check some of the latest developments. U.S. forces saying Iraq's military is using civilians as human shields. They say forward observers have seen Iraqi forces herding women and children into military positions as human shields in south-central Iraq. They say airstrikes on targets there were called off because of that development. In other developments, coalition troops are coming under increasing fire as they move closer to Baghdad. In central Iraq, the 3rd Squadron of the U.S. 7th Cavalry encountered resistance just moments ago. CNN's Walter Rogers traveling with the unit. He gave us this update just a few moments ago.
Artillery barrage the Iraqis fired on the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry. At least half a dozen artillery shells fell within 75 or 100 meters of where I was sitting, less than a full football field, and there were enormous explosions, clouds of black dust. The U.S. Army was almost in a stand-down waiting position. Most of the soldiers were outside their armored vehicles and their tanks. And suddenly the shells fell quite unexpectedly. Within a matter of less than 10 seconds, everyone was diving inside the armored vehicles and or taking cover anywhere they could. And in less than 30 seconds, the entire unit was dispersed. There was a reasonably large concentration of the 7th Cavalry's armored vehicles. The shells did not disable any of the vehicles, although they appeared to fall very close to the vehicles. They were certainly close to where I was. Again, we don't know if there were any injuries, but all of the vehicles have moved out. At first, the 7th Cav formed defensive positions, and now most of them are dispersing almost totally. But it shows that the Iraqi battalion up the road, led by the Fedayeen, the elite Republican Guard, is putting up a bigger fight than anyone anticipated. It was thought that most of the fight had gone out of them, but they fired very accurately on some U.S. Army positions. Jim?
Coalition forces facing new Iraqi resistance to the south in Qasr. That development comes after an airstrike from a coalition jet ended an earlier standoff. The Allied forces say a Republican Guard commander did surrender in the area. Meanwhile, U.S. and British military officials say all air crews are accounted for. Now, they are responding to reports that are being carried on the Arab media that a coalition plane went down in Baghdad Sunday afternoon. Iraqi troops were shown on television firing into overgrown areas along the banks of the Tigris River. U.S. and British military officials say they now have reason to believe that a missing Royal Air Force craft was shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile. A Royal Air Force spokesman discussed the situation during a news conference.
The investigation is ongoing. We're looking for the aircraft and the crew, and that we can't say very much more at this stage because the informing the families of those involved is not yet complete. But I thought it was worth emphasising that when something like this happens within a coalition, it doesn't actually do anything of harm to the coalition itself. In many ways, it brings us closer together. And it's interesting, just before I came in, that many of our coalition members particularly asked me to express their sympathy to the crews involved or their families. So I think the coalition will be strengthened. We'll certainly learn some lessons, and we'll carry on with the war. Nothing has changed.
For U.S. forces, it was a costly and troubling development. One American soldier killed, 12 others wounded in a grenade attack on their army encampment in northern Kuwait. The suspect is in detention. He is a fellow U.S. soldier. Tom Mintier joins us now. He's at U.S. Central Command headquarters. That's in Doha, Qatar. Tom, what are the developments there?
Well, Jim, the investigation is underway as to how what we now know is a British Tornado was shot down returning from a combat mission in Iraq. As it crossed over into Kuwait, it was hit by what the British say was a Patriot missile fired from an American Patriot missile battery. Now, the investigation will probably center around the technology that exists to identify friend and foe, and whether this aircraft's transponder was operating properly, and just why, indeed, the Patriot battery fired on an aircraft. British officials say at any one time there are hundreds of aircraft in the sky, and it makes it extremely difficult to pick out the proper blips, but they say that the friend and foe should have provided the proper identification of this aircraft and that it should not have been fired on. The investigation, as I said, is still underway. They do think that it was the Patriot that was fired from Kuwait that brought this aircraft down. Again, they have not released any details of the crew members. They say they're still looking for them, but the British military coming out and saying it was a Tornado that was shot down, and they do believe it was shot down by an accident, a friendly fire incident involving a Patriot missile battery that has been busy recently. There have been almost daily missiles fired into Kuwait, and the Patriot missiles have been used against those Iraqi missiles fired into Kuwait. But apparently overnight, a terrible accident involving a British jet fired on by an American Patriot missile battery. So that is the main headline out of here. In addition, the CENTCOM spokesman has denied a report, and we have seen the pictures throughout the day from downtown Baghdad as what looks like paramilitary units are scouring the riverbanks of the Tigris River, firing their weapons into the river, but they deny the report, saying that a coalition aircraft had been shot down in Baghdad. Now, this denial indeed came from one of the spokesmen here. It has been done publicly. We will hear later on this evening at a briefing before cameras more information from the coalition as the day's events unfold in about 4 hours from now. Jim?
Tom, if you can, go over, I want to go over a couple of points here. One of them relatively minor, an explosion some hours ago. Some of our viewers may have missed the follow-on to that. There was some concern at first. This was right outside the gates. What actually happened?
There was concern. I was standing outside the Coalition Media Center, and I first heard this huge rocking explosion that caused a concussion wave across the base where I was standing. And as I looked on the horizon, I saw this tower of brown dust and dirt going into the air. This was only an industrial accident, and that's what we know about it so far.
Tom Interior, I'm going to have to break in here. We're going to go to Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. Barbara Starr, if you can hear me, I understand you have some late-breaking developments.
Indeed, Jim. On the Sunday talk shows here in Washington, D.C., some very unexpected and unsettling statements from the two top leaders. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, has now said that there are U.S. soldiers unaccounted for in southern Iraq. General Myers telling reporters and a show he appeared on that, quoting, fewer than 10 U.S. soldiers are unaccounted for now in southern Iraq. This follows an earlier statement on another talk show here this morning in Washington from Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. The secretary saying he believes, quoting, there are American soldiers missing. We have very little additional information on this, but now the two top officials here at the Pentagon saying there are U.S. personnel unaccounted for in southern Iraq today. Jim?
Barbara, it's probably futile to ask you if they had any details, where they were, what units they were with, so people would have an idea of what location they might have been in. Do they give you any idea when they might come forward with more details?
Jim, I would think that would be one of the most closely held pieces of information at the moment, because if there are U.S. personnel missing in the field, there will be every effort made, one can be assured, to try and recover them as quickly as possible. Tactically, one can be fairly sure that the military is mounting a significant reconnaissance mission to try and look out in the field and see if they can see anything that would indicate where these people are. So southern Iraq is about as close as anyone is willing to identify, and that, of course, being a very wide swath of territory, that is where U.S. ground forces have been moving throughout the region for several days. Jim?
Barbara Starr reporting there live from the Pentagon. I want to bring in General Dan Chrisman and try to get some perspective from you. We have heard this afternoon on Baghdad time the Vice President, Mr. Ramadan, saying that he was going to parade U.S. soldiers, coalition troops, on television. Now we're hearing that there are some U.S. soldiers missing. This has to be a disturbing development.
Right, Jim, it always is. I think Barbara had summarized it awfully well. Any comment about types and locations are clearly sensitive. To try to put this, though, in context, when the chairman and the Secretary of Defense yesterday outlined how this campaign was fought. If you recall, Jim, they said it was done in the sequence of SG&A, special ops, ground troops, and then air. We've known from the get-go that special ops ground personnel have been on the ground right from the start. Also known that we have many troops advancing very rapidly. The whole idea of the recon elements, for example, Jim, is to fix and find the enemy. And this, sadly, is the inevitable result of some of these very high-risk operations that we may find, especially the ground personnel, captured or surrounded by the enemy as they approach these main defenses.
Elsewhere, when you look in the theater, these are essential operations, the Special Forces operations, those kinds of things that go on in the dead of night. We don't see much about it, but suddenly a bridge shows up intact in the center of Iraq over a river that everyone suspected was going to be blown up.
Exactly, Jim. It's an excellent point. That's one of the examples that I think has been alluded to in the past as to the utility of special ops personnel and how they operate. We've seen as well the seizure of an airfield in western Iraq, vitally important to the coalition, undoubtedly done by special ops personnel. We've also been told that they want to have special ops personnel in the north in an extremely volatile area, Turkish, Kurd, and Iraqi. So they've done lots of things behind the scenes, especially important in this environment where weapons of mass destruction are an object of the attack as well, to secure and control those as quickly as possible. So it's a very, very dangerous environment, especially for those light personnel that have been inserted into the ground, as the chairman has suggested, early in this campaign. Jim.
This is Relitza Vasilova in the CNN Center. I also had a question. I wanted to ask you specifically about what we've been hearing from Walter Rogers, who is embedded with U.S. troops headed towards Baghdad, saying that the U.S. troops are reporting the use of human shields, women and children. What is the significance of that as a tactic, and will we be seeing more of that as they advance further closer into Baghdad, and also if they get into Baghdad itself?
Relitza, I think it is a tactic that we shall see. When the coalition began its march forward from Kuwait around Basra and al-Nasiriyah, they encountered there the least capable, least ready divisions of Saddam's armed forces. That's a very different picture now, apparently, Relitza, as they close in on Baghdad at whatever distance they are from the city. Inevitably, we knew that they would encounter, the coalition would encounter those Republican Guard divisions south, west, and north of Baghdad itself. And those units are the ones that are the best trained and are most likely to use the tactic which you described, and that's to bring human shields between themselves and U.S. forces. The tactic on this, Relitza, is to try, obviously, the very best by the coalition to preclude any civilian casualties, and if possible, to go around, to bypass, and to isolate those pockets, and to force Saddam's division commanders to react to our movement, and hopefully to leave the civilians behind and encounter our military as they realize they are about to be surrounded. But there are dozens of tactics available on this. That's only one. It is a challenge, however.
General, I want to just close this off. Night's falling here, and I'm wondering what kind of a night it's going to be in Baghdad. We had heard that shock and awe was only to last for 48 hours, but we've also heard this is a, quote, flexible operation.
Right, Jim. My sensing here over the last 24 hours, really beginning in the last 12, is that the coalition very much wants to shift this air campaign from those fixed high-value targets in Baghdad itself to those units that are now, frankly, being encountered by these two large thrusts up the Tigris and Euphrates, to move the air attacks to those critical targets that will affect the outcome of the battles on the ground, to those Guard divisions, to target very selectively and specifically the tanks, the personnel carriers, their artillery pieces, and the command and control headquarters of those Guard divisions that will be the first key to the defense of Baghdad itself.
General Dan Chrisman, thanks as always. We're going to get back to you here in a while, but right now we're going to take a short break. We'll be back after this.
disculpas por haber interrumpido nuestro espacio temático.
A la familia de José María Corta.
Pero nos tenemos que ir
Una obsesión para Hollywood.
a Oropesa del Mar, donde está veraneando.
A channel dedicated to keeping the Spanish audience informed and up to date. CNN Plus is more than just news. The stories that matter most as soon as they happen. Spain, Europe, the world. We've got it covered. CNN Plus.
War in Iraq, a volatile business world, and CNN is there with expert analysis on how global events affect your country, your economy, your money, from opening bell to closing numbers.
From Hong Kong
to London
to the New York Stock Exchange,
CNN brings you comprehensive coverage around the clock from around the world.
when money is made and lost,
be the first to know.
Stay with CNN.
This is CNN.
And taking another look now at the latest developments, General Richard Myers, the chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, says that there are U.S. personnel missing in Iraq. Myers says fewer than 10 soldiers are missing and that efforts to recover the soldiers are underway. U.S. military officials also say Iraqi soldiers were herding women and children into military positions in order to use them as human shields. Coalition officials say airstrikes on that position were aborted.
Well, first of all, it doesn't come as any surprise to the coalition military that Saddam would use tactics like this. We know he's done it in the past. He has absolutely no concern for his own people. So we have thought through this kind of circumstance. The real key is to have as much information as possible, as much situation awareness about the attacks we're going to be prosecuting, and then to execute them carefully. It'll never be perfect. Warfare is a messy, dangerous, horrible circumstance. But we are doing the best we can through information, intelligence, our sensor capability, and then the rules of engagement to try to avoid unnecessary loss of life.
U.S. and British military officials say that all air crews are accounted for. This in response to Arab media reports that Iraqi soldiers were searching for coalition pilots forced to eject over Baghdad during Sunday's bombings. Air raid sirens sounded through Baghdad as coalition forces launched another round of bombing. U.S. Air Force officials say that Iraq's Republican Guard is a special focus of the air war. Iraqi officials say the bombings have killed more than 70 civilians and left another 500 wounded. Aid workers inside Iraq also point out that water and electricity have been cut off for much of southern Iraq due to the U.S. offensive. British officials are identifying a warplane that was downed as it returned from a mission over Iraq as a tornado fighter. Coalition officials say it appears that the crew were victims of so-called friendly fire. Evidence suggests that the plane was hit by Patriot missile battery as it flew back to Kuwait. Coalition ground forces engaged Iraqi troops in south, central, and southern Iraq on Sunday. CNN's Walter Rogers reports that 3 artillery shells landed about 75 meters from the U.S. 7th Cavalry just minutes ago as it heads through central Iraq on the way to Baghdad. Earlier, units advancing toward Baghdad battled with a battalion-sized detachment of Iraqi soldiers. Unit commanders say they were able to take prisoners and that they remain ahead of schedule. In the southern city of Qasr, U.S. and British soldiers spent several hours crafting a counterattack after coming under fire from an undetermined force of Iraqis. The skirmish ended with an airstrike carried out by a British Harrier warplane. Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues in just a moment. I'm Melita Vasilova at the CNN Center.
War in Iraq, a volatile business world, and CNN is there with expert analysis on how global events affect your country, your economy, your money, from opening bell to closing numbers.
from Hong Kong
to London
to the New York Stock Exchange,
CNN brings you comprehensive coverage around the clock from around the world.
when money is made and lost,
be the first to know.
Stay with CNN.
We can overcome the darkness with the light of hope.
We call for immediate, meaningful ceasefire. A very dramatic situation.
The fight against terrorism.
Patriots are tweeting.
Prepare to prompt. U.S. pilot is down over central Baghdad. Allied commanders deny that. They do say U.S. soldiers are missing in southern Iraq. And coalition forces on the southern front report they're well on the way to the Iraqi capital. I'm Jim Clancy in Kuwait City.
And I'm Lisa Vasileva at the CNN Center.
Let's begin with a look at the latest developments now. The U.S. Defense Department says there are missing U.S. soldiers in southern Iraq. Fewer than 10 are said to be unaccounted for. The Iraqi government has been reporting it has taken prisoners of war, and they are going to be shown on Iraqi television. Now, it's not clear if the two governments are talking about the same people. In central Iraq, meantime, the 3rd Squadron of the U.S. 7th Cavalry reports members of the Iraqi Republican Guard are holding women and children as human shields. Walter Rogers also reports the cavalry has been receiving heavy artillery fire. Clouds of smoke are hanging over Baghdad after coalition forces unleash more bombs and missiles, but U.S. military officials think most of that smoke is coming from an oil trench, a trench filled with oil and set alight by the Iraqis. Cities including Mosul and Kirkuk in the north and Basra and Nasiriyah in the south have also been targeted from the air. A strike from a coalition jet ended a tense standoff in Qasr in the south. Coalition forces have in their custody Iraqi prisoners of war, including a Republican Guard commander. British and U.S. troops have been battling pockets of resistance since announcing the capture of the port city. Iraq's information minister praised what he described as heroic resistance by Iraqis there, and he launched a verbal blast at the U.S. and Britain. Meantime, Arab media have been reporting that a coalition plane went down in Baghdad and its pilots ejected. People in boats appeared to be searching for something or someone in the Tigris River inside the city limits of Baghdad. Iraqi troops were shown on television firing into the river and some reeds along the shore. Coalition officials say there are no reports of missing flights, all pilots accounted for. British military officials say they now have reason to believe a missing Royal Air Force plane was shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile battery. The U.S. Defense Department has issued a similar statement. In another case, one American soldier was killed, 12 others wounded in a grenade attack on their army encampment. That was inside Kuwait, in northern Kuwait. The suspect in the case, a fellow soldier. He's in detention. An investigation is underway. Many thousands of people have been taking to the streets in cities all around the world. They did it again on Sunday, all of them demanding an immediate end to the war in Iraq. Despite the large turnouts, the protests have been largely peaceful. The most senior Iraqi official to appear in public since hostilities began says Iraq is holding U.S. prisoners of war and is going to show them on television soon. Now, that was the claim of Iraq's Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan. It was almost immediately denied by coalition forces. Ramadan also promised to show footage of burned coalition tanks from a battle in south-central Iraq.
In a few hours' time, you see the American captives on Iraqi television, those who tried to invade Souk Shuyukh, and you will see their band armors and vehicles.
Important to note, the Pentagon is now saying that some U.S. soldiers are unaccounted for in southern Iraq. We're going to have more on this story a little bit later as we continue to follow these developments. Now, some U.S. forces are making rapid advances across the Iraqi desert, no doubt about that. One infantry division brigade is reported to be perched just 160 kilometers, less than a day's ride, if you will, from Baghdad. The advance of other U.S. units has been slowed somewhat by Iraqi resistance. Walter Rogers is embedded with a squadron of the 7th Cavalry in central Iraq, which came under fire just a short while ago. This is a taped report we got from Walter just minutes ago.
We just took a fairly substantial artillery barrage the Iraqis fired on the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry. At least half a dozen artillery shells fell within 75 or 100 meters of where I was sitting, less than a full football field, and there were enormous explosions, clouds of black dust. The U.S. Army was almost in a stand-down waiting position. Most of the soldiers were outside their armored vehicles and their tanks, and suddenly the shells fell quite unexpectedly. Within of less than 10 seconds, everyone was diving inside the armored vehicles and or taking cover anywhere they could, and in less than 30 seconds, the entire unit was dispersed.
Giving you an update on that now, we just heard from Walter Rogers calling in from out in the field in south central Iraq. He reports that one U.S. soldier was wounded in that shelling incident. He says the wounds are not life-threatening. British and U.S. forces have been fighting pockets of resistance across the southern Iraqi port city of Qasr. Now, the latest from there, U.S. Marines say they ended one skirmish with an airstrike. They're now rounding up prisoners. David Bowden has been reporting from that battle. He brought us this report a bit earlier.
We're assessing the situation here. There are people running up and down with messages. They've got binoculars on the area, but this situation has not come to a halt yet. This is ongoing. It is not yet declared safe. I tell you, I overheard, and you can probably hear that those shadowy figures, they've got eyes on them, as they say here now. Mike, you feel you're safe enough there? Mike Donnelly, my cameraman, do you feel you're safe enough where you are? He says so. You probably saw that, Simon. It's a difficult call. We're trying to cover the war here, but at the same time, as I say, this is not a soap opera. It's not being done for television. It's being done to carry out the mission here. We're simply bystanders. We're tagging along. It is not easy to operate in these conditions when there is nobody firing at you. It is more difficult, of course. Adrenaline will be pumping. There is a life-threatening situation here. So it's very, very difficult to operate in these conditions, certainly for the soldiers. Marginally less so for us, obviously, because we're just a few yards back from what is de facto the front line. But it's very hot, very difficult, very dusty, and the sand, as you know, and dust gets into everything. I just ask you what's happening?
Roger, right now we just got a confirmation that we've got some pop shots. I guess somebody's trying to return fire with the tanks onto the tanks over. I believe the first tank's about to take a shot right now. There we go. Apparently there's somebody back there apparently that wants to keep going.
Word has just gone down the line here to keep your heads down. Shots are coming out of the building still. But obviously the U.S. Marines are not satisfied that that building is safe, so they are still pounding it, and I suspect they will take it down brick by brick if necessary.
Now, the coalition presence in Qasr, very strategic. That, of course, the only deep water port that there is in southern Iraq, and a place where military supplies or humanitarian aid could flow in. We want to check in now on another story that we've been following. That is a story in south central Iraq. Walter Rogers joins us now by video phone. Roger, what can you tell us?
Hello, Jim. A U.S. Army sergeant was injured by shrapnel when the Iraqis took aim on the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry in a rather well-aimed artillery barrage not very long ago, within about an hour. The sergeant is said to be in stable condition. A helicopter has medevaced him out. Since then, however, the Iraqis have fired at least another 3 artillery rounds in our direction. They had very good intelligence because where the second volley of rounds fell, there had been a long line of supply trucks. They had dispersed, but the Iraqis are getting very good intelligence on the Army's position, principally because a lot of civilians are walking up and down this road, and those civilians, not all of them, are as innocent as they would appear. Many of them, or some of them at least, appear as though they're helping the Iraqi artillery find the 7th Cavalry's position. Jim?
Walter, you had reported to us earlier about the possibility that the Iraqis were using women and children as human shields. Is there any more on that? Any word on when the unit will be moving forward again?
With regard to the women and children being used as human shields, that was observed by the U.S. Army's forward combat observers. It was confirmed to me by the commander of the 7th Cavalry Unit. They were seen by the observers herding women and children into a position probably no more than half a mile from where I'm standing now. But the Army was about to call in an airstrike, close air support cover, and when they saw that the Iraqis were moving women and children into that area, the airstrike was canceled. We're given to believe that the Iraqi Army, which is in front of us, is not responsible for this. Indeed, what we're given to believe is that the Iraqi Army ahead of us wants to surrender, but the command of the unit has been taken over by the Fedayeen, which is an elite unit of the Republican Guard, and they are insisting that this unit stay and fight, and they are the ones ordering the taking of human shields. Jim?
Walter Rogers reporting to us there with the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry. We'll get back to Walter as time allows us. We want to also bring you up to date on another situation in Nasiriyah, a very strategic town on the Euphrates River. Alessio Vinci is reporting to us there that there is ongoing fighting and there have been casualties. He said a rocket-propelled grenade hit a U.S. armored personnel carrier there. As soon as we can make contact with Alessio, we'll get an update on that situation. Now I want to cross over to CNN's Christiane Amanpour, our chief international correspondent, for an update from her. Christiane.
Well, Jim, in terms of another strategic target, those were the Rumaila oil fields in southern Iraq, and we visited those today. Basically, what we found was that there are still a very few oil wells on fire, but those are very, very few, about 7 out of a total of 500 in that oil field. And we saw that the object of this, right from the very beginning of the ground invasion, was to seal and take these oil fields and keep them intact. And this is what we found there today. At war, would the Iraqi regime resort to a scorched earth policy? Would it torch its own oil fields, as US and British officials insisted? That was the big question. And to be sure, close up, any oil well fire looks catastrophic. But in fact, only 7 of about 500 wells in the Rumaila oil field, Iraq's biggest, have been set ablaze.
In the end, there was effectively nothing at all, which was, for us, very reassuring. But we actually obviously had to work on worst case.
So just hours after the ground invasion began, U.S. Marines raced to secure these fields in southern Iraq, followed closely by British Royal Engineers and explosive experts.
This wasn't a little sideshow in the operation. This was a critical part of the coalition operation. Whatever the future form that Iraq takes, I mean, pervasive in that is its oil and its oil income.
Indeed, this field in the south produces 60% of Iraq's oil, and everyone remembers the ecological and environmental havoc Iraq caused by setting Kuwait's oil fields ablaze 12 years ago. In a futile attempt to obscure the vision of invading US and British forces, the Iraqis did fill some trenches with oil around key installations. Some of those trenches they set on fire. And now there is a fairly strong smell of oil in the air. But according to the British Royal Engineers here, there is no evidence yet of any attempts by the Iraqis to booby-trap or cause serious sabotage. Army engineers discovered that by picking carefully through the critical gas and oil separation plants, shutting down valves and the big taps called manifolds. They are all off now, awaiting private contractors to restart the oil production. The Iraqi army put up some resistance and U.S. Marines took some combat casualties. But here, as elsewhere in Iraq, many soldiers surrendered. The British say they have 500 POWs, and that number could grow to 1,000. And as they begin to secure large parts of the south, more troops and materiel pour in, pushing ever deeper up country. So the British are now in charge, and this will be their area of responsibility, the southern part. They were hoping that would happen after Qasr was taken, and then as they move on up to Basra. But Qasr is proving much harder, as we've been reporting and as you've been seeing over the last 24 or so hours, much harder to take. That was meant to be a litmus test, and we still don't know what's going to happen in Basra. We are understanding from reports from there that there is resistance from army units or others who have gone back towards the city, and apparently there is resistance to U.S. and British forces up there. Jim.
Christiana Amanpour reporting there live for us. Our main concern, our main story right now is in Nasiriyah to the north. That is a strategic town on the Euphrates River, a bridge there enabling U.S. forces, allied forces, to cross over the Euphrates on a drive northward. Marine units are in the area. There is fighting in the town of Nasiriyah and reports of casualties. Alessio Vinci is there. Alessio.
Well, hello, Jim. You remember during our previous conversation a couple of hours ago, I was reporting light fire against units of the U.S. Marine Corps inside Nasiriyah. But as I was also reporting that further back from where we're standing, another unit was coming under heavy fire. Well, indeed, I managed to push myself forward now to the location where the unit that spearheaded the drive through and into Nasiriyah came under a significant amount of fire coming from the Iraqi forces, and at this time I can report that U.S. Marines have suffered a significant number of casualties of dead Marines. I do not have a precise number yet. The military commanders and the commanding officers in this area at this point are not available for comment, but eyewitnesses and reporters who are embedded with this unit who came under fire are reporting a scene of carnage. They're reporting that they're seeing at least 10 bodies lying around this AAV, this amphibious assault vehicle, which is basically an armored vehicle that is used by the United States Marines to transport the troops. This battalion that I am embedded with covering is actually an infantry unit. According to those eyewitnesses' accounts, as this unit drove to the first bridge into Nasiriyah, it came under heavy fire and was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade. The result of that attack was that this vehicle caught fire, and I'm standing right in front of it this time, and this vehicle is completely charred, gutted, and only the shell remains standing. There are several bits and pieces, burned gas mask, magazines, spent shells, you name it, all around, laying on the ground around this gutted AAV. Again, the eyewitnesses reporting this was really a very, very intense firefight between U.S. Marines and the Iraqi forces, Iraqi soldiers here in Nasiriyah, who managed to inflict at this point perhaps what could be so far the single highest number of casualties in a single battle, Jim.
Alessio, of course, the rocket-propelled grenade that could have been fired there would pierce that armor and heat up the interior of that vehicle to thousands of degrees, causing devastating damage to it. What do you hear right now? You say you are at the spearhead of what was the battle scene. Is there fighting still going on for Nasiriyah?
No, the fighting in Nasiriyah has now ceded. As a matter of fact, all the units of this battalion have now crossed through Nasiriyah, and they are moved away from that city. At least most of us. I cannot give you more details about exactly where we are, obviously. But regarding the armored personnel carrier that took this hit with the rocket-propelled grenade, that this is a armored vehicle that is obviously used by United States Marine and is also used to do amphibious assault. It is indeed a vehicle that is also meant to float. Therefore, it is not made with the same kind of steel or the same kind of armor that, let's say, an M1A1 tank would be made. It is slightly softer, and I was also told back when we were before the beginning of the war, when I was explained a little bit the features of this vehicle, is that this vehicle at this time did not have the armored plates that can be applied to the side of this vehicle to make it even more resistant to this kind of attack. And so this could be one of the reasons why this rocket-propelled grenade managed to get through the skin of the engine, and as you said, creating havoc and high temperatures inside a very, very cramped space. This is a vehicle that is no bigger than, no longer than 5 to 7 meters, and there are several Marines in there, infantry Marines. I mean, we travel with one of them. We have been traveling with one of them ever since we've been embedded with the U.S. Marines, and I can tell you it is extremely cramped, extremely tight, extremely dark and dusty in there, and I can only imagine how terrible it must have been being hit by a shell of that kind with all the Marines in there. Jim.
Alessio Vinci from near Nasiriyah reporting to us there on what appears to be a costly encounter between U.S. Marines and Iraqi forces there. He's recounting here. They cannot say the exact number of casualties. It may have been as high as 10. We'll continue to update that story. But let's go over to the Pentagon now to Barbara Starr. There's been some speculation. There has also been some controversy over whether or not any U.S. soldiers may have been taken prisoner by Iraqi forces. Barbara?
Jim, developments unfolding here very rapidly, but not very clearly at the moment. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, speaking earlier today on a Sunday talk show here in Washington, said he believed that American soldiers were missing. General Richard Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, followed up very quickly after that with an appearance before reporters after he was on another Sunday talk show. Let's listen very quickly to what General Myers had to say.
There are some Americans that are missing. We think it's less than 10. Central Command is doing the investigation to find out exactly where they might be and what might be the circumstances around that. But,
so all we can tell you, Jim, at the moment there are reports being looked at the very highest levels here that a small number of American soldiers are unaccounted for on the battlefield in southern central Iraq today. Jim?
All right, Barbara Starr, that's an update from the Pentagon. That's the U.S. military's headquarters, of course, in the United States. Let's go over to the U.S. military's headquarters in the Gulf in Qatar. Tom Mintier is there with an update for us. Tom.
Jim, there is still some concern about missing British aircraft that the British military here now says has been shot down by an American Patriot missile. It is a British RAF Tornado that was returning apparently from southern Iraq into Kuwait when the Patriot missile battery apparently mistook it for an incoming missile and fired a round at it. Now, this is still under investigation. The details are still a bit sketchy, but the British military here saying that they are conducting a search and rescue operation looking for the downed crew members, but saying that they believed that this Tornado aircraft was indeed shot down by a Patriot missile battery. So we're waiting the investigation. Officials here are saying that the skies are extremely crowded as these missions are being conducted in southern Iraq, that there are a lot of aircraft and the possibility of an accident always remains high. But that investigation is underway, but the British say early indications are that a Patriot missile took out a British RAF Tornado as it was returning from southern Iraq into Kuwait. Also, we've been watching pictures all afternoon from Baghdad along the Tigris River of paramilitary apparently searching for what the Iraqis say is a downed American pilot. Now, here at CENTCOM, the spokesman said they deny the report, saying that no airplane, no coalition airplane, has been shot down in Baghdad, saying that all of their aircraft have returned safely. So despite the pictures of this frantic search and all of the shooting in Baghdad, the officials here at CENTCOM say that none of their air crews or aircraft are missing, that this is simply a fabrication and that it's not true. They have denied that any airplane has been shot down over Baghdad. Jim?
Tom Mintier reporting there from Doha. Well, an attack at a base camp of the elite U.S. 101st Airborne Division in northern Kuwait may have come from a fellow soldier. The U.S. military says a soldier assigned to the 101st is a suspect in the attack that killed one soldier, wounded 12 others. Video obtained by CNN shows the suspect sitting on the ground after the attack, his clothing stained with blood. A military spokesman says the motive for the attack still undetermined.
We've got a very aggressive, very proactive investigation being conducted as we speak right now, and I would be one to put in my complete trust and confidence in the findings of the Criminal Investigation Division of our special agents to find facts. The suspect is just being questioned. I think what we need to do is actually allow the investigative process to come to a conclusion, and we're not at the conclusion at this time.
Okay, now we want to take a look at what has been happening on the battlefield, and for that we're joined once again by retired U.S. Army General Dan Chrisman. General Chrisman, perhaps the most disturbing thing that we've heard is about this battle in Nasiriyah, an armored, light armored vehicle moving into Nasiriyah, getting hit with a rocket-propelled grenade.
Right, Jim. It underscores, again, the dangers of ground combat when you're with light infantry trying to advance through built-up areas. I think it underscores as well the notion that while an area like Nasiriyah or even Qasr may be secure, it's not always safe until well into the campaign. Let me just try to explain, first of all, with respect to the operations. On the map, the embedded reporter suggests that the Marines were following, apparently, after the 3ID that had crossed Nasiriyah yesterday across the Euphrates proceeding north, and were using the AAV-7. It's an armored personnel carrier, Jim, that contains about 24 Marines, several squads worth. It is armored to protect it against small arms fire, even against light machine gun fire. But the real danger in areas like this will be from individual Iraqi soldiers that will carry and fire the so-called RPG-7, the rocket-propelled grenade. It's a penetrator. It goes through this light armor, and the shrapnel that can be dissipated inside is obviously very, very deadly. The Marines were undoubtedly using this buttoned up because they knew it was not safe and indeed probably not secure, and tried to advance into to an attack position when they came under fire by this Iraqi element. Jim?
All right, and we've seen here some good examples of the vehicle that we're talking about here. It's a mainstay for the Marines working in the desert. It's an amphibious vehicle. Obviously, if they didn't have a bridge there at Nasiriyah, they could have used those to cross the rivers there. And I'm just wondering, when you have these kinds of attacks, it is a tragedy in terms of what the U.S. perspective is. Wait a minute. All right, we're going to go back up to the front. General, stay with me. Walter Rogers is there. Walter, give us the latest that you have, Walter.
Hello, Jim. I'm lying in a ditch not too far outside a city in south-central Iraq. U.S. Air Force A-10 bombers are flying over the city. They're diving down, but they can't come too low. They're dropping big bombs on what are believed to be Iraqi artillery positions. Those Iraqi artillery positions fired on the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry about 2 hours ago. We can see the A-10s making repeated runs at what we believe, as I say, are artillery positions. You can see the bombs falling, and then the A-10s releasing flares from the plane to divert any heat-seeking missiles which the Iraqis appear to be firing at them. Earlier, when that artillery barrage broke, a U.S. Army soldier, a sergeant, was injured by shrapnel from the incoming Iraqi artillery. He is said to be in stable condition and medevaced out. He is not in any danger, we're given to believe. But the Iraqis were very, very skilled when they laid out their artillery barrage, almost right in the middle of a concentration across the road. There's another very bright and loud explosion coming. Again, the A-10 is dropping bombs on the Iraqi artillery positions. We're sitting here. It's almost like the 4th of July, except this is a very lethal 4th of July. As I say, there, perhaps you could hear that explosion. The Iraqis are not budging. They fired artillery rounds into the Army's positions earlier today. It really is remarkable. There was only one soldier wounded because those artillery shells fell very close to some armored vehicles. As soon as the artillery barrage hit, what we saw after that was every unit, every vehicle in the unit, tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, every other armored vehicle scrambling to disperse. They did it all in less than 30 seconds, and it really was remarkable. Only one soldier was moderately injured. Jim?
How long does it look like? Obviously, night has fallen there in your location. You're someplace between where we are in northern Kuwait and Baghdad. And I'm just wondering whether this is going to be a situation that remains static for the next 8-10 hours now because of darkness.
Jim, I can't answer that with any certainty. I can tell you every soldier with whom I've spoken in the Apache Troop 7th Cavalry is virtually asking the same question. Many of them want to charge forward and go head on, but the obvious strategy of what the Iraqis are doing is trying to draw the cavalry forward, trying to draw them into a trap, and at this point there appears no indication the Army is going to succumb to that ploy. The Army does have another ace up its sleeve, which I can't discuss at this point. But again, we continue to sit outside this city, and at some point when those artillery shells fell, actually we were pushed back. That is, every other vehicle in the unit was pushed back. Apache troop with which I'm sitting actually moved forward. And by the way, an hour after the first artillery barrage, maybe 40 minutes, there was a second round of shells that came in. 3 artillery shells fell very close to a road where a very large troop train, that is to say a train of trucks, had been sitting earlier, fell very close to that. I saw one soldier in a field when those artillery rounds were falling very close to him, hustling across that field, running through a wheat field fast as he could with his rifle in his hand. He escaped. Jim?
CNN's Walter Rogers there with the 3rd, 7th Cavalry reporting the latest there. Let's go back to General Chrisman for a little bit more analysis. A very fluid battlefield this day. And while some people are looking at the resistance as being a surprise, it isn't to military planners, is it?
No, Jim. In fact, with respect to this report that Walter just gave, I think you accurately, several hours ago, predicted precisely what happened. And that is that as these troops have moved north, they've called in the A-10 Warthog. The A-10 is the very favorite Air Force aircraft for those of us that were on the ground, because it is designed to go against precisely the target that you were analyzing an hour or so ago, and that is a large artillery piece, such as has been firing on Walter. The Iraqi Guard unit is firing against the 3rd Division. The best way to take that out, especially in a precision way to minimize casualties, is to go after it with the A-10 Warthog. It has embedded cannon, laser-guided bombs. It can be very, very effective and accurate against this kind of equipment.
We were interrupted the last time we were talking, and I had asked you about whether or not we were going to see another night of action over Baghdad, and wondering, too, about whether the strategy, the shock and awe strategy, was over with.
Well, the plan, as General Franks had mentioned, Jim, is enormously flexible. And so what I think we'll see, for sure, is a continuation of a very, very intensive air campaign. We're unlikely, I think, to see it in that very narrow azimuth outside of a camera lens in Baghdad. But I'm absolutely confident that we will be seeing additional airstrikes in those critical areas around Baghdad where, in fact, the Guard units are located. I think to marry your question with Walter, it's very clear to me that as these units progress north, the 3rd or the 7th in that division, those units are encountering those very Iraqi divisions in the Guard that we were most concerned about. And the air campaign will be increasingly directed, if not already, against those assets on the ground to minimize their ability to, in fact, provide effective indirect and direct fire of the type that Walter is encountering right now.
Any long-term views in terms of, I know this has been not even a week yet that the U.S. military has been on the ground, but when you assess the distance that some of those forces have gone, the overall success that they've had in really getting into those oil fields without seeing them all on fire, this is an operation that in some ways has gone much better than people expected, hasn't it?
Well, I think it's gone probably the way the coalition had planned to this point, Jim, and I can't stress too much how fluid and flexible this plan is, really as a function of the resistance that the coalition encounters with the Iraqi forces. To this point, the coalition has to be satisfied, I think primarily for the reasons that you outlined. A, they secured very, very important resource assets, the oil fields. B, they've gone through the resistance in the south as they proceed north towards what will be a very, very major battle in the Baghdad area. Turning to the map, Jim, the key on this now, of course, is now having crossed the river. The coalition has a series of options in this valley to put pressure against those guard units around Baghdad. And what we're seeing here, Jim, undoubtedly, are the advanced elements of the guard, their scouts, their outposts that are now encountering these troops moving up from the south. That's the big picture. It will be the decisive picture, it seems to me, as we carry forward this battle scene for the next 3 or 4 days. How will the Guard fight, and what will be the effectiveness of their weapon systems and leadership against the coalition forces they'll encounter?
All right, General Dan Crispin, once again, we'll be talking with you in the hours ahead as we continue to analyze some of the developments that we're watching right now. We'll have an update on all of those as well after we take a short break here. Strike on Iraq. We'll be right back.
When you work in combat zones and report from front lines,
Hussein surrender power and leave Iraq.
It takes experience to get the story and to get it right.
With his top military commanders.
CNN has more journalists with more experience, bringing you fast, balanced and accurate information that's important to you.
Snipers lined against the highway.
They have reorganized their anti-terrorist cell.
Running Iraq in the absence of Saddam.
Be the first to know. Stay with CNN.
CNN City Sights brings you a glimpse of Palma de Mallorca.
It is time to take action. They are guilty.
Hope that this issue can be resolved peacefully.
No single nation should be allowed to police the world.
They're talking about your world, and they're making decisions that impact your life. You can depend on CNN to be there, live, to tell you what's happening and explain how it affects you. This is history. Be the first to know. Stay with CNN.
Foreign ministers of Russia and China are calling for an immediate end to military action against Iraq. For more on that and other developments out of Moscow, let's join Jill Doherty. Jill.
Well, Relitza, Russia is keeping up that barrage against the war in Iraq. Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov talking with two of his counterparts, the Indian and also the Chinese foreign ministers, saying that this war has to be ended as quickly as possible. They said numerous human casualties, great destruction, and a humanitarian and environmental crisis looming. Another thing that is interesting when you listen to what Ivanov is saying is that Russia appears to be looking beyond this war right now to the future of the post-Saddam Hussein Iraq. In fact, today, the Chinese and the Russian foreign ministers saying only the UN Security Council can make decisions about what they call the rebuilding of Iraq. And then also this, right on the heels of what Mr. Ivanov said yesterday concerning Russia's having to look out for its economic interests in Iraq. Now, on another front, completely different and unexpected, we heard echoes of all things, the Cold War. Russia complaining to the United States about flights of U-2 intelligence planes along the border of Russia and Georgia. Russia saying, yes, United States, you say that you need to do that because of the war against terrorism, but at this moment, it's very, as they said, it's creating tension, and especially at this moment when things are going on in Iraq. Ralitza?
Jill, is this trying to read between the lines, what is behind this? Is it Russia being very worried about what's going on and its economic interests in a post-conflict Iraq?
Yes, you know, it's always been kind of the, let's say, the arithmetic of Russia to figure out how it could, on the one hand, keep good relations with the United States and protect its economic interests after, if there is a change in the government of Iraq. And they are very serious about that. They feel that the United States, and Great Britain for that matter, will try to essentially freeze them out of the equation after the war. So what they're trying to do right now is use whatever cards they have, and the cards they have are certainly in the United Nations. What they're saying is decisions on rebuilding Iraq have to be taken at the United Nations. So far it's rhetoric, but they say they're very intent on legally trying to protect whatever type of interests they have.
Have they given any specifics as to how the United Nations could administer a post-war Iraq? Would the U.S. and Britain have a role in it?
Well, they're not really getting that specific, but what they're trying to do is avoid a situation, if they can, where, let's say, the next government of Iraq would say all the contracts that were signed, the oil contracts that Russia has, or let's say even the Soviet debt, the Soviet-era $8 billion debt that Iraq owes Russia, that all of that would be null and void. That is what Russia doesn't want to see happen. So what they're doing right now is maneuvering as much as they can, saying that we have to protect our rights. Ralitza?
And Jill, how seriously have the relations between Putin and Bush, between Russia and the United States, been affected by this?
Well, that's the big question right now. The jury is still out on that one. Certainly they've been affected, certainly negatively. But you'd have to say that there are many people here who believe that it will not be a long-term damage to the relationship because, as several people have said, and these are not only think tank people, but people who are in the government, believe that the relationship is far broader than just Iraq. And what they don't want to do is torpedo the relationship because of what's going on. But that said, there are, you know, pretty strong emotions here against the war, although among the public, we haven't seen too many demonstrations so far. Ralitza?
Jill Doherty in Moscow, thank you very much. Back to Jim now.
Ralitza, we want to take a look at some of the latest developments in the strike on Iraq. Al Jazeera television is broadcasting images of dead U.S. soldiers. They are also broadcasting interviews with captured U.S. soldiers, giving their name, rank, and serial number. We're going to continue to follow that story and bring you some details of that as soon as we can. The U.S. Defense Department says there are missing U.S. soldiers in southern Iraq. Fewer than 10 are said to be unaccounted for. Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr brought us this update. All right, in central Iraq, the 3rd Squadron of the U.S. 7th Cavalry reports members of the Iraqi Republican Guard are holding women and children as human shields. Just minutes ago, we heard from Walter Rogers as he reported the cavalry is engaged with Iraqi forces.
U.S. Air Force A-10 bombers are flying over the city. They're diving down, but they can't come too low. They're dropping big bombs on what are believed to be Iraqi artillery positions. Those Iraqi artillery positions fired on the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry about 2 hours ago. We can see the A-10s making repeated runs at what we believe, as I say, are artillery positions. You can see the bombs falling, and then the A-10s releasing flares from the plane to divert any heat-seeking missiles which the Iraqis appear to be firing at them. Earlier, when that artillery barrage broke, a U.S. Army soldier, a sergeant, was injured by shrapnel from the incoming Iraqi artillery. He is said to be in stable condition and medevaced out. He is not in any danger, we're given to believe. But the Iraqis were very, very skilled when they laid out their artillery barrage almost right in the middle of a concentration across the road. There's another very bright and loud explosion coming. Again, the A-10 is dropping bombs on the Iraqi artillery positions. We're sitting here. It's almost like the 4th of July, except this is a very lethal...
Now, Arab media have been reporting that a coalition aircraft was shot down over Baghdad. The pilots ejected. Televised images showed soldiers searching along the Tigris River, and at one point even firing into the shoreline, into the reeds and into the water. Crowds were gathering to watch. There's a bounty on captured U.S. pilots, shot down planes or helicopters. U.S. and British military officials say they have accounted for all planes and pilots. Meantime, U.S.-led forces in the southeastern Iraqi city of Nasiriyah have taken a significant number of casualties in clashes with Iraqi forces. Alessio Vinci is traveling with the U.S. 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines.
An entire battalion that comprises of several different companies and several different units. And the unit that I was with was a unit, sort of, if you want, the second in the line to go through the town of Nasiriyah. And so we were only experiencing some light fire, but in the distance I could hear the explosion of heavier guns, but obviously I was not aware of what was going on until I arrived here, until we managed to cross the 2 bridges that separate one side from the other, the north side from the south side of the town. And when I arrived here, obviously the scene completely different from the one back in town where we were, where again we only suffered some light fire, but here obviously the unit that spearheaded, if you want, the drive through Nasiriyah obviously got the worst, and they was the worst hit.
U.S. tanks and troop carriers advanced close to the town of Najaf, that is about 160 kilometers south of Baghdad. People could be seen waving at the tanks as they advanced. Updating you now, the Al Jazeera network has broadcast images from what it says is the leader of Iraqi forces in Basra, saying his troops have inflicted losses on U.S. forces in the area and taken captives.
From them. In the area under my control, there are Americans killed, and there are losses in the American side in more than one axis, because the Americans came from many axes, so we, of course, caused them losses and casualties. Captives, we have captives in other units under the control of the army as a whole. But in my area of responsibility, there are no captives, but in other divisions there are.
Let's take a closer look now at the situation for the civilians inside Baghdad. Now, most people have been staying at home or in bomb shelters at night. By day, they do emerge, buying food, checking on relatives. Bomb damage so far difficult to assess. Iraq says it is taking its toll on the civilians. More from Aaron Brown. All right, I understand. In CNN's Bob Franken is at an air base close to the Iraqi border. He joins us now live. Bob?
Well, the one thing I wanted to point out, Jim, is a moment ago you were hearing the Walter Rogers report about a lot of A-10 planes coming in to inflict heavy damage on the artillery that the Iraqi forces were using against the advancing U.S. troops. This base, where I am, which is close to the Iraq border, is a major base for A-10 planes. We have been watching and listening to the A-10s take off constantly in the last several days. These are very lethal, slow-moving planes called Warthogs. They are very lethal planes. They fire a massive amount of firepower and can inflict a lot of damage. But right now, Jim, we're going to go back to you.
Bob Franken, thanks for that. I want to take everybody right now live to Baghdad. We're monitoring some developments there. If we can bring up a live picture, we want to show you what the situation is. We understand that once again there's some indications that there may be imminent airstrikes, or there may be some action of some kind going on there in Baghdad as we continue to monitor the situation here. A lot of other developments on the battlefield this day. As we were just showing you those scenes from Basra, claims that might back up Vice President Ramadan's claim that some U.S. military personnel have been captured. Al Jazeera showing pictures of killed U.S. servicemen, and reportedly has interviewed some of the POWs, a touchy subject, that illegal under the Geneva Conventions. I don't know whether you might have noticed, but in all of the Iraqi prisoner pictures that we've been showing here on CNN, the faces of those POWs have been digitized out, that is, concealed electronically in an effort to try to adhere to the conventions. That is all done to prevent the exploitation of prisoners of war, and in the end to protect them, prevent them from becoming pawns of either side. That's why the Geneva Conventions constructed those particular paragraphs. We're looking at these live pictures of Baghdad, and we had heard earlier that there was some activity there. I don't see any trace of it myself, but that doesn't mean anything, because as we well know, oftentimes there is no warning whatsoever before some of these airstrikes, but we don't see any of the anti-aircraft artillery going up. And that's an interesting point that we'll bring up a little bit later in the program. There seems to have been a sharp curtailment in the amount of anti-aircraft artillery fire being sent up over Baghdad during potential airstrikes. This may reflect an effort by the government in Baghdad to restrain its side, to save its ammunition. No one can be sure of that, but that was something noteworthy yesterday as we monitored these pictures over Baghdad. We've got a lot more developments to follow, but for right now, we're going back to the CNN Center and Relitsa.
Jim, thank you very much. Let's take a closer look now at the situation for civilians inside Baghdad. Most people have been staying at home or in bomb shelters at night. By day, they emerge to buy food and check on relatives. Bomb damage is far difficult to assess, but Iraq says it's taking its toll on civilians. Aaron Brown reports.
Coalition forces say the massive wave of airstrikes has been precise, targeting key government buildings and palaces in and around Baghdad. But in war, all wars, innocents get hurt or die. Iraqi ministers claim the U.S.-led airstrikes have come at a civilian cost too, killing 3, injuring more than 200.
The casualties among civilians until now in hospitals, there are 207 people, women, children, and other civilians.
Journalists were taken to a Baghdad hospital. The injured, some more severe than others, of course, may only tell a part of the story. We do not know conclusively that their injuries sustained were a direct result of the bombing campaign. The hospital's doctors say most of the injured lived near the targets.
We are so ready to receive our people, to save our people. This is our people, this is our life, this is our fight.
If there were civilian injuries sustained in the airstrikes, the leader of the American forces, General Tommy Franks, sees it in the way that generals do. This is war.
I think that the nature of war, which is why my own president said it's a last resort, it's a final option, is that non-combatants are injured and killed in a war.
Aaron Brown, CNN, Atlanta.
In northern Iraq, many people have fled their homes fearful of coalition airstrikes or Iraqi attacks. Jane Araf joins us now from Dohuk in northern Iraq with more. Jane.
Jim, bombings quite close to here are convincing a lot of people who have fled their homes not to go back again. Now, near the checkpoint just outside of Dohuk, it's called Aluka, there were bombings today around noon and earlier in the day of the Iraqi checkpoint, just about 2 miles, 3 kilometers away. And that's where some of the refugees that we visited today come from. They heard about the bombing and said that they are staying put in the mountains. Now, the conditions they're living in are pretty grim. They're packed into homemade tents. A lot of them just pieces of plastic basically stitched together with other fabric, and in those tents are huddled children, even small babies, all trying to keep warm. The only thing they've got in a lot of these tents is a kerosene heater and a bunch of blankets. The water supply is down the road at a nearby stream. They have food, but that's about all. Now, there are a lot of families living like this, thousands, in fact, around this city. And local authorities are trying to get them into better accommodations. Some of the lucky ones have been moved near schools and into mosques. And they're being taken care of that way, as well as possibly into tent cities that the government here plans to build, along with international aid agencies. So far, it hasn't seen that wave of refugees it's been expecting from the rest of Iraq, but that's simply because cities around here, under Iraqi government control, haven't fallen yet. But it says when that does happen, they are prepared for hundreds of thousands of refugees. Jim?
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, is saying that Turkey has now given permission for the overflights and that the U.S. overnight inserted some troops in northern Iraq. Any word of that?
Interesting. A small group of U.S. Special Forces were seen by witnesses here in Dohuk today. We've known there have been Special Forces for quite some time. Kurdish military officials say they've been coordinating with them. We haven't seen any large-scale troops. Interestingly enough, a lot of the refugees we were talking to, as well as Kurdish soldiers, are saying, when are the Americans coming? Now, the original plan, of course, was to insert something like 60,000 U.S. troops here. Turkey denied permission for that, but still there are expected to be some U.S. troops to move in to cities further north from here. So far, we're only seeing limited groups of special forces, though. Jim?
Jane, overall, the situation with the Kurds, and you've outlined that humanitarian situation, how long? And I heard you interviewing an official who talked about having the ability to take care of 500,000 people. It seemed a little hard to believe that they would have those kinds of resources, do they?
You know, it's interesting. I think most of us remember those terrible pictures from 1991 when we saw 500,000 refugees rushing towards Turkey. Now, some of the refugees we saw today are actually have very vivid memories of that exodus as well. There was one woman who had lost her leg to frostbite trying to cross the mountains to Turkey. It's a very different situation now. The Iraqi government is not in control of the north. The Kurds have been in control since 1991, and they've had a lot of help from the United Nations. So essentially, there is an infrastructure here. There are hospitals, there are places to take care of these people, and in surrounding countries around northern Iraq, there are aid organizations with tents and medical supplies and food just waiting to rush in if that exodus occurs. So no, the Kurds won't do it all by themselves, but they have been coordinating, and they're in a much, much, much better position to take care of refugees than they were in 1991 when 500,000 Kurds were fleeing Iraqi forces here. Jim?
Jane Araf reporting to us from Dohuk in northern Iraq. Well, we're going to take a short break, but we're continuing to monitor the situation. We should point out air raid sirens have sounded over Baghdad once again. We're monitoring that. We'll have details when we come back.
Now, you don't have to follow the news. The news follows you. CNN. Be the first to know.
War in Iraq, a volatile business world, and CNN is there with expert analysis on how global events affect your country, your economy, your money, from opening bell to closing numbers.
From Hong Kong
to London
to the New York Stock Exchange,
CNN brings you comprehensive coverage around the clock from around the world.
When money is made and lost,
be the first to know.
Stay with CNN.
This is CNN.
Battles underway in south central and southern Iraq this day in the town of Nasiriyah. U.S. prisoners of war shown on television by Iraq. I'm Jim Clancy in Kuwait City.
CNN Center.
Here are the latest developments in the strike on Iraq. The U.S. Defense Department is saying that there are missing U.S. soldiers in southern Iraq. Fewer than 10 are said to be unaccounted for. Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr talked to us a little bit earlier, confirming that from the Pentagon, those missing troops, no other details available. Meantime, in central Iraq, the 3rd Squadron of the U.S. 7th Cavalry reporting that members of Iraq's Republican Guard are holding women and children as human shields. Walter Rogers reported the cavalry is engaged with Iraqi forces. Arab media are reporting that a coalition plane was shot down over Baghdad. Soldiers fired their guns into the Tigris River as crowds gathered to watch. U.S. and British military officials say they have no reports of any planes downed in Baghdad. U.S.-led forces in the southeastern Iraqi city of Nasiriyah have taken a significant number of casualties in clashes with Iraqi forces. Alessio Vinci travels with the U.S. 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines.
An entire battalion that comprises of several different companies and several different units. And the unit that I was with was a unit, sort of, if you want, the second in the line to go through the town of Nasiriyah. And so we were only experiencing some light fire, but in the distance I could hear the explosion of heavier guns, but obviously I was not aware of what was going on until I arrived here, until we managed to cross the 2 bridges that separates one side from the other, the north side from the south side of the town. And when I arrived here, obviously the scene completely different from the one back in town where we were, where again we only suffered some light fire. But here, obviously the unit that spearheaded, if you want, the drive through Nasiriyah, obviously got the worst, and they was the worst hit.
Bring in our military analyst now, retired General Dan Chrisman, to talk about some of the major developments today, as well as the status of military operations. General, first of all, the resistance that coalition troops are encountering, anticipated?
I think to some extent, yes, Zane. To put this in perspective, to go to the map for 1 second and show the disposition of Iraqi divisions in the early phases of this, there were at least 3 that the coalition knew and encountered early on. One of those had surrendered entirely. The 6th Division has been putting up some resistance in the areas that we have seen in Qasr, and apparently elements of a separate division also resisting elements of that in al-Nasiriyah. The real issue, though, I think, Zane, going forward, is how the coalition will encounter the Guard units that are south of Baghdad, the nature of the resistance there, the nature of the use of human shields. As the coalition proceeds further north, just going to that map for a second if I can on the telestrator, as the coalition proceeds further north, in a matter of days or even hours, they will encounter those units in this vicinity here, Zane, south of Baghdad. Indeed, some of the reports from Walt suggest that the coalition is encountering some of the outlying units of those divisions even now, and that will be the decisive ground operation in the coming hours and days.
Let's talk about the issue of human shields that you just touched on. Women and children, we're hearing from reports from Walter Rogers saying that they're being herded into military positions. How would that tactic be bypassed by coalition strategies, and would that tactic on the Iraqi side work?
Well, this is obviously of concern to the coalition, Zane. It is clearly against Geneva Convention rules to do this, but the coalition would try, as your question suggests, to bypass and isolate those pockets where civilians, women, children, young men are being used as shields. We want, the coalition desires very much, to bypass those and to not allow that tactic to interfere with the larger push towards Baghdad. To the extent that the coalition can avoid that, they'll be successful in moving and encountering and closing with the Guard units north. But the coalition will take great care to ensure that it will not use weapon systems against the Iraqi units that are shielded by those civilians, Zane.
It's interesting, General, that a lot of the resistance to coalition forces is being done by what's called Saddam's Fedayeen and the Republican Guard inflicting most of the damage here, isn't it?
Yes, the indications now back from the embedded reporters, Walt Rogers especially, suggest that the Saddam Fedayeen are behind many of these tactics. They are part of that most inner circle for Saddam, even more loyal and even more fanatical, apparently, than the Guard units themselves. And they are not only inducing this tactic, apparently, of putting shields in front of the Iraqi units, but they're also, apparently, keeping those units from defecting to make sure that if they desire to defect to the coalition, they'll be shot or in some way impeded from going to the coalition side.
All right, General, thanks. Let's go back to Jim in Kuwait.
All right, Zane, thank you for that. Well, we're going to go immediately to the battlefront where CNN's Walter Rogers has some updates for us. Walter?
Hello, Jim. As we've been reporting, within the last hour, U.S. Air Force A-10s began pounding suspected Iraqi artillery positions ahead of us. We could see big, bright explosions at dusk, columns of smoke rising in the air. The A-10s swooped in. They might have been more effective in attacking the Iraqi artillery positions if, in fact, they'd been able to come in lower. But the A-10s were kept very, very high. That's a problem the Soviets had in Afghanistan when they tried to do strategic bombing. The same problem occurs for the U.S. Air Force in this. The Iraqis have shoulder-fired missiles, and the planes can't get low enough to hit the targets with all that much certainty. And every time the A-10s release their bombs, you can see them pull out very quickly and release 4 or 5 flares behind them. Those flares are intended to deflect any heat-seeking missiles which the Iraqis ahead of us have been firing on them. Now, the reason those artillery positions came under bombardment by the United States Air Force is because earlier in the day, about mid-afternoon Iraq time, the artillery suddenly took very good aim on the U.S. Army, 7th Cavalry, and other units which were sitting very close to us. There was an explosion across the road. I stuck my head up very fast. 5 more explosions came in. It was a nice, neat, tight artillery pattern that the Iraqis fired at the U.S. Army. They knew exactly where the Army position was. They pinpointed it very, very well, and remarkably, only one U.S. Army soldier was injured by shrapnel. He had to be medevaced out, a sergeant, we're told, and he is said to be in stable condition, not a life-threatening situation. Again, all of those Army vehicles, the moment they came under fire, the Bradleys, other armored vehicles, and the M1A1 Abrams tanks scrambled immediately. They were gone in 30 to 45 seconds, dispersing and taking up new positions. Some of them fell to the rear. However, the troop with which I'm assigned, Apache, moved farther forward to try and get a bead on the Iraqi artillery. Jim?
All right, Walter Rogers there with another update on some of the action that we have seen just in the past several hours, that action going on many fronts. Let's turn our attention now to southern Iraq. The oil facilities across southern Iraq considered to be vital. It was feared they were going to be destroyed in a scorched earth policy. Christiane Amanpour visited those fields today. She joins us now live.
Well, Jim, the entire sort of southeastern Iraq area was meant to be captured quickly and stabilized quickly for their economic and financial capacity. That's Iraq's main sort of economic resources down here. And as you know, things are going a bit slowly down at the commercial port in Qasr, much slower than people there certainly expected, the U.S. Marines and the British commandos. But up at the Ramallah oil fields where we were today, that was a very early target. Just hours after the ground invasion began, they went and they tried to secure it, and they feel that they've done a good job of consolidating their control over those oil fields. At war, would the Iraqi regime resort to a scorched earth policy? Would it torch its own oil fields, as US and British officials insisted? That was the big question. And to be sure, close up, any oil well fire looks catastrophic. But in fact, only 7 of about 500 wells in the Rumaila oil field, Iraq's biggest, have been set ablaze.
In the end, there was effectively nothing at all, which was, for us, very reassuring, but we actually obviously had to work on worst case.
So just hours after the ground invasion began, U.S. Marines raced to secure these fields in southern Iraq, followed closely by British Royal Engineers and explosive experts.
This wasn't a little sideshow in the operation. This was a critical part of the coalition operation. Whatever the future form that Iraq takes, I mean, pervasive in that is its oil and its oil income.
Indeed, this field in the south produces 60% of Iraq's oil, and everyone remembers the ecological and environmental havoc Iraq caused by setting Kuwait's oil fields ablaze 12 years ago. In a futile attempt to obscure the vision of invading US and British forces, the Iraqis did fill some trenches with oil around key installations. Some of those trenches they set on fire. And now there is a fairly strong smell of oil in the air. But according to the British Royal Engineers here, there is no evidence yet of any attempts by the Iraqis to booby-trap or cause serious sabotage. Army engineers discovered that by picking carefully through the critical gas and oil separation plants, shutting down valves and the big taps called manifolds. They are all off now, awaiting private contractors to restart the oil production. The Iraqi army put up some resistance and US Marines took some combat casualties. But here, as elsewhere in Iraq, many soldiers surrendered. The British say they have 500 POWs, and that number could grow to 1,000. And as they begin to secure large parts of the south, more troops and materiel pour in, pushing ever deeper up country. So as the British and the US wait to consolidate control, to try to consolidate control over Qasr, this is something of a litmus test for Basra. Back to you, Jim.
Thank you. We're going to interrupt here and take you to Baghdad. Obviously, you've got anti-aircraft artillery going up into the skies there. You can hear the sound of that echoing across the city. Just a few flashes now on the skyline. The glow of the city just after nightfall here. It is right now about 7:15 in the evening in Baghdad. You can see a few flashes of the anti-aircraft artillery. I was noting a little bit earlier that there hasn't been nearly as much of that in recent days as we had noted in the past. Earlier today, we had seen those pictures from along the Tigris River of people searching in the reeds and boats in the water. It was believed that a plane was shot down. Some of the anti-aircraft gunners well know that there's a bounty for shooting down a U.S. cruise missile or shooting down a U.S. warplane. rather sizable, and tens of thousands of dollars for any Iraqi who does that. But we had seen some discipline here in terms of the fire that was sent skyward over the last 24 hours. Perhaps we're seeing a bit of that again. For some reason, though, just about a moment ago, there was a lot of fire going skywards. It appears now that most of the scene is fairly quiet, and let's use this moment here to get an update on some of the other developments that we're following right now. Barbara Starr is with us from the Pentagon. Barbara, there's been a lot for the Pentagon to be talking about this day.
That's right, Jim. A very grim morning, Sunday morning here at the Pentagon in Washington. U.S. officials are reporting that they believe now a small number of American soldiers captured by Iraqi military forces. This all unfolded earlier today. A U.S. Army maintenance unit was operating in south-central Iraq. It apparently strayed, came into an encounter with Iraqi military forces. Pentagon officials saying some U.S. service members were killed, some were captured. There is a tape that has been shown on Arab Al Jazeera television showing Americans. The Pentagon now says it is trying to begin to notify families, the loved ones of those Americans, as they have seen the tape and have identified the Americans that they now believe to be in Iraqi hands. Jim?
I don't know whether the Pentagon has confirmed. It has been reported that one of the people seen on television was a woman.
The Pentagon is not confirming that, but for people who have seen the tape, that does appear to be correct.
All right, anything else, any other comments they have on there, especially in view of them having been paraded, if you will, on Iraqi television as the Vice President had promised?
That's right, Jim. General Richard Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was in the hallway just outside this press area a few moments ago, very grim-faced, commenting on that very point. And he said this is one more crime by the Iraqi regime. He said that those pictures were a violation of the Geneva Convention, which prohibits, as we understand it, prisoners of war from being paraded about, being put in some sort of degrading position. So a very grim-faced chairman of the Joint Chiefs commenting on the matter.
Is there a contradiction in terms there, because some of the embedded correspondents have been showing Iraqis surrendering, have been showing Iraqis with the plastic handcuffs on and being put in the backs of trucks?
I'm not an expert on the Geneva Convention, I must tell you, so I'm not sure I'm very qualified to answer that question. I think that part of the commentary from the Pentagon at the moment is a very assertive effort to say to the Iraqi military and the Iraqi regime that they will be held responsible if these Americans are not cared for in a fashion in accordance with the Geneva Convention. But things are unfolding very, very quickly here, and it's really hard to get a read on exactly what is intended by these remarks.
Barbara Starr, thank you for that update. We'll be back in touch with you, I know, during this day. Darkness has already fallen, of course, in the Gulf and over Baghdad. We had been monitoring the situation there. Earlier, air raid signs were heard, and there was some anti-aircraft still going up over the city. Anti-aircraft batteries having shown a reluctance to open fire in the last 24 hours. We'll see if that repeats tonight. We also don't know whether we have seen the end of the so-called shock and awe that the U.S. military had said it was going to carry out over Baghdad. Certainly there has been evidence of that on past nights, but whether or not that operation is over, we simply don't know. We're watching like everyone else, and I'm sure watching like the people that are in Baghdad tonight are, to see just what may unfold here. Well, let's go on. British and U.S. forces have been fighting pockets of resistance in the southern Iraqi port city of Qasr. The latest from there, U.S. Marines say they ended one skirmish by calling in an airstrike. They're now rounding up prisoners. David Bowden was right on the scene of that.
Helicopters that go out on this, they're known as jollies, and we are not being told specifically why those helicopters went out for the search and rescue missions. However, we can tell you that around the same time they went out early this morning, Persian Gulf time, a British Tornado warplane went missing. British defense officials are now telling us that Tornado warplane was shot down, very unfortunately, by a Patriot missile. The Patriot missiles, of course, are used to shoot down Iraqi missiles when they come over. Apparently, the missile accidentally shot down the British Tornado warplane, and 2 British crew members are missing. Of course, there's a plane taking off right now. That's why it gets so loud here. And that's what we hear all the time. It's a constant 24/7 operation. Right behind me here, this is the A-10 attack craft. A couple of those A-10s went out. I want to make sure you're able to hear what we're talking about. A couple of those A-10 attack craft, which offer support, air support to ground troops, went out with the HH-60 helicopters early this morning. We see as many as 10 of these aircraft go out on the runways here at this base near the nation of Iraq every hour. Jim, back to you.
Gary, these aircraft are flying close air support for ground operations that are underway. We've already seen one instance in which they were called in. Walter Rogers probably on the receiving end of whatever they were carrying with them. What are you hearing from the pilots of these planes?
The pilots of these planes, we've talked with a lot of them. They say 2 things. They say they have the ammunition aboard to use. Most of the time they don't use it. But when they need to drop their bombs, when they need to drop their missiles to protect the troops on the ground, they don't hesitate to do so.
Gary, that's a very noisy air base, and you know there was some of the time we could barely hear you as you were talking there. I don't know whether you can tell us this or not, but is there an idea of how many planes, how large an operation this is? Certainly because I've talked to you all during the night, I know that it goes on 24 hours a day.
Yes, 24/7, Jim, and I can tell you we can almost mathematically figure it out. We're talking over a 48-hour period, and they tell us this information. This is information we are permitted to release. But over the last 48 hours, there have been 550 sorties out of this one particular location. They're also saying there have been a grand total of 3,500 sorties at all locations. So that gives you an idea of how large that is. That works out to be about 1/6 or 1/7 of the total sorties out of this particular base we're standing at right now.
All right, Gary Tuckman there with the latest on what the U.S. Air Force is doing. We're going to check now on some of the latest developments from...
Facts are facts. Truth is truth.
Day after Iraqi forces ambushed a U.S. military convoy bringing supplies to coalition forces in the region. Wolf Blitzer now joins us live from Kuwait City. Wolf, we have been mentioning the fact that you will be interviewing Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, I think in minutes from now. He made an awful lot of news on the Sunday talk shows. Is he there with you now?
Yes, Paula, we're going to interview him now. We originally had scheduled to interview him at the top of the hour, but given the enormous pace of what's unfolding now in this war, I'd like to interview the Defense Secretary right now. He's joining us live from our Washington studio. Secretary Rumsfeld, thanks so much for joining us. I know this is an incredibly busy time for you, but let's get right to some of the immediate issues at hand. First of all, as you well know, within the past few moments, the Al Jazeera Arabic language television network has broadcast Iraqi television video of American POWs that they say are now in the hands of Iraqi officials, some of them alive, others killed in action. What can you tell us about this?
There have been reports throughout the morning here in the East Coast to the effect that some U.S. soldiers were unaccounted for. Whether the ones that are being shown on that particular station or not, that network, are those individuals, I'm not in a position to say. We do know that the Geneva Convention makes it illegal for prisoners of war to be shown and pictured and humiliated. And it's something that the United States does not do. And needless to say, television networks that carry such pictures I would say, doing something that's unfortunate.
On the other hand, you could argue, some would make the case that at least their family members are seeing them alive, even if they're not in the best of condition. They could get some comfort from seeing these videotape pictures.
You can make that argument if you wish.
But what I hear you saying is that you're urging all worldwide news organizations, television networks, not to broadcast these images of these American POWs.
What I'm saying is that it's a violation of the Geneva Convention for the Iraqis to be, if in fact that's what's taking place, to be showing prisoners of war in a humiliating manner.
How many missing American military personnel are there right now?
I can't answer your question right now. I know as of this morning it was a very small number.
Will this affect the course of the war, the fact that the Iraqis now have American POWs?
Wolf, there have been prisoners taken in every war since the beginning of mankind. We treat our prisoners well. We have over 2,000 Iraqi prisoners of war at the present time. They're in POW camps that have been brought along. They're being fed. They're being provided medicine where it's appropriate and needed. The course of this war is clear. The outcome is clear. The regime of Saddam Hussein is gone. It's over. It will not be there in a relatively reasonably predictable period of time. And the people in Iraq need to know that it will not be long before they will be liberated. The leadership and the military in Iraq needs to know that they should act with honor and stop defending a regime that is shortly going to be history.
Mr. Secretary, this broadcast is being seen live around the world, including in Iraq. What is your message to those Iraqi government officials who now have control of these American prisoners?
That they treat those prisoners according to the Geneva Convention, just as we treat Iraqi prisoners according to the Geneva Convention. And further, I would say that they'd be well advised to put down their arms, follow the instructions that have been communicated, and act with honor, and help liberate the Iraqi people from the vicious, repressive regime of Saddam Hussein. The outcome is clear.
When you say it's predictable, the outcome is clear, how much time do you think it will take for the U.S. and British forces to achieve their objective?
At the present time, there are U.S., British, Australian, and Polish forces that are on the ground. There's some 46 nations that are publicly, politically supporting this coalition effort. There is a broad and deep coalition that is being enormously helpful in this effort, and their forces are wonderful, fine young people as well. The time is going to depend on how much resistance there is, and the loss of life will depend on how much resistance there is. And our hope and our prayer is that this will end soon with a minimal loss of life on the part of the Iraqis as well as the U.S. and coalition forces.
Are you talking days, weeks, or months?
We will be at it until it's over. And it's not possible to know. There are any number of things that could happen that would cause difficulties, that could delay things. But there is nothing that can happen that will change the ultimate outcome. The outcome is certain. And the armed forces of the Iraqi government should put down their arms, follow the instructions that they've been given, and end any resistance at all, because it's futile.
The Iraqis claim to have shot down a coalition aircraft over Baghdad. There were pictures of Iraqi troops firing into the Tigris River. Have all U.S. and coalition aircraft returned safely to their bases and aircraft carriers?
There have been I know nothing about what you're saying that the Iraqis are saying about some river. There have been some aircraft that have not returned safely. One was a UK aircraft that was shot down by a Patriot battery, we believe, and that is being investigated. There were some helicopters that collided in midair over Kuwait and did not return safely. To my knowledge, no other aircraft are missing or unaccounted for.
There was a very disturbing incident, as you know, yesterday at Camp Pennsylvania here in Kuwait involving, apparently, the suggestion is a U.S. soldier lobbed a grenade or more into a tent with officers and troops from the 101st Airborne Division. What can you tell us about that incident?
There is apparently an investigation that's underway at the present time, and an individual is a subject of that investigation, and that it has to run its course, and we'll find out precisely what took place.
Do you have anything you could tell us about the motivation, what may have caused this individual to act?
I have no idea.
And do you know if he was acting alone or in conspiracy with others?
The investigation will determine that, but I've heard no indication that there was any conspiracy.
We're getting reports now from some of our embedded journalists on the front lines suggesting that the Iraqis are placing so-called human shields at various military and other strategic targets as U.S. and coalition forces move up towards Baghdad. If that's the case, will that deter you from going after those targets?
I do not have information to that effect, although we've seen photographs indicating that the Iraqis have written on the tops of some buildings that there are human shields there. That also is a violation of international law. The Iraqis have a practice of violating international law and ignoring international conventions and treaties. Wolf, the outcome of this is determined. It's certain. This conflict is going to end, and the regime of Saddam Hussein will be gone. And it will end sooner if people behave rationally and put down their weapons and stop resisting. It will end longer if they are foolish and get themselves killed because they refuse to surrender and put down their arms. But the outcome is clear. We are not going to be deterred at all.
Have U.S. and coalition forces encountered so far any evidence of Iraqi chemical or biological weapons, indeed any weapons of mass destruction whatsoever?
Wolf, the coalition forces have been on the ground for something about 72 hours. The number of forces in Iraq grows every hour. They are basically in the south, moving towards Baghdad. They're in the west, worried about the Scud baskets in that area and trying to avoid having any missiles, ballistic missiles, fired at neighboring countries. And they're in the north, working with Kurdish forces and a number of teams up there. The task is to remove this regime and then go about the task of looking for weapons of mass destruction. At the present time, they're focused on winning the war.
Has there been any evidence that any of the missiles or rockets that were fired by Iraqis, whether into Kuwait, where I am right now, or into southern Iraq or elsewhere, had anything other than conventional warheads?
Nothing that I've seen validated.
Is there any evidence the Iraqis have actually fired a Scud missile?
Not that I've seen.
That missile that went into Iran and hit an oil depot, was that fired by Iraqis or, as the Iranians and the Iraqis suggest, by an errant, perhaps cruise missile or other U.S. weapon?
The present speculation is that it was an Iraqi weapon, but it's possible that it wasn't, and that's the kind of thing that will have to be looked at, and the debris, the remnants of the weapon probably could be inspected and some determination made finally. but only after you have ground truth. Certainly if it was an errant weapon from a coalition force, it would have been an accident or and totally unintended. But at least the preliminary estimate is that it was an Iraqi weapon.
What happens if the Iraqis, as the U.S. and coalition forces move closer towards Baghdad, to Krieg, which is the hometown of Saddam Hussein? What if the Iraqis do use chemical or biological weapons, radiological weapons against U.S. troops? How will the U.S. respond?
The coalition forces are trained and equipped to operate in that environment. There's no question but that if it's done, it will slow things down. There is no way it will change the outcome. And what is also certain is that anyone who is involved in following out an order to use weapons of chemical or biological weapons will be hunted down and treated with accordingly. The important thing to remember, Wolf, is that Saddam Hussein cannot use weapons of mass destruction himself. He can give the order, but someone is going to have to carry out that order, and numbers of people are going to have to carry out that order. And those people are being told in no uncertain terms that they must not do that. If they follow those orders, they will be tracked down and punished.
By all accounts, Mr. Secretary, the big battles are still coming. The notion that it was supposedly relatively easy in the south, where the Shia are dominant. As you get closer to Baghdad, to Krieg, the Republican Guard, the Special Republican Guard, the defenses, the resistance might be more intense. Are you expecting heavy resistance from these so-called elite Republican Guard units?
It's a distinct possibility. The Republican Guard units and the special operators have been pulling back towards the Baghdad to Krieg area for a period of some weeks. We have been in touch with some of them. There is at least a prospect that some of them will surrender and assist us. There's also the prospect that the resistance will get a good deal more difficult and that the progress will be slower. We've been in the country just for 72 hours, and the forces are moving towards Baghdad. And thus far, the air war and the ground war have gone along in an excellent manner.
How far precisely, if you can tell us, are the troops from Baghdad, the outskirts of Baghdad?
Well, they're moving along ahead of plan. Let me leave it there. We have smaller elements in various places, and then we have main elements that are moving up towards, from the south in the direction of Baghdad, but I don't want to give particulars as to exactly where they are.
Is, as far as you know, Saddam Hussein alive?
We have to assume he is. There's no question but that there were senior Iraqi regime leadership in the compound which we attacked several nights ago. And the intelligence reports suggest that the attacks were successful in terms of hitting targets. What is not knowable from the air or from long distance is precisely who was where in that compound at any given moment when the weapons actually struck. But we are optimistic that we have effectively hit a regime command and control target, and time will tell who was in it.
Is there any evidence Saddam Hussein was injured in that specific attack on the first night of the war?
You know, the word evidence is a hard one. The standard of evidence that people hold others to varies depending if you're in a court of law or in a war. And in a war, the kind of evidence that people are thinking about doesn't exist for the most part. You just don't get ground truth instantaneously in situations like that. We have reports from people who suggest that they were eyewitnesses to certain things, but we can't go out and double check them, and you can't talk to other people who had a different perspective, and therefore it's not possible to know for certain knowledge precisely what took place.
Is he, though, in control, as far as you can tell, of his military and of the regime?
Well, we'll know more the closer we get to Baghdad and Tikrit, one would think. But we hear reports that there seems to be some disarray in the Iraqi leadership. That's speculation. I would call it speculation. It's surmise. It's hard to say precisely. In these kinds of situations, we could be being tricked in some way. So these things will unfold. What we do know is that the outcome is certain, that if people want to save lives, they should surrender. We're telling them in multiple ways, through leaflets, through the radio, through television, through direct communication by telephone, how they can avoid being killed and how they can help their country and liberate their people. And they'd best do that because it'll just take us longer, but it will still happen.
Could you tell us what the line of communication is between the U.S. and the Republican Guard in trying to encourage them to surrender?
It varies from unit to unit, and it tends to be in a variety of different ways, and I don't know that I'd want to get into the details.
But you can tell us it's ongoing, it's continuing right now.
That's correct. On a unit level.
Are you up on a unit-to-unit level, meaning U.S. military personnel or intelligence community personnel?
It varies, but it is at the unit level. It is not at a senior Iraqi armed services or regime level. There aren't any kind of negotiations going on at the very top level. The discussions that take place relate to specific units, and we've had good success in a number of units surrendering. And that's made a lot of sense. People's lives have been saved.
There was a report here in the Gulf suggesting 3 top Iraqi leaders may have been killed in that initial airstrike. Tariq Aziz, the deputy prime minister, Ali al-Majid, so-called Chemical Ali, and Izzat Ibrahim. Do you have any evidence that any of those 3 may have been killed in that initial airstrike?
No, I don't.
Let's move on and talk about the airstrikes. As you know, they're meeting with widespread criticism. The pictures that were seen around the world showed huge explosions in Baghdad, and the airstrikes, of course, continue. How can you be so sure that innocent civilians are not dying in those airstrikes?
Wolf, I saw some of those images that were carried on television around the world, and no one could watch them and not just feel your heart break that people can be killed and that there can be some unintended loss of life. The fact, however, is that there was not an attack on Baghdad. There was an attack on the Iraqi regime, and it was as precise as ever before in the history of warfare. The care that went into the targeting is just breathtaking. And it is in the battle damage assessments, and the people from the ground that we talk to are telling us that to a great extent in Baghdad, people are going about their business because they are so impressed with the precision of those targeting and those bombs and those attacks that they feel that the coalition forces are doing it in the best possible way. It looks like it's a bombing of a city, but it isn't. It is a bombing of military targets, very precisely, and regime targets. And the television image is belied by what's seen on the ground.
But we've spoken to journalists, Mr. Secretary, who were there, who heard the explosions, the thunder. They said the earth basically shook for them. They said it was a terrifying experience. There are some 5 million people who probably were terrified during that ordeal and continue to be terrified right now. The question is this the way to win over the hearts and minds of the Iraqi people?
Wolf, the Iraqi people are hostages to a vicious regime. They will be liberated. It's going to happen. The only way to do it, they tried diplomacy for 13 years. They tried economic sanctions. Neither worked. They tried limited military applications in the northern and southern no-fly zones. That didn't work. They tried 17 UN resolutions. President Bush went one extra step and provided 48 hours for the Iraqi regime to leave the country and leave it without a conflict. Every single effort was rebutted, rejected. Now, that leaves only one course. You say, is there any way to do it without conflict? No, everything else was tried. And the Iraqi people are going to end up liberated. The ones that have been liberated in the southern part of this country are grateful and appreciative. And that will be the case as Baghdad is liberated.
But there are plenty of people out there, counterterrorism experts, who've already expressed fear that the images of this bombing, the shock and awe campaign, will merely foment terrorism, create new recruits for al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups to go after American targets.
Wolf, I know there's lots of so-called experts opining on this and that. The fact is that the terrorists did not need any provocation. They attacked the United States of America on September 11th, viciously killed 3,000 innocent men, women, and children of every religion, of every nationality across the globe. That was not a response to an attack on Baghdad. It was an unprovoked attack. They are raising money. They are training people. We stopped them in Afghanistan. We tore up their terrorist training camps. We drove them out of that country. And in that country now there's a government that's representative of the Afghan people. And that is what's going to happen in Iraq. And the idea that this is provocative is wrong. Weakness is provocative. It entices people to do things they otherwise wouldn't do. And war is everybody's last choice. No rational person wants war. President Bush doesn't. The American people don't.
General Meyer said the other day that the war was moving on all fronts in the south, in the west, and in the northern part of Iraq. Let's go through a few specific details. In the south, I assume Qasr, the key port in the south, has been captured and secure. What about Basra and Nasiriyah?
I don't use the word secure, and the reason I don't on the port is because nothing's perfect. There's no question but that the coalition forces have occupied the port area. They're now in the process of taking mines out of the water so that humanitarian assistance and medical supplies and food can come in through that port. But I suspect that there will continue to be sporadic firefights from some dead-enders who don't want to give up. So I think that secure is probably somewhat of an overstatement. Basra is the same situation. The forces have moved in from the south. Most of the resistance has ended in the Basra area, but there'll, I would suspect, continue to be some dead-enders who will continue to fire at coalition forces. The oil wells in the south have been secured, quote unquote, but there again, there could be some untidiness as we go forward. And British forces are now occupying the bulk of those, that area where the oil wells are, and it's important that they be saved for the Iraqi people. There are about 10 wells that are burning, and we have people coming in the next 48 hours who will begin to put those fires out. As forces move north, there will be conflict and firefights, but we won't know whether the resistance, once we get closer to Baghdad, will be different from what we've experienced in the south, but I think it's reasonable to expect that it might be much more fierce.
And Nasiriyah, is that yet under coalition control?
The forces are clearly in that area, and I'll leave it to General Franks and his terrific team of people to characterize the progress that's being made by coalition forces.
Let's talk about Western Iraq for a moment. Can people in Israel sleep easier tonight because U.S. forces are in control of that so-called H-2 and H-3 airfield from which so many Scuds, 39 Scuds to be specific, were launched against Israel during the first Gulf War?
Well, there's no question but that is the area where the ballistic missiles were launched last time, and they put at risk neighboring countries as well as Israel. We have a lot of special operators ranging across that generally vacant area, unpopulated area, and we feel pretty good about the fact that we've covered a lot of that ground. I wouldn't want to say that it's absolutely certain that something couldn't be fired from that area, but given the overhead control we have, the air superiority, indeed air dominance in that part of the country, and the number of people on the ground, I think that we can feel much better today than yesterday or the day before with respect to that issue.
Mr. Secretary, I know your time is limited. Before I let you go, very briefly on the north, Turkey, there are conflicting reports whether Turkish forces have indeed moved across the line into northern Iraq or not. Have Turkish forces gone into northern Iraq, and does the United States want them to be there?
I've been hearing reports from the press almost every 4 hours for the past 3 or 4 or 5 days, reporting or alleging or speculating that Turkish forces have moved into northern Iraq in force. I can say 2 things about that. We have no intelligence evidence that suggests that's true. Second, the Turkish forces tell us repeatedly that it is not true. I believe them. In the event that we find that not to be the case, why, obviously, that would be unfortunate.
Are U.S. warplanes flying over Turkish airspace now as they go on bombing runs towards Iraq?
U.S. coalition aircraft are flying over all of Iraq. There is no question about it. They're covering every inch of that country.
And the shock and awe campaign is going to continue for how long?
The ground attack and the air attack is going to continue with precision and care until the Iraqi regime is removed and we have been able to find and dismantle their weapon-producing capabilities.
Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Paul Azan, let me bring it back to you. Obviously, the Defense Secretary clearly convinced it's only a matter of time before the U.S. and coalition forces get the job done in Iraq. How long? Of course, he refuses to speculate.
Well, it's interesting you should mention that because I was taking notes fast and furiously as you were interviewing Secretary Rumsfeld, and I counted over a half-dozen references to that very fact, and it makes you wonder, and I'm going to share some of what he told you now, about the secondary audience he may have out there since this is being broadcast internationally. He used some very clear language. The regime is gone. It's over. It won't be there in a relative period of time. He went on to say, hope it will end soon. On another reference, he said, the outcome is certain. The fourth reference I counted, no way to change the outcome. And then there was a final reference when he talked about the very interesting question you asked him about the ongoing contacts between American officials and maybe defectors with individual Iraqi units. And he made it very clear that he thinks that that is working right now. So I was really struck by the repeated references to the fact that the regime will be gone. You couldn't miss that point from that interview.
Well, you're absolutely right, Paula. There's no doubt the Secretary of Defense not only aware of the domestic U.S. audience, he was addressing the international community, if you will, but specifically the fact that CNN International are seen in Iraq itself, and he was clearly addressing leadership in Iraq, military leadership and political leadership, convincing them you could do this the easy way, if you will, or you could do it the hard way. If you do it the easy way, you might survive. If you do it the hard way, you won't survive. And there was a clear effort on his part to convince the Iraqi military to lay down their weapons, to surrender, if you will, and let the U.S., in effect, determine the next course of history for the Iraqi people.
I also thought he had an interesting response to your question when you asked if Allied forces or coalition forces were using Turkish airspace. And his answer was that the coalition's forces fly all over Iraq. And I know that was a bit of a sensitivity earlier this morning as he was walking out of one of the other Sunday morning shows appearances, and he made it very clear that obviously they did not want Turkish troops crossing over into Iraq.
There's a clear sense we're getting from our embedded reporters, Gary Stryker, for example, who's aboard the USS Roosevelt in the Eastern Mediterranean. There are 2 U.S. aircraft carriers in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Truman and the Roosevelt. And he made it clear, based on the briefings he's received there, Paula, that U.S. warplanes are not flying over Turkish airspace as they leave those carriers. They're flying over other airspace to go on their bombing missions towards Iraq. So the whole Turkish issue is obviously a very, very sensitive issue. Great disappointment in the Bush administration that the Turkish government, A, didn't allow 62,000 U.S. ground forces to be staged in Turkey to move into northern Iraq, and B, that it's taken them so long to permit airspace to be used, and C, this concern that the Turkish military might unilaterally go in, a source of concern given the animosity between the Kurds in the northern part of Iraq and the Turks. These are very, very complex issues, and the Secretary clearly wants to stay above that a little bit, at least as much as he can.
Well, if there was another question, I think we learned something new from today. When you asked him about what kind of contact was indeed taking place with individual members of Iraqi units, and he said they communicate in a variety of ways, but it's the first time I've heard, and maybe you've heard this before, but I have not, where he just said that this was not taking place at the leadership level, but on a lower level, unit to unit, and he said it had been successful so far with some of those Iraqi soldiers deciding, in his words, to do the right thing and lay down their arms.
There's been incredible contact, Paula, not only since the actual war started, but going back weeks, perhaps months. U.S. Special Operations Forces, sometimes working with Iraqi opposition groups. They've had, for example, phone numbers of Iraqi senior officers, their cell phones, their hard lines, and they've communicated directly, not only on the phone, but also they've had emails. They basically say to them in Arabic, look, the United States is coming. You're going to die unless you give up right now. Is it worth it to die for Saddam Hussein, who himself is going to die himself, if you will? And they've been trying to rattle the Iraqi military leadership with these kinds of contacts, which have only intensified, I'm told, in recent days as the U.S. tries to end this relatively quickly. Now, there's no guarantee any of that is going to work, and you heard the Defense Secretary himself say they fully anticipate, as the U.S. and coalition forces move closer towards Baghdad and Tikrit, Saddam Hussein's hometown, which is very strongly defended by the Special Republican Guard, they anticipate the fighting is going to get a lot more intense than it's been so far.
The other message I heard loud and clear was the message the Secretary Rumsfeld gave you when he said this is not an attack on Iraq, this is an attack on the Iraqi regime. And he went on to talk about the care that is taken in the targeting of weapons, and he called it breathtaking. It's interesting because we were listening to a briefing by the Royal Air Force this morning, and they actually broke down statistically how in Desert Storm just 10% of the weapons used had this level of precision. This time around they're saying some 90%, which I might explain, well, if I don't think you've seen some of these counts in newspapers across the country today, how calmly some Iraqis were actually watching this barrage of fire the first night of shock and awe because they had confidence in the precision level of these weapons.
I'm Jim Clancy in the Gulf. We're continuing to monitor the situation all across Iraq. In Mosul right now, sirens are sounding possibility of air attacks there. This is a picture of Mosul that's coming to you live, showing the city there. There had been reports of bombings there earlier. There have also been reporting of bombs falling in Baghdad this night. We're just watching that as we continue CNN USA's coverage, the interview with Secretary Rumsfeld in reaction to that.
They're very, very accurate. Although they're not perfect, they're still mechanical, and they still can make mistakes.
Before we let you go, Wolf, the other thing that I heard that I don't think I've heard so far yet today was Secretary Rumsfeld saying that they are moving ahead of plans. Did that strike you? Because we've really been trying to assess, once you go beyond them saying the campaign so far, the air and ground campaign is successful, just an actual timeline where he said, indeed, this is moving ahead of plan.
It certainly appears to be the case. They're moving very, very rapidly. Before I did the interview with the Defense Secretary, I was told by a source here in Kuwait, a reliable source, that U.S. forces may be as close as 100 miles. 100 miles outside of Baghdad. There's about a 300-mile distance between Kuwait and Baghdad. So they're moving pretty quickly. They're moving rapidly. They're going to be slowed down, presumably, as they get closer to Baghdad and elsewhere where the fortifications are much more intense. But the cavalry is moving, the infantry, they're moving, the Marines, the British Marines, they're moving rather rapidly. They are meeting pockets of resistance, and those pockets could be quite intense and obviously quite dangerous. We don't know the circumstances that surround the capture, for example, of these American POWs now that have been paraded out in front of Iraqi television with Al Jazeera broadcasting those images. I've seen those images here. I was watching Al Jazeera when they aired live about an hour or so ago, and I have to tell you, they're very haunting, extremely disturbing, not pleasant, and certainly I can understand why the Defense Secretary doesn't want those pictures to be shown on worldwide television.
In fact, in his interview with her, your interview with him, he said U.S. soldiers, he wasn't sure that the U.S. soldiers unaccounted for were actually the individuals on this tape. Wolf, I got a lot more to ask you, but we want to call your attention to the screen in Baghdad. It was just about an hour ago that we covered live about a 3 or 4 minute barrage of anti-aircraft fire. We didn't hear any siren sound. And we did not hear any of explosions. We're going to keep an eye on that. And also share with you one more thing Secretary Rumsfeld just told Wolf that I thought was interesting when Wolf asked him about how do you know you're not going to hit innocent civilians. And he said as he watched that campaign unfold on television, he wasn't referring to which night, though, he said you feel your heart break. Sometimes there is unintended loss of life. Wolf?
There's no doubt that this is the most difficult part, not only for someone like the Defense Secretary, the President of the United States, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Tommy Franks. They know very, very well that some of those bombs are going to kill innocent civilians, men, women, and children. Those aviators, for example, who have to push those buttons and launch those missiles, fire those weapons. They also know that some of those weapons are going to kill innocent civilians. They know some of the targets are relatively close to civilian areas, whether mosques or hospitals or schools or apartment buildings, residential areas. This is one of the dangers, obviously, of going into war. They do this. I've spoken with some of these aviators over the years, for example, some of these commanders. They're not happy about it. They're very disturbed about it, but they do it anyways because their bottom line conclusion is if they don't do it, someone else will do that to them. Paula, I want to go to Gary Tuchman. He's not far away from the Iraqi border at an air base, and he's joining us now. He's one of those embedded journalists who've been so helpful to us in getting information from the front lines. Gary, tell us what's going on right now.
Wolf, I think you're saying my name. The reason I can't hear you saying it right now is we do have the warplanes passing over us right now, taking off on the runway, heading in the direction right now of Iraq. We do come to you from a base where we can't say the exact... What I've learned from standing here while these planes pass overhead is I better stop talking, you'll never hear me. We come to you from a base, we can't say the exact location of the Pentagon rules. We can tell you this is one of the busiest bases in the theater. 550 sorties in the last 48 hours total at all the air bases in at least 38 different locations throughout the world, 3,500. That gives you an idea, 1/6 to 1/7 of the total sorties come from this base that we're standing at right now. And standing with me right now is the wing commander, the man in charge of this base where we're standing, Colonel Tom Jones. Colonel Jones, thanks for joining us. You're welcome, Gary. First of all, you're in charge of all the aircraft here, the A-10s, the F-16s, the Marine aircraft, the Brits, the Australians are here in addition to that. How are things going so far here?
Going wonderfully. Everybody's working very well together. It's a very busy airfield, and I won't tell you we haven't had problems, but those that we've had, we've been able to overcome very easily.
Which leads me easily into the next question. What kind of problems have you had that you didn't anticipate?
We've had problems with the massive influx of personnel. The personnel arrived here faster than we could get the base prepared for them. We're catching up, and we've made great strides in that regard. As the operations, combat operations have started, there's to be expected, some confusion, but we work through that very easily. Weapons are flowing now, fuel is flowing exactly as it should, and operations are good.
Did we expect this to be so busy still at this base more than 48 hours after the shock and awe began?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it's a little loud here as we were saying. Did you expect it to be still so busy at this point of shock and awe?
Yes, yeah, I did. This is a huge base. We're going to continue to fly a lot of sorties throughout the duration of the operation here, so I'm not surprised by the number of sorties we've flown.
Colonel Jones, you've flown on 2 missions yourself over the last 2 days aboard F-16 fighters. Tell me where you went today.
I did. I flew both of them today. I was south of Baghdad on both sorties.
Hey, 1 second. Which is a Marine aircraft.
That's correct.
It's impressive. Being the wing commander, you can see at a high altitude what kind of plane it is at nighttime. That's pretty impressive. So you flew, wait, now here comes another aircraft. What's that? You can see we're not kidding you when we say this is a very busy base. What kind of aircraft was that, by the way?
It's another F-18.
They usually fly out in twos. We know that 2s and 3s. They don't fly out by themselves. You flew south of Baghdad. What were you doing?
I did. This morning's sortie was a leaflet drop. It was an IO sorting about 20 to 30 miles south of Baghdad.
What did the leaflet say?
I don't know.
Okay, and what was the second one?
The second sortie was a close air support sortie, then support of the ground operations ongoing.
And what did you drop along the way to support those ground operations?
I dropped bombs.
What kind of armament?
LGBs, precision-guided bombs.
Do you, as the wing commander here, flying on missions, get scared while you're up there?
No, I don't know that there's a nervousness and anticipation, but I think everybody is trained very well for this mission from all services. So I wouldn't call it fear at all. I'd call it a guarded preparation where we're ready for what goes on up there.
Final question I want to ask you, our correspondent Walter Rogers is reporting that there have been sightings of Iraqi soldiers taking women and children to be human shields, and this has been seen from the air. Have you seen anything like that from the air?
I have not seen that from the air, no.
I want to thank you very much for joining us, Colonel.
You're welcome, Gary. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for talking with us. We also want to mention to you another aircraft that is here at this particular base. Our helicopters, they're called HH-60s. They're Jollies. That's their nickname, and they're used for search and rescue missions. There were 3 search and rescue missions early this morning, Persian Gulf time. However, authorities at this particular base are not releasing information about why those search and rescue missions took place. We can tell you that at around the same time, there was a British Tornado jet that went missing. British defense officials are telling us that British Tornado jet was shot down by a Patriot missile. This is coming from the British defense officials, and that is a tragedy, of course, because Patriot missiles are used to shoot down Iraqi missiles that come in, but apparently this particular Patriot missile accidentally shot down the British Tornado jet. There are 2 pilots who are missing. Wolf, back to you.
Gary Tuckman, he's at an air base not far from Iraq here in the Persian Gulf. Thanks very much for that report. Walter Rogers is standing by. He's one of our other embedded journalists. He's now in Iraq with the 7th Cavalry, a U.S. Army division. Walter, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
What we're seeing with the 7th Cavalry is fires along the horizon. In the distance, the 7th Cavalry has pulled back somewhat from our original line. The reason being that earlier this afternoon, we took a very tight pattern of artillery from the Iraqi units ahead of us. That was a brigade-sized unit at one point, and some of the units pulled back. The rest of us went forward. Now we've pulled back. After that incoming artillery barrage, the Air Force came in and dropped bombs. They made run after run on the suspected Iraqi artillery positions. We could see the sky illuminating with these big fireballs about dusk. And the but it's questionable how effective these A-10s were. The Iraqis were firing shoulder-fired missiles at them, heat-seeking missiles, and the A-10s could not come down as low as they would like to in an optimum bombing run, and they had to stay high and release flares behind themselves to deflect any heat-seeking missiles. So a bit of a stalemate here at this point. The 7th probably should have been further up the road tonight, but it appears to the commanders here that the Iraqis are trying to draw them into a trap. So at this point, the 7th is standing off. Wolf?
Walter, you reported a little while ago, earlier today, about these human shields. There's evidence the Iraqis are placing so-called human shields at various sensitive sites. What can you tell our viewers about that now?
Senior U.S. military officials, senior officers with the 7th Cavalry had called in a bombing run on an area where the Iraqis had entrenched themselves not too far out in front of us, perhaps less than a mile. At the last minute, they canceled that bombing run because their forward observers, that is the Army's forward observers, saw the Iraqis hurting women and children. According to the senior Army official here, senior officer, said they saw the Iraqis herding and women and children into the military emplacements that the Iraqis had been holding for some time. Now, we're given to believe this is not the Iraqi army. The regular soldiers out in front of us were told they would like to surrender, or that's the word getting back to the senior officials with the 7th Cavalry. The problem is that there are Fedayeen units who've taken over the command. Fedayeen are the elite of Saddam's soldiers, higher than even the Republican Guard, and they apparently are running the defense of this particular city in south-central Iraq. They are the ones who have given the orders to take human shields, and they are the ones who have been ordering artillery out on these U.S. positions to the south. Wolf?
I assume, Walter, that seeing those human shields, those innocent Iraqi men, women, and children being brought to that location gave the 7th Cavalry commanders some pause, and they decided not to launch munitions against those targets.
That's true, Wolf. What happened, of course, was they had a close air cover support called in. That is, Air Force planes were about to make a bombing run upon the Iraqi positions when the forward observers said, no, scrub this mission, don't bring those bombs in, because we can see them herding women and children into the lines where the Iraqi soldiers are. So that mission was scrubbed. Then later in the afternoon, to try to decapitate the Iraqi command in the town ahead of us, they called in yet another airstrike, and that particular airstrike was led by a Kiowa helicopter. It fired a Hellfire missile at the Ba'ath Party headquarters, which is also the intelligence headquarters in the area out in front of us. We can see this.
Also ruhig und friedlich schaut es aus in Bagdad. Wir werden sehen, wie das in den nächsten Minuten weitergehen wird. Wir informieren Sie natürlich gleich anschließend in unserer Heute-Sendung. Das war's von uns, von unserem ZDF-Spezial. Ihnen noch einen schönen Abend.
Umstrittene Bilder. Das irakische Fernsehen zeigt tote und gefangene amerikanische Soldaten. Schwieriger Vormarsch. Im Südirak stoßen die verbündeten Truppen auf starken Widerstand. Heftige Luftangriffe. Rund um das Regierungsviertel von Bagdad sind viele Gebäude völlig zerstört. Und das Wetter, viel Sonne, frühlingshaft warm bei 14 bis 21 Grad.
Nachrichten des Tages, heute mit Steffen Seibert.
Guten Abend. Aus amerikanischer und britischer Sicht war dieser 4. Kriegstag ein bitterer. Zwar melden die Militärs beider Länder weiterhin Geländegewinne und raschen Vormarsch auf Bagdad zu, aber sie müssen auch zugeben, dass sie im Südirak auf viel mehr Widerstand stoßen, als es erst den Anschein hatte. Vor allem um die Städte Qasr und Nasiriyah wurde heute hart gekämpft. Besonders schwer zu ertragen für die amerikanische Öffentlichkeit die ersten Bilder getöteter US-Soldaten. Das irakische Fernsehen strahlte sie am Nachmittag aus und stellte auch mehrere Gefangene zur Schau.
Bilder vom irakischen Fernsehen. Es zeigt junge amerikanische Soldaten in Gefangenschaft.
From Kansas. Coming from El Paso, Texas.
Texas.
2 der gezeigten Soldaten sind verletzt, die anderen offenbar unversehrt. Der irakische Reporter fragt alle nach ihrem Namen, ihrer Herkunft und ob sie im Land seien, um Iraker zu töten. Nein, ich repariere kaputtes Gerät. Mir wurde befohlen, nur zu schießen, wenn ich angegriffen werde. Sie haben zuerst gefeuert, da habe ich zurückgeschossen. Die US-Regierung kritisiert diese Zurschaustellung der Kriegsgefangenen als Verstoß gegen die Genfer Konvention. Die Soldaten gehören zu einer Instandhaltungseinheit der 3. Infanteriedivision. Augenzeugen berichten, dass sie offenbar falsch abgebogen sind. Irakische Soldaten beschossen die Amerikaner daraufhin, so Augenzeugen. Das irakische Fernsehen zeigte auch Bilder von toten US-Soldaten. Einige haben Schusswunden, andere sind verstümmelt. Diese Bilder stammen aus einer Ortschaft rund 360 Kilometer südlich von Bagdad, Nasiriyah. Wie erfolgreich der Vormarsch der amerikanisch-britischen Truppen in dieser Region ist, kann man nur schwer sagen. Mal heißt es, die Orte seien unter Kontrolle, dann wieder werden stundenlange Gefechte um ein paar Brücken gemeldet. Offenbar wollen die Truppen einzelne Regionen gar nicht unbedingt vollständig unter ihre Kontrolle bringen. Wichtiger scheint ihnen der schnelle Vormarsch in Richtung Bagdad. Einzelne Truppeneinheiten sollen 40 Stunden am Stück in Richtung Norden gefahren sein. Wir hatten ab und zu Feindkontakt. Die Iraker waren aber nicht sehr gut organisiert. Wir hatten keine Probleme mit
The reeds and the water in the river. Coalition forces say there are no reports of missing flights or unaccounted for air crew. A strike from a coalition jet ended a tense standoff in Qasr in the south. Coalition forces have in their custody now Iraqi prisoners of war, including a Republican Guard commander. British and U.S. troops have been battling pockets of resistance since they announced the capture of the port city. 1 American soldier was killed, 12 others wounded in a grenade attack on their army encampment in northern Kuwait. The suspect is in detention. He is a fellow U.S. soldier. Military officials accused him of throwing 2 live hand grenades into the soldiers' tents. Britain's ITN...
You know, Mike, he had his chance to go into exile. I gave him a 48-hour ultimatum to leave the country so that we could disarm Iraq peacefully. He chose not to go into exile.
Mr. President, how concerned are you about the situation in the north and Turkey's statement that they will send troops in there and that Americans might get caught in some kind of crossfire on them?
We have got more troops up north, and we're making it very clear to the Turks that we expect them not to come into northern Iraq. We're in constant touch with the Turkish military as well as Turkish politicians. They know our policy, and it's a firm policy. And we've made it very clear to them we expect them not to go into northern Iraq, as well as, and they know we're working with the Kurds to make sure there's not an incident that would cause there to be an excuse to go into northern Iraq. I say to the families, I thank them for the sacrifice they make, and we pray with them. I pray for God's comfort and God's healing powers to anybody, coalition force, American, Brit, anybody who loses a life in this, in our efforts to make the world more peaceful and more free. Ed. I am thankful the enemy has not used any weapons of mass destruction. And we will continue employing a strategy to make it difficult for the enemy to use weapons of mass destruction. A couple more and then I got to go. Wait till I talk to them. It's probably best they hear it directly from me. What? Of course. Yeah, Good question. I appreciate you asking that question. The question is on humanitarian aid. In the south of Iraq, our coalition forces have worked hard to make the port area secure, to make the transit of humanitarian aid as safe as possible. As I was told this morning in my briefings, that humanitarian aid should begin moving, massive amounts of humanitarian aid should begin moving within the next 36 hours. And that's going to be very positive news for a lot of people who've suffered a long time under Saddam Hussein. We've got a massive ground assault going on, and right behind it will be a massive movement of humanitarian aid to help the people of Iraq. We have made the promise to the people of this country that we will do everything we can to protect innocent life, and we're doing that, and that we'll do everything we can to help the Iraqi people. First thing, of course, will help the Iraqi people is to rid them from a brutal dictator, somebody who has stayed in power through mutilation and rape and torture, somebody who starved his own people so he could build palaces. When free from that dictatorship, life will be a lot better. But we also understand we have an obligation, and this is just not America, it's coalition forces, have an obligation to put food and medicine in places so the Iraqi people can live a normal life and have hope. And that's exactly what's going to happen shortly when the area is completely safe enough to move the equipment forward. Listen, thank you all.
How are you holding up, sir?
I feel just fine.
President George Bush just a few minutes ago outside the White House upon his return from Camp David, laying out once again his goals for the military action in Iraq, also laying out a stern warning for Iraq to abide by the Geneva Conventions and treat whatever prisoners they may have from the coalition forces in a manner that is like the U.S. treats them, in his words. He's going to get a briefing, he said, when he got back into the White House. Let's get a briefing of our own now by going to the Pentagon with Barbara Starr for the latest. Barbara?
Jim, officials here still saying they are trying to contact the families, make contact with the loved ones of those prisoners of war now being held in Iraq. Also, there's been a lot of fighting across south-central Iraq today, several fatalities as we understand it. So certainly they're trying to assemble the identifications of those fatalities and notify next of kin there. That is the major issue going on here at the moment. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld earlier underscoring what the president said, that the administration expects these prisoners of war to be held in accordance with the Geneva Convention. Here, it's not likely, if one were to ask, that these events will change the course of the U.S. war plan. Every indication they plan to go ahead. This administration very committed to their goals in this war. Perhaps some of this that we have seen today, the fighting, the interaction with the Iraqi army, not unexpected. It had always been the view of the U.S. military leadership that as U.S. forces progressed inside Iraq, as they went deeper into the country, they would encounter more opposition, they would encounter better trained Iraqi forces that would put up a fight, and by all indications, that is some of what has unfolded in the last 24 hours. Jim?
Barbara, let me just ask you one quick question, and that regards the other situation, this battle in the streets of Nasiriyah that we heard about a little bit earlier. Any more information?
No, they are monitoring that closely here as well. Not a lot of details. It's an interesting fact in this war, as we have said so many times before. For people, for the leaders back here at the Pentagon, so much of the real-time information they get comes from the embedded reporters embedded with these military units. And here, what they are doing a great deal of course, is monitoring television, trying to get reports from the field, trying to confirm all the details. At this point, the battle in Nasiriyah is much like the rest of what's been going on across Iraq. More opposition, some fighting, the U.S. nonetheless saying very committed to going forward. And one can expect that the campaign is really going to be move into this so-called second phase. now that there have been several nights of bombing in Baghdad, these fixed leadership targets. The second phase always was going to be approaching and dealing with the Iraqi ground forces, trying to isolate them on the battlefield, begin to attack them very directly, begin to attack some of the routes and the opportunities that they might take to move. So there is likely to be much more ground action ahead.
Barbara Starr reporting there live from the Pentagon. Thanks, Barbara. Well, we have been following a lot of events, these taking of prisoners. We understand they're now being held in the southern city of Basra, following some of these events across the south of the country. Not to be ignored, of course, is the situation in the north. Correspondent Ben Wiedemann is there. He's near the major city in the north, Mosul, where there has been some bombing. Ben?
Yes, Jim. In fact, bombing has basically been going on for the last 3 nights, and that tonight is no exception. We saw shortly after the sun went down the first wave of bombings. There was a lot of anti-aircraft fire not far from here, and also in the direction of Mosul, which is about 28 miles to the west of here. There's been, and this has been really the case every night for the last 3 nights, Jim. It's been fairly intense, certainly not by Baghdad standards, but more than this city has seen in quite some time. And also what we've seen is an intensification of preparations by the Iraqi forces on the front line, which is about 1.5 kilometers behind me. We've seen them digging deeper into the hills. We've seen them preparing their mortars, their anti-aircraft guns, their artillery, laying mines on the 2 roads behind us, both of which lead to Mosul. Now, this comes along at the same time that we're hearing that finally the United States and Turkey have worked out some sort of arrangement whereby U.S. troops can fly over Turkey into northern Iraq. The U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff General Myers saying that, in fact, some U.S. troops are already on the ground here in northern Iraq. This may mean that the northern front is finally going to heat up. Jim?
Now, I know that the Kurdish leaders in that area, both military and political, talk with people that have been inside Mosul. Is there any indication of what the situation is inside the city?
Well, what we've heard from Kurdish intelligence sources, fairly reliable ones, is that what is going on is the bulk of the Iraqi army forces in the north of the country are being withdrawn to the cities of Kirkuk and Mosul, and they're basically concentrating in those cities. They want to draw the American and Kurdish forces, if and when they do advance on those cities, inside to create the difficult urban combat conditions whereby the U.S. technological advantage will be somewhat blunted, and the Iraqis will be able to make full use of their intimate knowledge of the situation on the ground. We do know, for instance, there are about 120,000 Iraqi soldiers in the north of the country. There are some differences. The officer corps, largely Sunni Arab, the conscripts, largely Shiites from the south. But nonetheless, as we've seen over the last few days, the fighting in the south, the Iraqis certainly are putting up far more resistance than was originally expected. Jim?
Ben Wiedemann reporting from northern Iraq. Well, of course, we have been following the situation with the POWs and following the situation with humanitarian aid from the north of Iraq all the way down to the very south of Iraq, looking at the various situations, the various scenarios along there. And here to help us understand a little bit about each one of those elements is Tamara Al-Rifai, I should say, and she is with the ICRC. You're a spokesman for them. First and foremost, let's get to the issue of the prisoners of war that were shown on television. A lot of people wondering, what is the situation with them? Very recently, we've gotten word the Iraqi government says they are going to treat them according to the Geneva Conventions. What are the obligations they have to fulfill to do that?
Well, every signatory of the Geneva Conventions, and particularly the third convention related to the treatment of POWs, says that those people should be treated humanely and in a way to ensure that their physical and mental integrity is respected. They should not be tortured. They should be provided with everything they need, their basic needs. They cannot be subject to even mental kind of psychological mental torture. So total respect for who they are, for their dignity, for their physical well-being, their safety. These are the obligations of the detaining authorities.
You know, one of the interesting things is, as this operation got underway, and as we have seen Iraqis taken prisoner, they have been videotaped by U.S. news agencies and others. CNN has been pixelating or concealing their identities. Does that go far enough to protect their rights? Is that enough in the ICRC's view?
Well, it certainly protects a right, which is the right to their privacy and to protecting their identity, their safety, and the safety of their families. There is an article under the Third Geneva Convention that says that exposing the prisoners of war to public curiosity is not allowed. Now, again, it is then up to the journalist to judge by his own ethics whether they want to show those people or not, but this is definitely not allowed.
This is a question, and I've been in this situation many times. You know, you have the possibility of taking the pictures of the prisoners, and do journalists, could I be in violation of the Geneva Conventions, me, personally, by airing pictures, even if somebody else took those pictures?
Well, not exactly, because you're not the state, and it's usually the states that are party to the Geneva Convention. So states and detaining authorities are the ones responsible for protecting the privacy of those people.
All right, let's talk a little bit. That's an uncertain situation. What is the ICRC going to do about this? You've got Iraq saying it's going to, fulfill the Geneva Conventions. Is there a way, do they have to file paperwork for any prisoners that they hold? The same with the United States or with this coalition?
Well, yes, any state that holds prisoners of war should, first of all, register them and then notify their family about their existence. Now, this is where the ICRC steps in, because the ICRC visits those prisoners, holds an interview without witness with them in order to look at the conditions of detention, registers them, and keeps visiting them until they are released. It is the obligation, again, of the detaining authorities to release all POWs the minute the hostilities stop.
Okay, let's move on to some of the other issues that are important. Basra tonight, said to be without water, without electricity. What is the situation there?
Yes, well, the reports we have, what we know is that because of a power cut at the power station in Basra since Friday, the water system has been stopped. Now, what the ICRC has managed to do in Basra is the ICRC technicians and engineers have managed to restore partially the water treatment plants by connecting them to the river, Shatt al-Arab. Now, what this does is provide up to 40% of the needs of the people in terms of water. Now, we know this is not enough. This is a makeshift solution, and we are still waiting to have access to the main water treatment plant, Wafa al-Qaid it's called, and we are very, very concerned because, I mean, we all know that in terms of life-saving, in terms of what we need to do right now is, of course, have the medical centers and the hospitals and the people have access to clean drinking water.
Now, that's a city of 1.3 million people. What caused the power to go out? What cut off the water?
Well, we know that what cut off the water is a cut in the power because the water treatment plants are working on electricity. So because the electricity was off, the water was off.
All right, so how was the electricity cut?
Oh, well, I leave it to news reports. I don't know.
All right. The overall situation, humanitarian situation thus far, we haven't seen a big movement of refugees. We haven't seen a lot of people fleeing their homes thus far. Are you encouraged by that?
You mean just in the south?
Yes.
Well, of course, we are monitoring the situation very closely. We do hope that there will not be a big move of people who are internally displaced, but if there is, then we are now ready to help at least part of them in terms of what they need to survive until they go back.
All right. Tamara Al-Rifai, thank you very much. We're going to have to turn now and take you to Iraqi television live. Iraq's information minister is speaking right now. Let's listen in.
I said 2 days ago that the enemy was able to make a landing behind the Fao town, the town of the Fao. In a place we call it the oil area, which is north of the town. They started to reinforce their presence there in order to make a large force
باتجاه انه يقاتل القوة الموجودة بالفاو.
And to drive either to fight the force that is present in FAO
ومقاتلي الحزب
and the party militia,
حزب البعث العربي الاشتراكي,
the militia of the Arab Ba'ath Socialist Party,
وموظفي الأجهزة الإدارية,
and the civil servants of the administrative government there,
وأبناء العشائر الموجودين بالفاو.
and the sons of the Arab tribes in the FAO area.
أول خيار الآخر يندفع باتجاه البصرة.
The other alternative would be for them to drive towards Basra.
خلال 48 ساعة ما قدر ياخذ إلا موضع لا يتجاوز كيلومتر واحد.
In the last 48 hours they have been able only to drive 1 kilometer only.
أو كيلومترين.
Or maybe 2 kilometers.
وسع المنطقة بشكل حتى يقدر يستوعب قطاعات أخرى.
They expanded the line there in order to make room for other additional units.
ولا زال القطاعات تقاتلوا في مواضعها.
Our units are still fighting this force at their place.
هذا الموقع اللي أتحدث عنه يبعد عن مدينة البصرة بحدود أكثر من 80 كيلومتر.
This place of which I'm talking is about 80 kilometers away from Basra.
هذا للتوضيح طبعا أنا بنقول 80 كيلومتر مو معناها يعني بعيدة على القطاعات اللي تتقدم.
This is only to explain the situation. When I say 80 kilometers, I don't mean that it is exactly that.
لأن احنا ننتظر بالبصرة.
Because we are waiting for them at Basra.
لكن هم ما قدروا يحققوا شيء.
They haven't been able to achieve anything.
وراح تقاتلوا القطاعات من موضع إلى موضع إلى البصرة.
And our units will be fighting this enemy in every step and every way on the way to Basra.
هذا هو قاطع الفاو.
This is the FAO sector.
قاطع الآخر.
The other sector.
قاطع البصرة.
Is the Basra front.
احنا اخر ايجاز اللي تحدثنا به ويمكن طلع بوسائل الاعلام.
In the last briefing I gave you, which was obviously published by the media,
قلنا العدو توقف غرب مدينة البصرة.
We said that the enemy had stopped to the west of Basra.
بعد ما هاجم حقول الرميلة الجنوبي.
After having attacked the southern Rumaila oil field.
وقلنا بالإيجاز كان أمامه عدة خيارات بعد ما وصل إلى الرميل الجنوبي.
In that briefing I said that the enemy had several alternatives when they arrived at the southern Rumaila oil field.
إما يطلع شمالا.
Either to go north.
أو ينحرف باتجاه مطار البصرة.
Or to go towards the Basra airport.
خلال هاليومين.
In the past 2 days.
بمجمل الأعمال اللي سواها.
The overall activity.
قطاعات العدو الأمريكي المجرم وصلت إلى بشارة مطار البصرة.
The criminal American units were able only to arrive at the outskirts of the Basra airport.
صارت معارك عنيفة.
There were several tough battles
في منطقة الطوبة.
In the Toba area.
وثم على مشارف مطار البصرة.
Then on the outskirts of the Basra airport.
والآن هو عنده موطئ قدم في مطار البصرة.
And now they have a foothold in the Basra airport.
والقتال مستمر.
And the fighting is still going on.
لحد العصر اليوم.
Until this afternoon today.
قدم مجموعة دبابات.
A tank group pushed.
يستهدف الطريق السريع حتى يوصل إلى تقاطع الطريق السريع مع مدينة البصرة.
Heading for the motorway which links to Basra, the city of Basra.
ومن اتجاه آخر
from another
جسر أبو صخير
from another direction through the Abu Skhair bridge
حتى يوصل الطريق العام بصرة بغداد.
In order to reach the main Baghdad-Basra highway.
صدت له القطاعات الباسلة.
Our valiant forces stopped this drive.
دمروا له 4 دبابات.
Destroying 4 tanks.
بقت تحترق إلى المغرب.
Which were left burning till dusk.
وانسحب رجع.
And then they withdrew.
هذا المكان مكان منيع.
This place is formidable.
نتوقع راح يحاول مرة ومرة ومرة.
And we expect that he will be trying once and again.
لكن ما يأخذها إلا بثمن غالي.
But the enemy will not be able to take that situation unless he pays a heavy price.
وهذه هي القطاعات اللي قاتلتها
The units that fought the enemy
قطاعات الفيلق الثالث البطل
are the units of the valiant third corps.
منها وحدات من اللي أعلن عنها قال استسلمت لي بالضبط 51.
Which include units of the 51st Division, which was said to have surrendered.
ووحدات أخرى من الفرقة 18 البطلة.
And other units from the heroic 18th Division.
أيضا كبدته 3 دبابات 3 مدرعات.
Those units inflicted 3 tanks, hit 3 tanks.
وأيضا احترقت بالمكان.
Which were left burning in place.
وهذه أمام العين كل العشائر يشوفوها والمواطنين.
And those tanks, those burning tanks, could be seen by all the people, all the tribesmen in the area.
لأنه قريبة من المدينة.
Because they're close to the city.
في القاطع الآخر من البصرة قاطع الزبير.
In the other Basra sector, in the Zubair sector,
حاول العدو يعبر من جسور الزبير باتجاه مدينة البصرة.
The enemy tried to cross the bridges in the Zubair area towards Basra.
صدوا له القطاعات على الجسور.
Our units stopped the enemy on the bridges.
اليوم دمروا له 3 مدرعات.
Today, 3 of his IPCs were disabled.
وأيضا في منطقة الزبير مقاتلي الحزب.
In the Zubair area also, the party militia, members of the party militia,
وأبناء العشائر النشامة,
and the sons of the Iraqi Arab tribesmen,
أيضا حقول اليوم دبابتين في الزبير.
also inflicted 2 tanks, inflicted destruction of 2 tanks.
دبابات راجعت إلى الخلف.
The tanks retreated.
والآن هذا هو الموقف في قاطع الزبير وفي قاطع منطقة جسر قزيزة اللي اتكلم عنه السيد وزير الإعلام قبل ساعات.
And this is the situation now in the Zubair sector and in the sector of the Gizeza bridge, of which His Excellency, the Minister of Information, spoke about this afternoon.
الفرقة السادسة البطلة أيضا اسقطت طائرة مسيرة.
Our 6th Division also downed one unmanned airplane, a drone.
وضعنا بقاطع البصرة نقول البصرة يعني أقصد مدينة البصرة.
Our situation in Basra, and when I say Basra, I mean the city of Basra.
وضعنا جيد الحمد لله.
The situation is very good, thanks to God.
وإحنا قاعدين في مواضعنا وعلى أرضنا.
We are in our positions in our land.
اتجاهات العدو أمامنا معروفة.
The directions of the enemy for us are quite well known.
وإن شاء الله نقاتل عنها بشكل يفرح الصديق.
We shall fight at those positions in a way that will make our friends happy.
ويغيظ الأعداء والصهاينة المجرمين.
And will inflict on the enemies and the Zionist gloom.
معنويات العشائر ومعنويات الجيش ومعنويات الشعب معروفة أنتم تقدروها.
The morale of the army units, the morale of the tribesmen and the people are quite well known to you.
تخيلوا العشائر اللي يستخدم القاذفة ويضرب على الدبابة.
The Arab tribesmen could use the launchers and shoot at the enemy tanks.
هذا هو المقياس.
This is the standard of which we talk.
محافظة ذقار.
In the Dhiqar governorate.
الناصرية.
الناصرية.
احنا قلنا بالإيجاد السابق أن العدو على مشارفها.
In the last brief, I said that the enemy was on the outskirts of the Nasiriyah.
العدو حاول على الناصرية من أكثر من اتجاه.
The enemy tried to drive into Nasiriyah from several directions.
حاول على من تل اللحم باتجاه المدينة.
They tried through the Tel Lahm towards the city.
أكثر من 3 محاولات.
They made 3 attempts.
خسر 17 مدرعة على دبابة.
In which they lost 17 between tanks and armored personnel carriers.
وما قدر يديم التماس بالمدينة.
And they were not able to maintain the contact with the city fighters.
في قاطع سوق الشيوخ.
In the Souq Ashiyukh sector.
هاجم العدو المجرم قطاعاتنا الفوز الثالث اللواء 47.
The criminal enemy attacked our 3rd
battalion of the 47th Brigade. هذا الفوج هاجموا 3 مرات. This brigade was attacked 3 times. وفي كل مرة يدبر له 2 والمرة الأخرى 3 والمرة الأخرى أيضا 2 دبابة. And in these attempts, in each one of them, the first one the enemy lost 2 tanks, the second 3, and also 2 in the last attempt. وهذا الفوج باقي مكانه لحد هالدقيقة هاي ومعنوياته عالية جدا. And this battalion is still holding its positions with very high morale. وانسحب تراجع مسافة كيلومترين الخلف. And the من اللي تراجع؟ And the enemy retreated 2 kilometers from there. من ما قدر يحقق شيء من هالاتجاهين. When they were not able to achieve any progress on these 2 fronts, اندفع خلف المدينة. They went behind the city. على الصحراء. Towards the desert. باتجاه السماوة. Along towards the Samawa. مرورا بقاعدة علي الجوية. Passing by the Ali Air Force Base. استمر بالتقدم باتجاه السماوة. They kept moving towards Samawa. اصطدم بالمدينة. They were stopped by the city. حاول يدخل إلى المدينة السماوة. They tried to enter the city of Samawa. صدوا المقاتلين الحزب والعشائر the party militia, the army units and the Arab tribesmen stopped the drive. على حافة المدينة. At the outskirts of the city. أيضا حرقوا له عدد من الآليات. Again, several vehicles were destroyed. والمدرعات. And some of them are armored personnel carriers. أيضا انحرف باتجاه الصحراء. Again, they drove towards the desert. يريد يتجاوز المدينة وتجاوزها فعلا. Trying to bypass, and indeed they did bypass the city. باتجاه النجف. Towards Najaf. فعالية الأخرى في قاطع الناصرية. The other activity in the Nasiriyah sector. البارحة بالليل قدر يجيب السمكيات ماله باتجاه مفرق الإصلاح. Last night the enemy managed to bring some of his helicopters towards the Islah region. مدرعة. Several armored units were dropped. طلعوا له العشائر ومقاتلي الحزب. Then the party militia and the Arab tribesmen. اللي قاتلوا في هذه المنطقة وفي منطقة الشبايش. Who fought the enemy in this area and in the Chibayish area as well. قطاعات النظامية. The regular army units. قطاعات جيش القدس. The Al-Quds army units. وأبناء العشائر. And also the Arab tribesmen. قتلوا عدد من الامريكان. Several Americans were killed. تركوا جثثهم ما قدروا يسحبوا. Whose bodies were left on the land they were not able to retrieve them. وجثثهم الآن متروكة في منطقة. And the corpses are still now left in the area. أمام قطاعاتنا في الخميسيات. Before our units in the خميسيات area. نجي إلى قاطع الفرات الأوسط. And the mid-Euphrates front. تعرفون قيادة بقيادة الرفيق مزبان خضر هادي. This area, this corps is commanded by Comrade مزبان خضر هادي. والمحافظات المسؤول عنها أيضا تعرفوها. And also you know the governorates which fall under this. طلعت بقرار من مجلس قادة الثورة. These were detailed in a decree made by the Revolution Command Council. حددت على جزء منها اللي هو كيف تصرف بالمثنى اللي هي واحدة من المحافظات اللي تحت مسؤولية. I already spoke about how the enemy conducted its operations in the Samawa area, which is one of the governorates belonging to this Mid-Euphrates region. وقلت وصل إلى حافة المدينة. And I said that the enemy managed to arrive at the outskirts of the town, of the city. اصطدم بالمقاتلين. They were stopped by the fighters. ما قدر يحقق شيء طول الليل. They were not able to achieve any progress all night long. وللفجر هذا اليوم. And at today's early morning at dawn. تجاوز وراح باتجاه الصحراء.
They bypassed and went through the desert
اتجاه صحراء النجف.
towards the Najaf desert.
في منطقة النجف.
In the Najaf area.
بالبارحة كان عنده مجموعات استطلاع في المنطقة.
From yesterday they had some reconnaissance activity there.
صار عنده تواجد في منطقة سميها رحبة بالنجف.
They were able to have some presence in an area called Rahba.
فطلعوا للمقاتلين ودمروا القوة.
Then our fighters
ما توقعوا أن انسحب.
stopped and managed to inflict heavy casualties on the enemy, which then retreated.
اليوم استأنف القطاعات اللي كانت حاطت السماوة من الخلف.
Today, those units which had went around the Samawa city
توجه باتجاه النجف حاليا الآن.
are now heading towards Najaf.
وإن شاء الله المقاتلين متهيئين بيصدوا لها.
And we also hope that our fighters are there to stop this strike.
خلال هذا النهار دمروا لها 3 ناقلات.
During today, 3 armored personnel carriers were destroyed.
وطائرة سمكية.
And 1 helicopter.
أما القاطع الغربي.
In the western front.
فمن بداية القتال ولحد الآن.
From the beginning of the fighting and until now.
فعالياته مثل ما بالإيجاز السابق أنا قلت.
The activities, as I said in the last briefing.
إنه هو منزل مجاميع صغيرة سمكيات تحميها ومحمية بالقوة الجوية.
I said the enemy had managed to drop some groups which were protected by helicopters.
هذه المجاميع تتنقل من منطقة النخيب.
These groups are moving from the Nakheb area.
جنوبا.
We've been listening there to a press briefing that was held sometime earlier. It's about an hour long. It's on videotape, and according to Al Arabiya, that's airing this tape, the Defense Minister, Lieutenant General Sultan Hashim Ahmed, said Iraq will respect the Geneva Conventions in respect to those prisoners of war that have been taken. A wide-ranging press conference there talking about the stand that the Iraqi army is taking against U.S. and allied forces in the southern regions of Iraq, very much at opposites to what we are hearing coming out of the Pentagon and all of the sources of news from the coalition side. Certainly he was saying more than 30 tanks or armored personnel carriers had been destroyed, that a helicopter was brought down, and that Iraqi forces were waiting for the U.S. troops in the major southern city of Basra. He described how the airport there was still being fought over, although we have heard from coalition sources saying that, in fact, they had control of that airport. So a very different view from both sides. You're hearing it there from the Iraqi side, their summation of how their forces in good morale are continuing to hold the line against what he called the criminal invaders, or the criminal army, were the words that he had used in that. This difference of analysis and what's going on in the battlefield, I don't think we've heard coming from the Iraqis since the Iran-Iraq war. I'm going to turn it back over now to my colleague, Michael Holmes at CNN Center.
Jim Clancy, thanks very much. And we're going to bring in military analyst, retired General Dan Chrisman, to talk about some of what we have just heard and some other things too. As Jim pointing out, the first, if you like, US-style press briefing of what the Iraqis claim has been a very different battlefield to the US. First of all, what did you take from all of what you heard there in terms of what the Iraqis are claiming?
Mike, I agree with Jim. It certainly was a stark contrast to what we've heard from the CENTCOM briefers. Let's turn to the map 1 second and get some appreciation for what was revealing, I thought, from the defense minister. First of all, he mentioned that coalition forces were in the vicinity of Najaf, which is about here. He acknowledged that the coalition was there. That's about 100 miles south of Baghdad. That appears to reflect the comments from the embedded reporters as well, Michael, that have discussed confronting the elements of the Republican Guard in that vicinity as well. So that's, I think, consistent and reflective of at least some of the embedded reporting from CENTCOM.
And something else that's consistent with what you've been saying in the last few days certainly is that the closer the forces get to Baghdad, the more resistance they're going to encounter, and that certainly would appear to be the case from both sides' versions.
Indeed, Michael. In this region, we've sort of drawn in notionally on the map the sorts of units that are named with honor, the Nebuchadnezzar and Hammurabi and Medina divisions, for example, that appear to be located around there. Those are precisely the elements that we think the coalition is now confronting, where air power is confronting it, and where indeed the defense minister has simply acknowledged.
This would have been obviously part of US and British planning to expect precisely this, or do you think it's gone a little slower than they would have planned?
No, I think, in fact, they're probably on pace. The concern always, Michael, is to ensure that logistical support units are able to keep up with this rapid pace of advance. And indeed, that may well have explained some of the problems that were behind the POW capture.
Yeah, I was going to move on to that, the issue of the prisoners of war, that pictures of whom were broadcast on Al Jazeera a little earlier. Now, those prisoners were not part of a combat unit per se. They were part of a maintenance unit. Now, just explain to me why it would be that they would be in a position to be captured like that.
Surely, Michael, there's a great expression in the military that all of us have heard called the fog of war. And the fog of war applies probably most especially to some of those log units, resupply units, and maintenance units that are kept well to the rear, but then must come forward to ensure that combat units are resupplied with the bullets and with the fuel especially to sustain the rapid advance forward. And I'm sure what happened is that, especially over these long distances that we see, hundreds of kilometers to support those units that Walter Roberts, for example, is embedded with, that's 300 kilometers away. And so the security along those lines is really a very arduous task.
It's one thing that it's very easy to forget when you look, for example, at an area the size of Iraq, is the amazing differences or expanse of desert. Now, this unit, some of whom were some of those captured, saying that they were with this maintenance battalion, right, could well have been on their own 50 miles from anyone.
Oh, that's right. That expanse requires very, very careful briefing and careful route marking. And if they were assigned to Kuwait here originally, you can just get some feeling over this expanse over how far they must have had to go, first to find that unit, not get lost, and then second to avoid saboteurs or guerrilla operatives in the region.
The other issue that it raises too is the fact that the Iraqi military would appear to be fighting, in some regards at least, a different kind of war. This is an Iraqi unit that is essentially behind US lines.
Yes, and we would expect that again over these distances, Michael. What Saddam wants to do, we knew from the outset, is to inflict casualties. And a way to do that is to prey upon this supply line. It makes it imperative that the coalition secure that line as it moves forward. That's why the follow-on forces are so critical, to make sure those lines are in fact secure as the advance proceeds.
All right, so it would seem perhaps just a little bit of a logistical error perhaps here.
Well, I wouldn't call it an error yet, but it's certainly one of those risks that the coalition must confront.
All right, okay. I want to go back now to Jim Clancy, who's standing by in Kuwait City with more of our coverage. Jim, back to you.
All right, we're going to give you an update now on the situation, look at the latest developments. The Al Jazeera network has broadcast images of what appear to be captured U.S. soldiers. 4 soldiers were asked to identify themselves and their place of origin. U.S. officials say their appearance violates the Geneva Conventions. Now, we talked to a representative of the International Red Cross about that.
Our understanding of the Geneva Conventions is about reading the articles of the Geneva Conventions, and obviously Article 13 refers specifically to such a situation because it says that POWs must at all times be protected, particularly against acts of violence or intimidation and against insults and public curiosity. And any activity, any act that contradicts any article of the Geneva Convention is a violation.
U.S. President George W. Bush saying now the war is only in its initial stages. He's cautioning against impatience.
Saddam Hussein is losing control of his country. That we're slowly but surely achieving our objective. It's important for the American people to realize that this war has just begun, that it may may seem like a long time because of all the action on TV. But in terms of the overall strategy, we're just in the beginning phases. And that we're executing a plan which will make it easier to achieve objective and at the same time spare innocent life. And I'm most proud of our troops and coalition troops for showing their bravery and skill. Larry.
Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations saying he hasn't been able to speak with his nation's government since the war got underway. Mohammed al-Duri talking with reporters in New York City.
The UN? Yeah, I have some interview with Arabic television. That's all what I have.
What is the latest that you've heard from Baghdad today?
Well, whatever what did you heard from your media? I think the same information. You know what I know because I have no communication with Baghdad.
No communication. When's the last time you spoke to Baghdad?
Well, 3 days, I think, babe. I mean, the first day of the war.
Yeah. When you try to get through, the lines are just...
Well, you know, our communications with the mission is completely interrupted now 4 days.
Is that right?
So it is not easy to have...
What are your...
Arab media are reporting that a coalition plane has gone down in Baghdad. Televised images showed soldiers looking in the reeds, firing guns into the Tigris River as crowds had gathered to watch. U.S.-led forces in the southeastern Iraqi city of Nasiriyah have taken a significant number of casualties in clashes with Iraqi forces. Journalist Sharon Schmickel, traveling with the forces, said a shock trauma unit had taken in 2 U.S. Marines that were injured, wounded in a rocket-propelled grenade attack on their lightly armored vehicle. One was killed. Another was severely burned. They were hit while riding in an armored carrier that is capable of carrying as many as 24 soldiers. The total number of casualties is not yet known. U.S. mobile armored units in south-central Iraq coming under heavy artillery fire. One U.S. serviceman was wounded, wounds not life-threatening. Earlier, forward military observers in the U.S. 7th Cavalry reported the Iraqi military in the area had begun using women and children as human shields. We're going to take you now to CENTCOM headquarters. Military briefers there, General Vincent Brooks of the United States and Lieutenant General John Abizaid will be talking with reporters. Let's listen into that.
We're now in the 4th day of operations in Iraq and continue to make good progress on the ground, in the air and at sea, and in accordance with our military campaign plan. Operations in the West continue to put pressure on Iraqi units. We continue to hit command and control centers and logistics nodes in that area as well. In the North, we're reinforcing our presence and targeting elements of regime support units and the Republican Guard. In and around Baghdad, we continue our air and special operations activities with good success. In the South, our air units continue the campaign towards Baghdad and continue to operate in and around the area in support of our ground forces. Combat operations have met with resistance in a number of locations, the most notable of which is in the vicinity of Nasiriyah. United States Marines defeated an enemy attack there while sustaining a number of killed and wounded in the sharpest engagement of the war thus far. Also in the vicinity of Nasiriyah, United States Army supply convoy was ambushed by irregular Iraqi forces. A number of American service members were wounded in that action, and as a result of that action, 12 U.S. service members are reported missing. Subsequently, Iraqi regime officials displayed captured Americans on state television. This is a clear violation of the Geneva Convention. Earlier this morning, an American Patriot battery is thought to have downed a British Tornado in an accident that is both tragic and under investigation. The crew are, at this point, listed as missing. In the various combat actions and accidents that have taken the lives of many of our comrades in this campaign, all of us mourn them. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of those killed, wounded, and missing. Despite our losses, the enemy remains in grave danger, and our victory is certain.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by adding my personal condolences to the families and friends of the UK service personnel and the United States service personnel who've lost their lives since the start of this campaign. Our thoughts should be with them and those who are still missing, including coalition military personnel and those from the media. Even in peacetime, the business that we are in is inherently dangerous. In war, the dangers and uncertainties for our people face on a minute-by-minute basis are infinitely greater. However, this is what they've trained for. Our forces are professional, highly motivated, and committed to this operation. We don't know the full circumstances of the incident earlier today, but there is clear evidence to suggest that a US Patriot missile battery shot down an RAF Tornado GR4. A detailed investigation is underway, so we must not rush to judge. We need to establish exactly how this happened so we can take steps to minimize the risks in the future. But we have checked our current procedures and we are satisfied. We must also recognize that we're working at the edge of the operational envelope. The risks will never be eradicated, but we're always working to ensure they are minimized. We mustn't forget that the Patriot missile system is deployed to provide an umbrella for the coalition. So far, the system has shot down 4 missiles that Iraq has launched indiscriminately at our forces and the people of Kuwait. Were it not for Patriot, many more lives could have been lost. In this coalition, we have to share responsibility for each other's lives, and we each benefit from the capabilities that we each provide. We must remain focused on our objectives and, notwithstanding these tragic events, get on with the mission. UK forces have made an outstanding contribution to the progress that the coalition has made so far. As you will have seen, our operations are fully integrated and we're fighting side by side with the forces of the United States and Australia. The remarkable TV coverage over the last few days has demonstrated how 3 Commando Brigade and the 15 Marine Expeditionary Unit from the United States are still engaged in operations to mop up the last remnants of resistance on the Al-Faw Peninsula, and most importantly, in Qasr. The majority of the resistance we have faced so far comes from Saddam's Special Security Organization and the Saddam Fedayeen. These are men who know that they will have no role in the building of a new Iraq, and they have no future. While this is ongoing, fleet clearance diving teams are in the port area to make safe demolitions, and some of our mine countermeasure vessels are engaged in the critical process of clearing the sea mine threat in the core Al Abdullah waterway. Once this has been done, humanitarian aid can begin to flow. In the south, elements of 7 Armoured Brigade and 16 Air Assault Brigade are consolidating their position around Basra and have taken many hundreds of prisoners. A camp to house them is currently being constructed near Qasr, where they will be provided with food and water, and their medical needs will be catered for. As a soldier, I do not see these men as cowards. They have simply taken the very sensible decision that Saddam's regime is just not worth fighting for. We take our responsibilities under the Geneva Conventions very seriously, and having seen the disgusting TV images which appear to show the mistreatment of US prisoners, the same cannot be said for Saddam's regime. In the Rumaila oil fields, our explosive ordnance disposal teams are continuing the difficult and dangerous task of clearing the munitions and booby traps that the regime left behind. It is a testament to the effectiveness of the coalition forces that the regime failed to destroy more than a handful of oil wells and that an environmental and economic disaster has been averted. The RAF has been involved in operations around the clock since the campaign began, flying over 100 sorties per day. And our tankers and AWACS have played a key role in supporting the coalition's air effort. Tornado GR4s and Harrier GR7s, accompanied by Tornado F3s, have attacked targets ranging from critical command and control facilities to surface missile sites. The new generation of precision-guided weapons has greatly increased the RAF's ability to attack a wide variety of targets in all weathers. The first operational use of the new standoff weapon system called Storm Shadow has also been an outstanding success. It's both extremely accurate and exceptionally potent. UK forces will continue to make a significant contribution to all aspects of coalition operations across the whole theatre until we achieve our objectives. We will not rest until this regime and the threat it poses to the world through weapons of mass destruction is eradicated.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give you a brief update on the operations. You've already heard many of the pieces, and I will highlight a few additional points as we go through. Today was a tough day of fighting for the coalition, but we continue our attack to remove the regime and to destroy the forces supporting it. Our forces continue to fight bravely and with determination. The terrain gained today includes Qasr, the approaches to Basra, the seizure of the Talil airfield, and the bridges at Al-Naziriyah, all of which are shown on the map. What I have not shown is just how deeply and where the ground attack has penetrated. In advance of the land component, air attacks concentrated on the destruction of Republican Guard forces outside of Baghdad. At the conclusion of one of those air attacks, the Patriot firing incident occurred. And General Franks has ordered an investigation into this incident. The coalition encountered pockets of determined resistance by irregular Iraqi forces who in some cases fought in civilian clothes or in modified commercial vehicles. These encounters were most intense in the area north of Al-Naziriyah, where coalition forces did sustain casualties. You've heard of the 6-vehicle convoy that encountered an ambush near Al-Naziriyah, which resulted in the destruction of their vehicles and the wounding of 4 soldiers who were later medically evacuated as a unit from the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force passed through that area sometime later. There were 12 soldiers from the ambushed convoy that could not be accounted for. We believe them to be in the custody of the irregular forces that conducted the ambush, and their status is not known. Finally, as coalition forces continued their attack north of Al-Naziriyah, they encountered a force showing every sign of surrender. As our forces moved to receive this surrender in an honorable way, they were attacked and sustained casualties. With the hard fighting of the last 24 hours, the coalition does continue its attack. Our forces remain determined and even more resolved to accomplish our mission.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be happy to take some questions. Yes, sir.
General, Jeff Mead of Sky News. We may all have found those images distasteful, but what do you say to those in Iraq and perhaps in parts of the wider Muslim world who may hail the first capture of American servicemen and women and be encouraged by it to believe that the coalition can be beaten?
Well, it's very important to understand that as we progress in our campaign throughout Iraq, in the vast majority of places we have been welcomed. And I think that the people of Iraq who see those images will not be heartened, they'll not be encouraged, they'll just regard it as one more brutality inflicted upon people by a regime that has inflicted countless brutalities upon their people. The same goes for the rest of the Muslim world. No one has killed more Muslims than Saddam Hussein. So the sympathies for that regime and for this brutal dictator are not served by the humiliation of our people. Yes, sir.
General Tom Fenton, CBS News. Why have there not been such mass surrenders as you had in 1991 so far? Does it have anything to do with the fact that the Army wasn't pounded for weeks in advance?
I think the main reason that there haven't been a lot of mass surrenders on the same scale as in 1991 is that the Iraqi forces really were trapped in Kuwait. They were far away from home. They had nowhere to melt back to. Here in the areas that we've been encountering regular Iraqi forces, by far the majority of units have just melted away. We find a substantial amount of abandoned equipment on the field, and in the regular Army there is clearly
very, very little will to fight. True, we've captured 2,000 prisoners thus far, but the units that we've expected to find in various locations and put up resistance really haven't done so. Yes, sir.
Yes, Alan Cypress from the Washington Post. Could you tell us more about the incident in which U.S. forces were approaching Iraqis who appeared to be surrendering? Was it a case that they were pretending to surrender or they mistakenly believed to surrender? And also, we understand about 15 U.S. soldiers were killed in that incident. Could you please tell us more?
Well, I think there were a number of incidents today in the sector. As you know, there's an awful lot of stuff that has transpired, an awful lot of combat actions. I think you're probably referring to the action that the Marines had in and around Nasiriyah. I would not want to give numbers of casualties because, as all of you know, you're all seasoned folks and have reported on these sorts of things before. The first reports are always misleading. Suffice it to say that in the Marine action in Nasiriyah, it was a combination of irregular forces and regular forces. As a matter of fact, one of the few times that we've seen regular forces fight. And it's difficult for me to characterize it right now as whether or not they could have been special Republican Guard units that were moved down into that area or irregular forces of other types or regular army. So I wouldn't want to characterize the force that did the fighting in Nasiriyah. Suffice it to say that it was a very sharp engagement, but the Marines were successful. They defeated the enemy. First reports indicated they destroyed 8 tanks, some anti-aircraft batteries that were in the region, and also some artillery, along with a number of infantry.
Is this the incident in which the Iraqis were thought to be surrendering and were not?
There were several incidents reported today in which there were types of behavior that I can only describe as ruses that were perpetrated by the enemy. In one incident, a flag of surrender was displayed, and it was followed up by artillery fire. In another incident, there were troops dressed in civilian clothes that appeared to welcome the forces and then ambush them. So there are a number of incidents occurring to the rear of the main combat forces. None of these incidents, however, I would characterize as posing a danger to the overall situation or the thrust of the main forces towards Baghdad. Right here, sir.
Samir, Abu Dhabi Television. We have been seeing reports of U.S. soldiers killed, missing, and captured, and the stiff resistance of Iraqi and.
All right, we're hearing some major explosions. We're going to interrupt that CENTCOM press briefing. We're hearing some major explosions in Baghdad. Once again, we are not seeing any voluminous amount of anti-aircraft fire at all. But you heard there one massive explosion. We're looking now at some live pictures. This is night scope video. You can see the smoke rising from what is apparently an impact area off to the left of your screen. We're going to be monitoring this situation and following it for you. We don't know whether this is the beginning of a major airstrike or whether it is one isolated bomb falling. There have been, throughout the day, some intermittent attacks here, as there have been in Mosul for the 3rd night running and other places in Iraq. Coalition warplanes still flying hundreds of sorties a day, and we're going to continue to monitor this. We have really no idea. This is looking west across downtown Baghdad, the area of the city that is populated with government buildings, ministries, the presidential palace of President Saddam Hussein, the Republican palace, and other potential targets. And as I say, we'll monitor that situation. Right now, though, let's go back to CENTCOM and listen into that.
Have we seen any evidence of weapons of mass destruction yet?
We are continuing to look for weapons of mass destruction. We have received reports from various prisoners that have given us leads. Suffice it to say that we continue to look, but so far we haven't found any conclusive evidence. We are confident that we will find it. Yes, sir.
The Jerusalem Post is reporting, George Stephanopoulos, ABC News. Jerusalem Post is reporting that 30 Iraqi military, along with a general, have surrendered to the 3rd Infantry Division around Al-Najaf at what appears to be a biochemical weapons complex. Can you say anything about that? Can you confirm it? And is that the report you were referring to?
I will not confirm that report. We have a Iraqi general officer, 2 Iraqi general officers that we have taken prisoner, and they are providing us with information. Yes, sir.
Sir, before the war started, there were reports that if a war were to start, that Saddam Hussein would force some of his Iraqi civilians to serve as human shields, force them to serve as human shields. In the encounters that American forces and other coalition forces have had thus far with the Iraqi soldiers, can you confirm that indeed this is occurring? Are Iraqi forces forcing Iraqi civilians to serve as human shields?
There are indications that some of the irregular forces are purposely fighting in positions that are occupied by civilians. There's no doubt about that. Yes, sir.
Answer from Suez Television. Red Cross already asked to go and see prisoners. Will it be soon possible?
Please repeat that question.
Red Cross already asked to go and see prisoners. Will it be soon possible?
Well, certainly from our side, it will be possible for the Red Cross to see our prisoners that we have taken.
Will it be soon?
It will be soon. In the back. Go ahead.
Yeah. Kathy Shen from Phoenix Satellite TV in Hong Kong. In a time like this, morale is very important. I wonder if you are aware of the morale of the American troops, and could you do anything to prevent something like 101 Airborne Division incident from happening again?
Well, it's an isolated incident. It was very tragic and very unfortunate, but these things happen. I don't think it's at all indicative of the morale of our forces. As a matter of fact, I was just recently forward and had a chance to visit with some of our troops, and I can assure you, and I think all of the embedded media out there would also attest to the fact that morale is about as high as it can be. I mean, morale is high, confidence is high, and the troops are extremely prepared and ready for this operation. Yes, sir.
Mike Cohen with Fox News. When you have the Iraqis apparently surrendering and then turning on the U.S. forces, does that change at all the manner in which the U.S. or coalition forces will deal with the surrendering Iraqis?
We, of course, will be much more cautious in the way that we view the battlefield as a result of some of these incidents. But that will not in any way take away from the way that we treat the battlefield, and I think that it is clear that there is no force like this coalition that has honored and respected the rights and the safety of civilians as has this coalition. So we will continue to do everything possible to safeguard civilians. As a matter of fact, I think it's very interesting when you think about it, that the coalition forces attacking into Iraq spend a greater amount of time worrying about the safety of civilians on the battlefield than their own regime. Yes, sir.
News. The growing anti-war movement in the Arab world, do you think it will force the Arab governments to go back on commitments they may have given you to support your efforts against the regime of Saddam Hussein?
Well, I really wouldn't want to make any statement that might mark me as a State Department official. I'm a soldier and I do my best, but I would say, as a person who has studied the Arab world and loves the Arab world, that the majority of educated Arabs that I talk to know that Saddam Hussein has been a plague on the Arab world and on his own people, and they welcome his removal. Yes, sir.
Mr. Tom Minchia with CNN, taking you back from the State Department back to the Pentagon. Do you feel you have sufficient force in the coalition currently to continue this operation, or will more forces be called up?
We certainly have sufficient force. There's probably not been a more powerful military force ever put together on the planet of the Earth than this one. Yes, sir.
Earlier question regarding human shields. Do you have evidence that the Iraqis have put explosives in potentially important military targets in and around Baghdad, or put civilians in those targets, and has that inhibited targeting certain facilities that might be good targets?
We have received reports that certain bridges that link some of the eastern neighborhoods to western Baghdad are prepared for demolition, and we don't believe that this is a military move. We believe it's directed against the local population. We've also received reports of explosives being placed up against certain buildings in inhabited areas in Shia neighborhoods in Baghdad, and we regard this as a very bad sign and a typical move by Saddam.
Does it cause you to inhibit your targeting?
Our targeting, of course, does not target the population of Iraq. We do everything in our power to keep our targeting as precision-based as it can be, always knowing that there is room for problems that could take place, but we're very precise in our targeting, and we're certainly not influenced by any targeting that he would make against his own people.
I know you're reluctant to discuss numbers at this stage, but can you help us put some sort of shape where I think several of us in the room are hearing from various embedded reporters, 15 Marines perhaps in one incident. I've heard some numbers of Army casualties in a separate incident, and we have the 12 missing from the supply convoy. Can you just give us some sense of how many skirmishes we're talking about and rough scope of numbers of casualties in each?
It's very difficult for me to do. Before I came over here, I did my best to try to find out the numbers. I can tell you for a fact that we are definitely missing 12 Army soldiers that are unaccounted for, some of whom I believe ended up on Baghdad television. We have a number of killed in the action in Nasiriyah with the Marines. I believe that number will remain less than 10. And a number of wounded that is probably, I really wouldn't want to speculate on the number of wounded, but there are wounded, some of whom have been returned to duty, others that have been evacuated from the battlefield. And as usual, the Marines handled themselves in the greatest and best traditions of that Marine Corps. Sir.
There was a British general today who said that you guys might be in Baghdad by late Monday or early Tuesday. Does that seem wildly optimistic now in view of the resistance you're getting or not?
I wouldn't want to speculate on the timetable, and I think that we are on track. We'll arrive in the vicinity of Baghdad soon, and I prefer to leave it at that. Yes, sir.
Jeff Schaefer, Associated Press, Television News. There were pictures today on television out of Baghdad showing Iraqis looking and shooting at the water, looking for an alleged American pilot or pilots who had jettisoned from the plane, and they were looking in the water. So far, can you say if, in fact, any American planes have been shot down, any pilots, American pilots, parachuted out of any of these planes? Can you comment on that?
No planes have been shot down. No pilots have parachuted. But I did note that the Iraqis were searching for what they thought to be a downed American pilot, and you can see by their actions shooting into the water that their search and rescue techniques leave a lot to be desired. Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us a sense now that if there are in fact civilians being used and explosives being placed, what does this tell you about who is in control? Are these the actions of someone close to Saddam, or are these the actions of lesser forces who are improvising?
Well, I believe these are probably the actions of desperate people that are trying to save a doomed regime. We have not seen on the battlefield a single coherent military move. These moves are dangerous to the troops in the field, but they're not dangerous to the success of the mission. Yes, sir.
Sawi, Al Jazeera satellite channel. The engagements with the Fedayeen Saddam and the Special Security Forces at Qasr, first of all, have you encountered such forces in other locations, in other engagements? And is it usual to find them so far south? And is there any other reason for their being there other than waiting for you guys? Thank you.
Well, certainly I believe that it's clear that certain elements of the Special Security Organization and perhaps the Special Republican Guard infiltrated forward in an effort to conduct these types of raids as our troops came through the area. I do not regard the forces that conducted these operations as regular Army forces by any stretch of the imagination. You're from Al Jazeera Television. I'm very disappointed that you would portray those pictures of our servicemen. I saw that, and I would ask others not to do that. Yes, sir.
Michael Wolff, New York Magazine. And as a follow-up to what you just said, can you envision a situation in which you would come to regard Al Jazeera as hostile media?
No, I don't regard any media as hostile media. I regard...
Even if they continue to show pictures like that, even if you continue to have that kind of exchange every night?
I regard the showing of those pictures as absolutely unacceptable.
There might be then a situation in which you would say that's Al Jazeera is unacceptable.
I said what I said, and that's about all I'll say about it. Yes, sir, in the back.
George Pascal Watson from The Sun in London. Can you tell us how the pictures that you did see in Al Jazeera made you feel, how disgusting the images were, and how shocking they were around the world? And can you also confirm whether you or not you thought that the Americans who'd been killed in those pictures had actually been executed?
I wouldn't want to comment on that. I would say the pictures were disgusting. Sir?
Li Baozhong from the Xinhua News Agency of China. Do you think the pictures of Al Jazeera will influence the morality of U.S. troops or the psychology of American people?
I don't think I understood your question. I'm sorry.
I said the pictures of the Al Jazeera's TV showed badly killed U.S. servicemen. Do you think these pictures will badly influence the morality of U.S. troops or the psychology of American people?
Well, I understand the question. Certainly, I don't think that these pictures will damage either the psychology of our soldiers, morale of our soldiers, or the steadfastness of our government or the resolve of our people. We're a pretty tough people.
You've now taken quite a substantial part of the country and you haven't found anything. Do you think this WMD, i.e. chemical, was deployed forward and has been successfully withdrawn to Baghdad? Or was it always concentrated in that area? Where do you actually think it is?
I think we'll find WMD once we have had an opportunity to occupy Baghdad, stabilize Iraq, talk to Iraqis that have participated in the hiding and in of the development of it, and it will take some time. We should not expect to immediately come across it, although there are reports that some units in the vicinity of El Kut may have some type of chemical weapons. And of course, we're taking the necessary precautions to deal with that. But I have no doubt that we'll find weapons of mass destruction, but you shouldn't think it's going to happen tomorrow. Yes, ma'am.
anything about what is going on in the western and northern parts of Iraq?
In the West, we continue operations there against logistics nodes, command and control facilities, and against some of the Iraqi commando units that operate out there. We, of course, are continuing to look for the possibility of what we would call Scud missiles that could operate from there and did operate from there and launch against various targets back in 1991. We have a very sophisticated air and ground effort that's going on out there that we regard as being quite successful. In the north, we have forces there that are primarily designed to help stabilize the region and also to target pro-regime units that operate in northern Iraq. We have any Arab media here that would like to call on? You already had a question, sir. Yes, sir.
We were led to believe that our troops, our forces, would be welcome there. General Frank said yesterday that there are no major Iraqi formations there, so why haven't we gone in?
Well, the situation in Basra is not unlike that in Nasiriyah, where you have the majority of the people, I think, legitimately looking forward to the arrival of coalition forces and small groups of regime supporters and irregular forces that are embedded in the population and offering some resistance. I think all of us should understand that in these very large urban areas, it will take a long time to ensure that various regime support elements are brought under control. And I think that we have done quite well, actually, in all the areas that we've passed through. And you also have to understand that we're not looking to go in and fight house to house in all of these areas either. Yes, sir.
From CBC Radio in Canada. How does it change the fight for you going up against irregular forces, and does it raise the risk of you killing real civilians?
Well, there's a risk in war of always killing civilians, and again, I'd like to once again reemphasize that we do more as a coalition probably than any other coalition in history to protect the lives of innocent civilians. It does not raise the risk to the operation. These are problems that can be dealt with along the lines of communication, and the main forces that are closing on Baghdad are powerful and unstoppable. Yes, sir.
Paul Hunter, CBC Television in Canada. Re the Patriot incident, could you tell us what investigators will be looking at, what the range of possible explanations is, and whether it's affected your faith in the Patriot as an instrument?
I think I'll ask my British colleague to answer that question.
I'm not in a position here to divulge the way in which this is going to be conducted. Suffice to say, it'll be a thorough investigation. It'll be conducted certainly by the Royal Air Force in concert with US forces. The outcome will be disclosed between both nations, and we are confident that we shall come to a conclusion which will enable us to make these procedures and processes better in the future. For the time being, we're reviewing our current practice, and we're satisfied that if we went out tomorrow, from a UK perspective, we would conduct our activities just as we have, in concert with coalition procedures, been doing up until now. And if I could just add that the aircraft in question was conducting a mission, the like of which has only been going on in this war for a few days. But if we look back to before D-Day, it's actually been going, those sort of missions have been going on for a protracted period. And these procedures have stood us in good stead for a very, very long time. And so it's against that backdrop that we should be looking into the issues of today. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nobody thought this was going to be simple, but given the degree of resistance, which I think you concede has been unexpected, the level of casualties, now the prisoners of war, is it not the case that this is proving to be significantly more difficult than you might have hoped?
No. Yes, sir.
News Canada. I was just wondering, sir, how the convoy, the supply convoy, was actually ambushed. I was just wondering some more details when, and I was wondering if the U.S. military now knows where the POWs are and whether, in fact, you've established contact with the other side to negotiate their release. What are you doing? Just if you could bring us up to speed, that'd be grand.
No, we do not know where our prisoners are. As far as the incident concerning the convoy, I believe that it is probably like many other tragic incidents in war, that a young officer leading his convoy made a wrong turn and went somewhere where he wasn't supposed to. There weren't combat forces around where it happened. Combat forces arrived at the scene and helped extricate some of the survivors. It's an unfortunate incident. Again, I don't know the exact circumstances, but I would say that the combat forces that arrived on the scene to help the survivors of the ambush did a superb job in extracting the survivors. Yes, sir.
Russian state television. What exactly do you believe was in violation of the Geneva Convention regarding those pictures shown in Al Jazeera? And do you believe the pictures of Iraqi prisoners shown on other networks are in compliance with that convention?
A state television that broadcasts the pictures of prisoners, asking them questions in an effort to humiliate them, is in violation of the Geneva Convention, and it is not right. And we will hold those accountable for their actions. Yes, sir.
Guo Aibing from China Daily. You know, there are many people, especially some innocent people, were killed in this war. Suppose you were sent to inform those families about the tragedy, what will you say?
You know, I've been a soldier for 30 years. There's never been a cost-free war that I know of. We deeply regret the loss of any innocent civilian, Iraqi or others. Yes, sir.
Steve Inskeep from National Public Radio. Are your supply lines to your most advanced forces completely open? Can you get them at this point everything you need? And have the events of the last day or so changed the way that you intend to deal with some of the areas in the south that you've bypassed in the attack over the last few days?
Well, I'm certain that the land force commanders will make some adjustments, but I'm also certain that when the history of this campaign is written, that people will look at this move that the land forces have made in this amount of time as being not only a great military accomplishment, but an incredible logistics accomplishment. But we'll wait until we arrive in Baghdad to discuss the history of the campaign. Yes, ma'am.
With USA Today, are you satisfied with your strategy in An-Naziriyah on Saturday, or do you think it was a tactical error not to occupy that city?
We are satisfied with the strategy of our campaign plan. It's on track. It's being very successful in the broadest military sense. There will be times when actions will happen throughout the sector where loss of life will occur. But I would also emphasize that we do not consider the actions taking place in the sector as a defeat of any kind. Yes, sir.
Marco Berdazzi, Italian news agency ANSA. Did you strike any other terrorist target like the camp of last Friday? And did you find any link, any evidence of link between the Iraqi regime and terrorist organization?
Well, again, the discussion about links between the Iraqi regime and terrorist organizations are very clear-cut. And we know that they exist. And I don't know that that's really something appropriate for me to comment on. In the back, please.
I have two questions for you. The first is independent television news is claiming that the death of their correspondent Terry Lloyd was caused by coalition fire. Do you have any comment on that? The second question is, how great a blow is it to your overall strategy to be moving the the Army's fourth away from the northern sector because Turkey would not give permission for those troops to move through their territory?
First of all, I believe you're talking about the death of the correspondent in the north, or the British correspondent?
The British correspondent
No,
in the South.
I'm sorry, I have no information concerning the details of what happened there. So I really can't answer that. As to your question about the 4th Infantry Division equipment being moved to the south, I think it's a prudent measure to move it to the south, because it's clear that in the near term we would not be able to get the division and its equipment into the north in a timely manner as a result of the various negotiations with Turkey. Having said that, we do have an overflight agreement with the Turks that is in effect. We remain committed to our relationship with the Turkish military and government, and we're satisfied that we are able to apply the pressure we need to apply to be successful in the north with various strategies that we've employed. Yes, sir.
You might explain a apparent discrepancy in the figures. You're saying 12 people are missing. Those pictures seem to show 5 people captured and around about 10 or 11 bodies. How do you explain the difference in those numbers?
I cannot explain the difference in the numbers. I don't know that the numbers that you have said are what I observed. Those of us that had the unfortunate opportunity to see those pictures can come to different conclusions about them. I think that I will leave that for further investigation as time goes on. Yes, sir.
Mike Tobin with Fox. With the Republican Guard units believed to be around Baghdad and to the north of Baghdad, do you anticipate that the fighting will intensify here in the coming days?
I believe that there is a high probability that we will come into contact with Republican Guard units in and around Baghdad. Whether or not they fight with any degree of tenacity remains to be seen. Suffice it to say that we are applying significant pressure on them from the air as ground troops continue to close with them. Didn't you already ask a question once before tonight? Well, I'm new at this, and I won't do that again. Only one question per person. Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any Turkish troops that have entered North Iraq, and do you think that such a move would create a bigger problem in the area?
I think to set the record straight, we all need to understand that there have been Turkish troops in northern Iraq for a long time. And so the Turkish troops that were in northern Iraq before the war started remained there. There have been various reports of reinforcement of those troops, but that is not correct to my knowledge. Yes, ma'am.
From Hong Kong Cable TV News. Do you know where Saddam al-Hussein is up to this moment? And if you confirmed Saddam is dead, will you stop to attack Iraq, or you just continue to attack Iraq until you occupy the country?
I think General Franks said yesterday that this campaign is not about the single person of Saddam Hussein. It's about a brutal and corrupt regime that has used weapons of mass destruction against its own people that must be overthrown. We will continue the attack until the regime is overthrown. Yes.
From Associated Press. I'd like just a few more details on the ambush of the supply.
All right, we've been listening to Lieutenant General John Abazade. He's the deputy commander of Central Command, talking with reporters there. Much of the focus on the missing, on the captured U.S. troops that were ambushed near Nasiriyah. He's saying about 12 troops are missing. He disputed some of the reporters' analysis of how many people may have been killed. He's saying he thought about 10 people had been killed in another incident in Nasiriyah. He wasn't quite sure. He said fewer than 10. Let me be correct about that. Well, the whole issue of these POWs and some photographs showing some U.S. forces that had been killed near Nasiriyah. Shortly after this was announced, CNN received the first pictures of American soldiers who had been either killed or captured. Those pictures transmitted by the Al Jazeera network, the Arab language satellite network. The video was shot by state-run Iraqi television. Now, we want to let the audience know that these pictures and the interviews were disturbing as we saw them. CNN has made a decision not to show the video of those killed. Instead, this single image with no identifiable features is being shown. The U.S. military is still trying to locate family members. In other images, it was apparent some soldiers had been shot or they were hit by shrapnel, some of them in the forehead. We do not know their identities. 5 other U.S. soldiers were also interviewed. Each one gave their name and home state. The Pentagon telling CNN it's trying to notify the families of those who were captured and those who were killed. Now, U.S. President George W. Bush came home from Camp David, we should say, to the White House. He had this to say about the captured U.S. and allied troops.
I don't know all the details yet. I do know that we expect them to be treated humanely, just like we'll treat any prisoners of theirs that we capture humanely. I think it's an interesting contrast that a lot of their soldiers welcome American troops. They're surrendering gleefully, happily, and they'll be treated well.
Okay, we want now to take a little bit of a closer look of what has happened this day on the battlefield. It's causing a lot of speculation. We're joined once again by retired U.S. Army General Dan Chrisman. General Chrisman, obviously we had heard earlier from the Iraqi side, you heard in that press conference a lot of reporters asking the big question, is this going to slow everything down? How big is this resistance? What does it represent on the battlefield?
I thought that General Abizaid's comments were extremely revealing on several counts. First of all, to your direct point, I think there was some surprise about the extent of the Saddam Fedayeen that was that far south and that extensively embedded in the Iraqi units in the Basra area. It was also explained by Major General Wall that probably accounts for the bulk of the resistance in that area, the southern part of Iraq, Jim. But I thought what was most telling of all was this synergy between the Iraq briefing and General Abizaid. Just to set the stage for 1 second, General Abizaid is the deputy to General Franks. He speaks fluent Arabic, he studied in the Middle East, and he commanded, interestingly, in northern Iraq in 1991 and provide comfort. But when Abizaid turned it over to General Brooks, Brooks' map indicated Coalition River crossing much further north than on Nasiriyah. If we can just turn to the map 1 second, Nasiriyah here, General Brooks had put a line about here at Najaf. And if you recall, that's when the Iraqi defense minister said that coalition forces were in that vicinity as well. So this is a distance of 200 to 300 kilometers, suggesting to me, Jim, that the coalition forces are much further advanced than we had been led to believe.
Another question that really must come to mind here, amid all the reports of taking hostages, it is not unknown that Iraqi commanders, the Republican Guard, use the regular enlisted conscripts as more or less forced to the front lines. We saw that during the Iran-Iraq War. They did not perform particularly well. But I'm wondering, when you put people under pressure, you threaten their families or you threaten their lives if they don't fight, how effective can they be? Will they stand and fight? Will they be effective?
Well, that's, of course, the big question. We've seen this now to some extent in the South, where individual elements of the divisions that we encountered there, the 6th Division in particular, was undoubtedly affected by the elements of the Saddam Fedayeen. The real question, I think, though, Jim, will be the extent to which their presence as we move further north will influence the conduct of the Republican Guard. General Abizaid was very, very clear about that when he spoke. They expect to encounter the Guard units very shortly. Of course, the Fedayeen will be in even greater numbers in that region in the north. The coalition had known for some time that there were 10, 20, even 30,000 of these forces that were present in Baghdad and infiltrating through the areas to the south. So it can be a factor, arguably already has been, in terms of the resistance that we've seen.
When you look at the battlefield, and the general was asked very pointedly, does this stall all of your plans getting to Baghdad? Perhaps unwisely, somebody had mentioned late Monday or Tuesday.
Right. I think General Abizaid was very clear that this momentum of the coalition will be inexorable. that they are closing, he said, they are closing to Baghdad, that the force is large and very, very sufficient to accomplish the task. You see here the map that illustrates the nature of this advance on multiple axes. Interestingly as well, Jim, he mentioned Al-Qut as one of the cities where both the coalition forces were approaching and some suspicions about the presence of weapons of mass destruction in this area. So I believe, Jim, that we are about to see perhaps the major battle of the war to become engaged here in the coming day or so in and around Baghdad with those critical elements of the Republican Guard divisions that we know are arrayed south and west of the Baghdad capital.
General Dan Chrisman, as always, thank you for helping us, giving us a better idea of what's going on in the theater of operations. We're going to have to leave it there. I'm Jim Clancy. My colleague John Voss will be along in just a moment. CNN's continuing coverage of Strike on Iraq continues right after this.
Which were taken by Iraq's state-run television. The video contains interviews with 5 soldiers who each gave their name and U.S. home state. It also showed at least 4 dead soldiers. The United States says the broadcast by the Iraqis on state-run TV is a violation of the Geneva Conventions. U.S. President George W. Bush is demanding that the captured U.S. soldiers not be mistreated. He warns any Iraqis who harm them will be punished as war criminals and says Iraq must handle prisoners of war in accordance with international law.
I don't know all the details yet. I do know that we expect them to be treated humanely, just like we'll treat any prisoners of theirs that we capture humanely. I think it's an interesting contrast that a lot of their soldiers welcome American troops. They're surrendering gleefully, happily, and they'll be treated well.
In turn, Iraqi officials say they'll not hurt the prisoners of war and that they will respect the Geneva Conventions. Iraq's defense minister says his country's standards require that captured troops be treated humanely.
As for the prisoners of war, we have values and principles. And before the convention, before the Geneva Convention, and we abide and we adhere to this convention. Our principles, our values, and our religion make us deal or treat the prisoners of war as should be.
Let's get some news now from the field, and one of our embedded reporters, Jason Bellini, who's in or around Qasr, where the coalition forces have taken a Ba'ath Party headquarters. Jason.
Becky, last night, the Marines I'm with, Special Forces Marines, went on the offensive inside the town of Qasr. Their target was a Ba'ath Party headquarters where they had received human intelligence from locals in town. And this is where some Ba'ath Party officials were holed up and where some of these individuals some of these Iraqi soldiers who'd been firing on them at the port where they were coming from. So they mounted a raid, beginning with machine gun fire, mortar fire, suppression fire, in preparation for going into the building. Once they got in, they found out that everyone who was inside had already slipped out the back during their suppression fire. But what they did find inside were large containers, large crates of munitions, including rocket-propelled grenades, machine guns, grenades, and cases and cases of other items that they seized and took away from there, believing that they got a good portion of what these remaining Iraqi soldiers had left. They also came upon documents that their intelligence officers are going through, trying to find out whatever they can about some of these party officials. They also found within the Ba'ath Party headquarters thousands of those pamphlets that they had been dropping, that the U.S. had been dropping over Iraq. The intelligence officer I spoke to believes that the party officials, Ba'ath Party officials, had told local residents that if they came upon them not to touch them, because then, and that the Ba'ath Party officials themselves made an effort to pick them up so no one would read the message on them. Becky.
Earlier, Jason, you said that the U.S. forces believed that local intelligence helped to secure the Ba'ath Party headquarters. Is there any sense now that locals are capitulating in Qasr and that Qasr may almost be secure?
Well, what I understand from the intelligence officer I've been speaking to is that there are quite a few people in the town itself who are welcoming to their presence here, afraid to say so, not sure who's listening, not sure if the Ba'ath Party officials are still around and could still hurt them for passing on information. So it's been very much on the sly that they've been getting their information. But they really believe that it's just small pockets of resistance, but very difficult pockets of resistance to deal with, because just about everyone they've come across in the last 12 hours has been in civilian clothing. They've dropped their military clothing, military uniforms, and adopted civilian clothing, and have really made their way and made their way into civilian population, into residential areas. So making it a very difficult job, having to wait until they get more information on pockets that they can attack. Becky?
With the U.S. Marines, what do you know of a strategy forthcoming? What happens next for you guys?
Well, the Marines I'm with, they really just want to make sure that they've nailed all of these pockets, because their main intent here was never to go into the town of Qasr and try to go door to door there. They just want to be able to operate here at this port, where they plan to bring in humanitarian aid by ship, possibly within the next 12 hours. They're already bringing in experts on running this port, experts on removing mines and munitions. And they want to make it safe. Their job here is to make it safe for those experts to come in and to do their job. And they think they're getting pretty close. I know they've announced several times that they contain the situation here only for there to be more combat. But now they say that this time they think they've really done it, that they really think that there'll be very little resistance left. And that's going to allow the Marines that I'm with to disembark from here and move further north. I can't say exactly where we're going, but very quickly we're going to be moving further north, being replaced by other units to the rear who are coming from Kuwait. So they'll be relieved in place, we're told, and be continuing their effort further north. Becky?
Jason Bellini with the U.S. Marines, and we are waiting on a speech apparently from President Saddam Hussein, forthcoming anytime now. We'll bring that to you live as we get it. That's Saddam Hussein addressing the nation live. We'll go to that as soon as we get it, forthcoming. Do stay with CNN for that. U.S. Apache helicopters are now at an undisclosed location after an attack on Iraqi Republican Guard positions south of Baghdad. CNN's Carl Penhall's embedded with U.S. 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment and reports a fierce defense by the Iraqis of their positions.
Day is now broken here over the airfield where the Apaches have come back to stage. The pilots are now stirring. They've managed to grab a couple of hours sleep underneath their helicopters. I've been walking around talking to them and finding out about their experiences last night, and also seeing some of the damage that has been done to their aircraft. One of the pilots described what they flew into last night as a hornet's nest. He was describing that anti-aircraft fire and small arms fire was coming from all sides. The area that they flew into was north of a town called Al-Hilal and to one side of another town called Karbala, both on the southern side of Baghdad. It's a largely urban area, and these pilots have been talking about how civilians, or certainly from civilian areas, anti-aircraft fire and small arms fire was coming literally from all sides. The pilots' mission of the pilots of the 11th Helicopter Attack Task Force, their mission was to hit hard a Republican Guard armored brigade knock out some tanks, knock out some artillery pieces, but most of them said that they weren't able to achieve those objectives, that once they flew into the heavy anti-aircraft fire, then really what they spent nearly a couple of hours in the air doing was defending themselves against that artillery fire and trying to get out of the area. This morning, walking around, I can only describe the atmosphere as somewhat dazed, somewhat stunned. The pilots, most of them have said to me, we just didn't expect this. We didn't figure that it was going to be like this. This wasn't what they'd planned for. And they're dismayed that they met that kind of resistance from what they believed would be strictly civilian areas.
Carl Penhall reporting. Well, U.S. commanders estimate 90 of Iraq's most advanced tanks were targeted in that attack. Missing after an attack on their vehicle Sunday in southern Iraq. Coalition forces are meeting stiff resistance as they move through the region towards Baghdad. Bill Neely is with the British Royal Marines.
Overnight, Marines continued to attack pockets of Iraqi resistance, but the Marines are dug in, holding their ground. Around 120 Iraqi prisoners have been taken. Many more have died under withering fire from the Marines. Right across southern Iraq, British and American forces are forging their way north. But in some built-up areas, they're meeting resistance. The street fighting in the south may be a taste of things to come if American and perhaps British troops have to fight their way into bigger urban centres like Basra and ultimately Baghdad. This morning, a helicopter arrived to take documents seized from the Iraqi army in the south back to headquarters, where they'll be analysed for any evidence that Iraq possesses chemical or biological weapons. Also on the helicopter, a Royal Marine from 4-2 Commando, whose brother was killed in a helicopter crash on the night of the invasion, a crash which took the lives of 7 other British servicemen. This Marine has fought on for 3 days, knowing his brother's fate. This flight will take him back to Britain. Bill Neely with the Royal Marines in southern Iraq.
And we will take you live to Baghdad shortly. Any minute now, President Saddam Hussein is expected to address the nation. Of course, stick with CNN and we'll bring that live to you as we get it. We're just waiting on that speech, President Saddam Hussein, to address the nation at this hour. Well, as war progresses, the price of oil's fallen about 30% in the past week. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, which supplies almost half of the world's oil, says there's no shortage at the moment, but it's continuing to monitor the situation. Here's what OPEC President Abdullah Al-Attiyah told us earlier.
Before the war, many analysts say the oil price will reach $50, $100, and what we did, what we said before, it will not, because we believe that this is expectation, more analysts, more speculators trying, to interfere to the market, trying, to create a lot of rumors. And we hear this, big numbers of price of oil, before the war. Today, we see the oil price after the war is dropped very dramatically. Today, the oil lost more than $7 in a few days.
Iraq is one of the founding members of OPEC, and of course OPEC pumping some 40% of the world's oil reserves. Mr. Rangel of Venezuela, the vice president of Venezuela, has suggested that the war poses a threat to the interests of OPEC, suggesting that the US and Britain, if they win the war, will seek to exploit Iraq's vast oil reserves. And of course, those are the second largest in the world. What do you say in reaction to the Venezuelan vice president's words?
I think I should respect all, all statement that it comes from different point of view. But from OPEC point of view, that we should not, just, jump, and just make, today a statement saying what will happen. We have to wait and see. Yes, Iraq is a very important member of OPEC, is one of founder of OPEC, and I think Iraq will continue playing a very important role in OPEC. And I think in the end of the day, OPEC is an international organization looking for, one of their main role of OPEC is to stabilize the oil market from the demand and supply. In the end of the day, all members of OPEC, and even the major exporter of oil who are not members of OPEC, as Russia, as Mexico, Norway, and others, we are in cooperation, to see how we stabilize the oil market. In the end of the day, we will calculate the value of the oil, not the quantity of barrels.
The OPEC president talking to me earlier. Well, Pentagon officials say U.S. forces have secured a chemical plant in southern Iraq. They're trying to determine if the facility was used to make chemical weapons. CNN's Chris Plants, following developments at the Pentagon, he joins us with the very latest from there. Chris.
Hi, Becky. That's right. Elements of the 3rd Infantry Division U.S. Army unit have taken a facility at the town of An-Najaf, which is about 90 miles south of Baghdad. And we're not getting an awful lot of information beyond that out of military officials here, but what we do know is that this is a site that was suspected by U.S. and British intelligence of being a weapons of mass destruction site, specifically a chemical weapons site. They were expecting, at least, to find chemical weapons, perhaps chemical weapons production going on there. It's unclear right now whether that has come to be the case. They are in control of the site. They have taken a number of prisoners there, including an Iraqi general who is believed to be in charge of that location. These people in custody now for a number of hours. We still have not heard word through U.S. channels as to whether they have found the smoking gun that the Bush administration has been looking for, and that would be, of course, a production facility that is up and running for chemical weapons or stockpiles of chemical weapons that should have been declared by Iraq under the United Nations program. There are a number of sites throughout the country that U.S. Special Operations Forces and other forces are seeking to gain control of early on in this operation because they are believed to be weapons of mass destruction locations, chemical, biological, and possibly nuclear. The U.S., of course, claims and has been claiming for some time that they have, as they say, piles of intelligence information indicating that Iraq is engaged in these weapons programs. And now we're standing by to see whether the smoking gun is being produced. Becky?
We've been reporting that U.S. and British forces bombed Baghdad for the 4th straight night overnight. No prior warning this time and no air raids. What more do we know of any attacks by the coalition forces over Baghdad in the past 12 or so hours?
Well, certainly they're ongoing, and I understand that there are significant raids taking place around Baghdad on the outskirts of the city where Republican Guard units have dug in, apparently for a battle with the oncoming American and other coalition forces. The 2 rings of steel, as the Iraqis have described them, around Baghdad are made up mostly of Republican Guard units, the best trained, best equipped units in the Iraqi military, and special Republican Guard units, which are the even more elite guards that come under the control of Saddam Hussein's sons directly. And the U.S. has been picking away at those rings, as I understand it, from the air. These are, for the most part, armored divisions in fixed positions and GPS-guided munitions being used to pick away at those rings of steel around Baghdad so that if the coalition forces have to go downtown, as they say, and go house to house, that they will weaken the defenses around the city. Of course, the U.S. hoping to avoid having to go downtown, and discussions ongoing between coalition forces and Iraqi leadership hoping to push for their surrender. But certainly airstrikes continue, advancement of ground forces continues as we speak. Much of what's going on is not within the sight of cameras, although a surprising number of events have been within the sight of cameras, as we've been seeing on CNN. But Airstrikes are continuing throughout the country. We see B-52s, for example, the heavy bombers, taking off and landing from Fairford Air Base in England. And while some of those targets may be in or around Baghdad, many of those targets are out in areas that we have no awareness of at this point, but thousands of sorties being flown as flights carrying munitions, dropping munitions on targets throughout Iraq, from southern Iraq, where fighting still continues in the oil fields and down where the British forces are near the Fall Peninsula, where for the most part the ports in the peninsula have been secured. They're still fighting. A lot of close air support going on, as they call it, that is troops withdrawing from an area where they're being challenged, and fighter jets and bombers coming in and dropping munitions on Iraqi forces, and still much going on. Back to you.
Chris Plant at the Pentagon. Let's bring you up to date with the latest developments. Before we do, we are awaiting what's being termed an historic speech from President Saddam Hussein in Iraq. Now, we'll bring you that as soon as we get it. We are aware that that is what will be happening in the next few minutes. An historic speech by President Saddam Hussein. Do stay with CNN for that. The latest developments now. Pentagon officials say U.S. forces are investigating a chemical plant they discovered in southern Iraq. They're trying to determine if the facility was used to produce weapons of mass destruction. Also in southern Iraq, U.S. special forces have raided Ba'ath Party headquarters in Qasr. CNN's Jason Bellini reports they seized some documents hoping for intelligence information. Air raid sirens were heard across Baghdad a short time ago. Earlier on Monday, fresh explosions jolted the capital city. Witnesses say an Air Force building was among those targeted. U.S. military officials say several Marines were killed by Iraqi forces near Nasiriyah. Earlier, a dozen U.S. soldiers were reported missing after Iraqi forces seized an army supply convoy that lost its... It's 10 o'clock in the morning in Baghdad. Air raid sirens roused residents earlier as coalition forces press on with their bombing campaign. And heavy fighting erupts in southern Iraq as British forces try to secure territory near Basra. Welcome to CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Becky Anderson reporting from Kuwait City.
And I'm Richard Quest at the CNN Centre in London.
Let's check the latest developments. Before we do that, let's go straight to Iraqi TV. We've been waiting on a press conference from Saddam Hussein. This, the information minister. Let's listen in.
And during this time, the great leader Saddam Hussein will address our nation and our heroic armed forces and to connect with his soldiers and to show them the path for victory after he consolidated the path of justice. His Excellency, the leader, President Saddam Hussein, talking to you.
That the information minister in Baghdad. We are waiting on what's being termed an historic speech by President Saddam Hussein. We've been waiting on this for some 1 hour now. Iraqi officials continue to say that that is an imminent speech addressing the nation. We are monitoring the situation, of course, for you. That was Iraqi TV. We'll come back to that as soon as we get more information. Let's bring you up to date briefly, though, now with the latest developments in the war in Iraq. Witnesses say there have been coalition airstrikes on Iraqi troop concentrations in the north. The airstrikes reportedly targeted areas in Mosul and Kirkuk. Meanwhile, residents in Baghdad woke up to the new air raid sirens and explosions. An Air Force building was among those targeted in early strikes. Coalition forces are facing stiff Iraqi resistance on their way to Baghdad. U.S. military officials say several Marines were killed by Iraqi forces near Nasiriyah. Earlier, a dozen U.S. soldiers were reported missing after Iraqi forces seized an army supply convoy that lost.
When the victory comes from God and you witness the people coming to the religion of God in waves, praise the Lord and ask forgiveness. O great nation, O the great mujahideen in our armed forces, peace be upon you. We know, and all of us in this patient and great nation knows how we have tried to show goodwill to the extent to where that some might have blamed us or found it strange that we showed so much patience. And how we responded to what we responded to, despite the fact that it did not show weakness, and to show that the motives of the two administrations, the British and the American, aided by the Zionist administration, presenting new pretexts every day since the ceasefire in 1991 until the war that started today. Those decisive days which we live today, and where the Mujahideen and the great people of Iraq are contributing and showing their bravery, that they deserve the victory from God Almighty as was promised against the enemies of God and humanity. And we are entitled to. It's our duty to be proud, as the believers should be, to the heroic deeds that is being demonstrated by our great heroes today. We have always responded, even when we were asked to do things that they were illegitimate. So the sanctions and the blockade on our nation would be lifted. And after they run out of excuses and pretexts, the invaders came to reveal their true colors and showing their real intention, their evil intentions, which was not surprising to us. And you know, brothers, that it's always been our aim to avoid evil, but when evil comes to us armed with the sword of destruction, then we have no choice. Today you're standing, you glorious Iraqis, men and women, And you heroes in our armed forces, today you're standing in a position that would please the friend and would anger the enemy and all the infidels. But you will be victorious against your enemies, and you are causing them to suffer. You rely on your God, and now it's clear to everyone that the aggression and the unjust is clear to everyone. In 1991, the aggression against our nation, the victory is soon. These decisive days, O you Iraqis, are in line with what God has ordered you, to cut their throats. And those who are the believers will be victorious. These decisive days, the enemy tried not using missiles and fighter jets as they did before. This time they sent their infantry troops. This time they have come to invade and occupy your land. And if the American and the British in this battle, they've been avoiding to meet you face to face, and they've been using their fighters in most cases. These forces this time has invaded our land, and everywhere it goes, it faces resistance. And every time it advances and leaves the desert behind it, it finds the Iraqis surrounding it and opening fire and resisting it. The members of the party and the tribes and the Fidayeen and the armed forces, everyone has been heroic in their resistance. Therefore, after they underestimated you, you Iraqis, now they've come on land. This attempt is our chance to incur losses on them. They are in a dilemma. They are in trouble now. Hit them and strike them, you Mujahideen, heroes. Strike against your enemy with fear. You great Iraqi, inspired by the spirit of jihad that you have, and strike them until they come to the conclusion that they're not in a position to continue with their crimes against you and against humanity. And then you will have your stability, pride, and victory. And to our martyrs, who will be rewarded with paradise. As for you, you will be rewarded by God. And the lesson that you are teaching to the enemy will make him hesitant, unable after that to dare to challenge you or challenge humanity again. Strike them and strike evil, so evil will be defeated. And all those mothers will be able to sleep in peace. All those fathers and children that have been terrorized by the aggression. And all the eyes of the great people will sleep in peace. And your deeds and your jihad will send them back in disappointment and despair. And to the Arabs and to all great people around the world, we promise you what we have been promised by God in our struggle with the enemies of humanity, that God will support his soldiers and they will be defeated and humiliated. We will continue with our pact with God, and he is our witness, and the faithful around the world, that we are prepared to sacrifice everything we have to please him so he can support his soldiers. And we rely on him to humiliate the aggressors, the arrogant, and to disperse them and to turn their evil on them. We, alongside the soldiers of God in our land, after putting our faith in God and preparing what we can to achieve this victory, the Iraqi Mujahideen are causing the enemy to suffer and to lose every day. And as time goes, they will lose more, and they will not be able to escape lightly from their predicament. We will make it as painful as we can against the enemy, so they will be defeated and choked and terrified before the faith which is endorsed by God. The resistance that has been bestowed on us by God Almighty on our land. It's my duty to salute in your name, you great Iraqis, your armed forces, and all the resistance groups, all in their fields. And when I name the names of those fighting and those great leaders, I mention every soldier that is prepared to give his life to protect the principles and the great values and the faith that has been granted to us by God. And the nation and the country will be safe, and the people will be proud. I say with fear of God in my heart, that my pride in you is without limits to all those great people on the land of Iraq. I'm honored to mention the infantry brigade, the men of Al-Qadisiyya and the mother of all battles, their steadfastness and their heroic deeds are a source of pride to all of us. The 11th Brigade, I namely mention column 45 and the brigade that has been fighting in Qasr and doing us great honor. And I would like to name some names of those people who have distinguished themselves. The leader of the 11th Brigade, Mustafa Muhammad Umran al-Azzawi, and the chief Bashir Ahmed Uthman, and commander of the 45th Brigade, Ali Khalil Ibrahim, and the commander from the 45th Brigade, Yahya Badri Dakhil, and commander from the 45th Brigade, Colonel Muhammad Khalaf al-Jaburi, commander from 45th Brigade, Colonel Fathi Ghani Majid.
وقد تجحفل بإمرة اللواء الخامس والأربعين البطل فوج خفر السواحل
and
وآمره
the
المقدم
border guards and their commander Haytham Rashid Ahmed al-Badran,
وآمر الفوج الثالث للواء السابع والأربعين
and the commander of
الحادي عشرة
the
المقدم
11th column,
الركن
Colonel
خالد محمد كسار
Khalid Muhammad Kassar, and I salute in your name
قائد الفيلق الثالث
the commander of the 3rd Division, Nouri Dawood Mishal Al-Awaidi,
الفرقة الحادية والخمسين
and the commander of
الفيلق الثالث
Brigade
اللواء الركن
51,
خالد حاتم صالح الهاشمي
General Khalid Al-Hashimi,
الفرقة المدرعة السادسة
and the leader of the 6th Brigade,
أعجبي برع
General
أحمد الخطاب
Ahmed Al-Khattab Al-Nasri,
وقائد
and the commander
الثامنة عشر
of the 18th
اللواء الركن عادل عبد
column,
الله غثوان
General Adil Abdullah Ghathwan Al-Ghrairi,
قائد القوة البحرية اللواء البحري
and the commander of the Marine Force,
حسن
Colonel
وإلى الأعداء أقول
Mahmoud Hassan, and to the enemies
به الرحمن الرحيم
I say we have met what we have been promised by God Almighty. So what have you found? You are the disciples of the devil. And I say to our beloved in Basra, I say to them,
صبرا أيها الأخوة
patience, brothers, victory is imminent.
وأقول لكم ولأهل بغداد العزيزة
And I say to you and to the people of beloved Baghdad and Mosul, the great city, city of weapons and swords, and to our people, people of Muthanna, I say to them, patience, brothers. You know too, and you all know, the people of Dikar, the people of civilization and principles. You all know that the enemy that will tighten and increase its bombardment every time you resist him on the ground. So be patient, brothers and beloved ones. Be patient and God will grant you victory. I say to all of you that the enemies, every time they're defeated before you forces on the ground, they will increase their bombardment. So be patient. Your position and your status with God is superior, and you will have victory. God is great. God is great, and long live our victorious nation. Long live Palestine, free and Arab, from the river to the sea. And long live Iraq. Long live Iraq. Long live Iraq. The country of jihad and virtue. And long live the Iraqis, symbol of jihad, proud hope and security and humanity. And best regard to all those who showed solidarity with our people in this encounter. And disgrace to the evil and their friends and those who have listened to evil. God is great.
You have been listening to a statement made by President Saddam Hussein of Iraq. A lot to talk about here. Let's bring in Christian Amanpour and Darren Kagan, who are joining us from Kuwait City.
And before you guys begin to speak, we want to welcome our international viewers because we're now being simulcast on CNNI.
Christian, what did you take away from this?
Well, this is a very current speech. Obviously, I think there can be no doubt that this is A, the real person, and B, the person responding to events that have been going on in the last 24 hours at least. He specifically mentioned Qasr, one place which has been, for the last maybe 36 to 48 hours now, the subject of a battle. You know, the U.S. Marines who led the assault on Qasr under command of the British 3rd Commando Unit of the Royal Marines thought that they would take Qasr without much of a fight. It's a tiny little place. Look at it there on your map. It's a very small urban area. It has a very significant port. Anyway, they didn't take it and it's still going on. They believe it's isolated pockets. But this to say that Saddam Hussein has been speaking about current battles. And he went on to talk about the other, quote, setbacks that, quote, the enemy has suffered, and they continue to lose every day, and they will lose even more as they continue every day. He says they will not be able to escape their predicament. We will make their pain as much as possible. And then he went on to talk about and to list the commanders and the senior officers of various brigades. For instance, the 45th Brigade, which is in Qasr, apparently, according to Saddam Hussein. Also, he mentioned a series of others, and notably the 51st Brigade, which was around Basra. Now, interestingly about this, we had been talked to by the military leaders on the US and British side saying that a lot of these brigades and commanders had surrendered. But clearly, while there are significant surrenders, not most, but certain amounts of resistance continue, and they are there harassing the US and UK troops. And this proceeds up to Nasiriyah and elsewhere, as I said, also around Basra. in short, Darren, I think he was rallying his troops. He appeared much calmer, and his people much calmer, much more in control than the first speech that was broadcast several hours after the invasion started. And of course, with troops allegedly closing in on Baghdad, he's out there trying to rally them and trying to get them to keep up the fight, mentioning over and over again the issue of mujahideen, jihad, really appealing to the religious element in this as well.
A couple of other points I want to get you to comment on. First of all, looked a lot different than that first speech. In his military uniform, wasn't wearing the big, thick glasses that he was the first time. I think trying to give an image of appearing as a strong leader rather than the first time where he looked a little bit more worried, I think.
Well, I think so, and people who've been watching or already, you could see reaction coming out that this is a calmer, more in control Saddam Hussein. And I think also interesting, remembering the speeches he gave during the first Gulf War. And by the way, he commended one of the Al-Qadisiyah brigades, talking about how they are responding heroically, quote, in this battle, and mentioning how they responded heroically in the mother of all battles, which is the Iraqi leaders' name for the Gulf War back in 1991. But yeah, he spoke a lot about to his people to be patient, that the enemy will increase the bombardment as our soldiers resist them on the ground. He was telling them to keep patient and prepared, and to keep sort of strong in the face of massive bombardment, which he said would continue. But again, in the Gulf War, it was much more full of bravado. We will win, we have won everywhere, this is, you know, the Allies are doing nothing. Here he's acknowledging that they're moving forward. He said as they leave the desert behind them, so he's acknowledging that they're moving forward, and but he's saying that they're still putting up heroic resistance. And indeed, there has been significant resistance over the last 24 hours.
And also, as you and I were sitting here watching it, one thing we were trying to figure out, is it live, is it tape, as we did the first time when we saw the first tape, but perhaps not as significant in that because he did give clues of current events. Yeah. Perhaps this was taped, even though the Iraqi TV put up live, but clearly it would appear that Saddam Hussein is alive and in control of his country.
It seems so, and certainly from, I mean, it's really difficult for us here to make any kind of definitive judgment like that, but certainly there's been so many contradictory briefings by intel from the Allied side over the last several days. Was he injured? Was he not? Was he dead? Was he alive? So this is all going to fill in some of those clues to this big puzzle. And interestingly, a lot of this war is about psychological pressure. How many times have we been briefed that the war is aimed, for instance, to consolidate territory, to liberate towns, let's say, in the south, to send a serious message to Baghdad that, look, we, US, UK, are in charge of this part. It's time now for you to step down and get the message. Well, a lot of that is going according to schedule, but there are these pockets of resistance, and it's not going as easily as perhaps some, maybe not the senior commanders, but some others were briefing reporters.
Had predicted or had hoped.
Yeah.
Originally, Saddam Hussein. Yes, go ahead.
This is Carol Costello. You know, I was struck by the fact, Christiane and Darren, that no mention of the American POWs was made, and of course many Americans are very concerned about them. Saddam said a lot of stuff like this. He said, we will make it as painful as we can against them. What was he specifically referring to, do you think?
Well, I think the resistance. I mean, there have been American casualties over the last 24 hours, particularly around Nasiriyah in south central on the Euphrates there, even to the point where some of those POWs, we understand, were captured to the rear, on some of the supply lines. And so that indicates that they are at least managing to mount certain harassment tactics, if you like. They're coming around. All the pockets of resistance have not been neutralized as this big force pushes up from the south and up to the north. They're going so fast. Today, one military spokesman suggested that perhaps they're going so fast and they're trying to avoid certain urban areas for obvious reasons, but perhaps that's making them unable to neutralize all the opposition. And Saddam specifically mentioned the Fedayeen. We've heard a lot over the last several months and even years about so-called Saddam's Fedayeen. They're often shown on television parading in their white shrouded uniforms, and this...
Those criminals over the Geneva Convention is laughable. Their hands are blooded with the blood of women in Afghanistan and civilians everywhere they've passed through. Their hands are blooded with the blood of the Vietnamese. They're the ancestors of the early criminals, the rulers of this desperate American administration. This is only the first round. We will show more of their captives. And they're all being treated according to the Geneva Convention, women and men. Both male and female mercenaries will be treated according to the Geneva Convention.
Well, maybe it is convenient to brief you in English what I have mentioned in this issue. I told our colleagues in the Arab media that we noticed. I have to brief you the following. First, that hundreds of thousands of Iraqi militias, members and fighters, whether they are members of the Iraqi tribes, combatants of the Arab Socialist Party and their masses all over the country, now they are redeploying their numbers, which are hundreds of thousands, according to the stretch of the, what they call it, the bois, this kind of snake, the huge snake, the boa. They are deployed according to the movement of this boa in order to cut it in pieces. And they started already, and few farmers, few peasants, brave peasants, had shot down 2 Apache helicopters. We shown one of them on the Iraqi television only half an hour back, and maybe if we will find it convenient, maybe we will show the pilots. Maybe, or maybe not. They will protest again that we are violating Geneva Conventions. Their hands are still blood-stained with the Vietnamese bloods, with all their aggressions all over the world, and recently even women in Afghanistan. And they are talking about Geneva Convention. The Zionists, the Jews, supported by those villains in Washington and London, murdering the Palestinians, even the babies, the infants, every day. They are supporting the criminals in the Zionist entity, and they are talking about Geneva Convention. Therefore, we will continue showing whatever of their mercenaries which fall in our hands, and we are adhering fully to the Geneva Convention. They should adhere. They show civilians, Iraqi civilians, and they lie to the world saying that those are Iraqi soldiers. They are not. And they are pointing their guns. The mercenaries are pointing their guns to those Iraqi civilians, and they are talking about adhering the commitment according to Geneva Convention. This is not a double standard. This is despicable. Despicable. The war criminals in Washington and London insisted yesterday through the air campaign to bombard Baghdad, Nineveh, Karbala, Salah ad-Din, Najaf, Qadisiyah, Basra, and Babylon. And initially, the results of their crimes of bombarding the civilian quarters, these are just first figures. In Baghdad, 194 wounded. In Nineveh, 8 wounded. In Karbala, 32 wounded and 10 killed. In Salah ad-Din, 22 wounded and 2 martyred. In Najaf, 36 wounded by the criminal bombardment and 2 martyred. In Qadisiyah, 13 wounded and 4 martyred. In Basra, 122 wounded, 14 martyred. In Babylon, 63 wounded and 30 martyred. As His Excellency President Saddam Hussein has just mentioned in his speech to the nation, they are insisting criminally in bombarding the civilian quarters. Those stooges, those villains, think that by widening their war crimes, they can weakening us. They are not only wrong, they are criminals and stupid. The Iraqis will be even harder and will kill everybody they put hands on, of their villains and their mercenaries. Therefore, their campaign is a big, huge war crimes. And we are going to state that officially to all concerned international bodies. Yesterday also, they tried to drop some of their mercenaries near Najaf and near Karbala, and they were surrounded and they flew. They tried the same in the north, in At-Ta'mim, near Kirkuk. They were chased and they flew. Well, these are some of the events of the last less than 24 hours, and I'm ready to receive your questions. No, not. I don't have any information of it. All of them are civilians.
And this is only for one day?
Yeah.
هل تتوقعون أن تقوم الإدارة الأمريكية بضربة خائبة out of desperation?
Do you expect the American administration to strike out of desperation following the setbacks they received?
حسين بمعاملة الأسرى وتوقع
Second point, President Saddam Hussein said that you are committed to treating
أنا قلت
prisoners according to the
سأبدأ
Geneva
بسؤالك
Convention.
إنه نحن
I said
ملتزمون
before
باتفاقيات
that we are committed to the
وطلب هذا
Geneva
الأفاق
Convention
هذا المجرم
and
هو
hope
للتغطية
by that stooge
للتغطية على جرائمهم كي
was
يبدو أنه
to cover
وكأنه
up
هو
their
ملتزم هم غير
crimes
ملتزمون نحن
to
ملتزمون
appear as if they are committed. They're not. We are committed to the Geneva Convention.
القصف أمس وفجر اليوم كان شديدا.
Bombardment yesterday and this morning was heavy and concentrated on Baghdad.
وإجمال عدد الشهداء والأسرى.
أنا ذكرت الجرحى لبغداد.
I mentioned the
مواقع
number
مدنيا احنا مجرد تصير يعني الإجراءات الأولية بالنسبة للدفاع المدني بكل حرية ناخذكم على كل الأماكن التي تلاحظون فيها أين
areas that
ارتكبت
have been
هذه
targeted. We'll take you there and you can see for yourselves.
Well, the American columns are not in fact columns. They are like, well, they find them here, then after half an hour they flew back to the south, and so on and so forth. Therefore, the militias and the Arab Socialist Party fighters and the tribes, they are chasing them. And they gradually, they are weakening them till they cut them into pieces.
You've been listening to Mohammed Saeed Sahaf, the Minister of Information in Iraq, saying today that Iraqi farmers shot down 2 U.S. helicopters, and he promised darker days for U.S.-led invaders after strong resistance on Sunday. This after Iraqi TV showed pictures of what it said was a downed enemy helicopter south of Baghdad, a black Apache helicopter still armed with guided missiles with US markings on them. It appeared intact with no sign of being shot down. 2 helmets there, but no sign of the pilots. And as the Iraqi information minister suggested, this was a picture of the first helicopter the Iraqi TV was showing. He said, we may show pictures of the second helicopter that he says was shot down by Iraqi farmers. And indeed, he says, we may show what he calls the mercenaries or pilots now in captivity. Okay, that news just coming in as you've been watching CNN. You've also been watching pictures of the first US wounded into Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. These are pictures of the US wounded troops as they arrive back from battleground into Germany, the Ramstein Air Base there. Well, British military forces say efforts are underway to find 2 soldiers missing after an attack on British vehicles in southern Iraq. That's a day after 2 British airmen were killed when their fighter was accidentally shot down by a US Patriot missile. Joining me now for more on the rescue mission and the British casualties is Group Captain John Fiennes. He's the RAF spokesman in the Gulf region. Let's just talk about the jet first and foremost, shot down by the US Patriot missile. Unfortunate.
A tragic accident, but it needs to be remembered that we are in a war zone. There's a vast number of aircraft flying around, over 2,000 sorties a day, and the Patriots have got a job to defend Kuwait in particular. There have been missiles fired daily into Kuwait, both at the city and at the military bases, and without them, there probably have been a lot more casualties on the ground.
There have been at least 27 coalition deaths since the war began. We're now seeing pictures of what we believe is an Apache helicopter belonging to the US forces. Can you tell us any more about the pictures that we've seen of that helicopter downed, as the Iraqis say, by farmers?
All I can say is that the pictures you're showing on television certainly appear to be a coalition Apache, but I have no more information at this stage.
Give us some sense of morale so far as the RAF is concerned. I know you say that this is war and deaths happen in war, and we've heard that over the last sort of 72 to 84 hours from other spokespeople for the forces. But it's still not easy for those soldiers who are fighting here, is it?
No, it's not, but morale is still good. Of course, certainly for the Royal Air Force, when the Tornado was lost yesterday, and our sympathies do go out to the families of those who died. They were very saddened, but they're professionals. They know they're in a war zone, they know they have a job to do, and that everybody's doing their best. So one of the ways of showing that is to be even more determined on behalf of their dead colleagues. They want to get the job done, and they're going to do it professionally.
John, is this campaign going well?
Certainly from the air side, the plan is moving along. We're adapting as required. I mean, one of the advantages of air power is that it can be flexible. We can do what's required on a day-to-day basis. So we're doing what we expected to do. Certainly for the Royal Air Force, our Harriers are supporting the frontline troops and being called in when required and doing a good job.
Give us some sense of exactly what they're doing when you say they're called in as support for the frontline troops.
The coalition, when the frontline troops need help, they have several aircraft airborne at any given time, waiting behind the troops on a sort of cab rank. And if the troops require additional assistance, an aircraft will get tasked. There was a good example yesterday. They showed an F-18 arrive to support some troops. They were actually US Marines, followed shortly afterwards by a Royal Air Force Harrier, who in the end took out the Iraqi strong point, and the troops were able to move forward.
Can you tell us any more about any missing British soldiers?
There are 2 missing British soldiers at the moment, and there's a big search going on to try and locate them, and that's all we can say at this stage.
In what area?
Again, I wouldn't want to say that, because we don't like to give the Iraqis information on exactly what we're doing at any given time.
Do the Americans, as part of the coalition force, you say you believe that the strategy is good and that this war is going well. Americans believe the same?
I think what needs to be remembered is we've got an awful lot of media. They've been given great access to what's going on. And as a result, the media are going to see relatively small pockets within the big campaign. If you saw the maps I'm seeing, the big one, you'd actually see the overall line moving in the right direction.
Group Captain John Fiennes, our spokesman, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Do stay with us, CNN, after the break. Helicopter, it says, was shot down in Kabbalah. Welcome to CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Becky Anderson reporting from Kuwait City. Okay, the latest developments just into CNN Center. Iraq has said in the past few minutes that Iraqi farmers shot down 2 U.S. helicopters and promised darker days for U.S.-led invaders after showing strong resistance on Sunday. That after Iraqi television showed pictures on Monday of what it said was a downed enemy helicopter south of Baghdad. These are pictures you're looking at presently. The Black Apache helicopter, still armed with guided missiles with U.S. markings on them, appeared intact, with no sign of having been shot down, no sign of the pilots, though pilots' helmets were seen, as you can see there, shown by Iraqi television. Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Saif, the Iraqi information minister, said this was one of the 2 helicopters that had been shot down and that they might show the other and indeed might show the pilots. That's the latest news into CNN Center. Let's update the rest of the headlines now. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein has appeared on television once again. Last hour, Iraqi TV aired a speech in which the Iraqi leader called for resistance to US-led coalition forces, and he told the Iraqi people they will be, quote, victorious. Here's a portion of what he said.
To show that the motives of the 2 administrations, the British and the American, aided by the Zionist administration, presenting new pretexts every day since...
Such third country nationals trying to leave Iraq at this time. They've been placed in camps here before being processed.
All right, Matthew Chance there in Jordan. Let me just bring you up to date with some more news now. At least 6 bombs have hit military barracks in the northern city of Chamchamal on Monday. It was the first coalition strike of the war there, which lies near oil-rich Kirkuk. Also, more U.S. planes have landed in Kurdish-controlled areas of Iraq, and more coalition airstrikes have hit the city of Mosul. Shortly after 8 p.m. local time on Sunday, air raid sirens were heard there, followed by explosions and blasts from Iraqi anti-aircraft artillery. Brent Sadler is in the nearby city of Kalak, where Iraqi troops maintain their positions on a mountainside just above Kurdish troops.
A section of Iraq's northern front, less than a mile from our camera. Saddam Hussein's troops are spread along the ridgeline. Uncertain strength lies to their rear. But take a close look at what these Iraqi soldiers are busy doing, disregarding the threat of airstrikes. They dig trenches, plant landmines, and set explosives on the road to Mosul, an apparent effort to keep their foes at bay. It coincides with a reported changeover in some units manning these positions, and follows Kurdish claims that some troops were on the verge of succumbing to defeat. Instead, it seems, new orders are being given and obeyed. No sign of mutiny here. Soldiers maintain their weapons, adjust a mortar tube, and fire sporadic bursts from heavy caliber machine guns towards Kurdish lines. Kurds take cover in the virtual ghost town of Kalak. Kalak nestles beneath the Iraqi fortifications, a Kurdish frontline community that has lived in the shadow of Saddam Hussein's forces for 12 years. Most people shut their shops here and fled their homes on the eve of war, but a few families remain, relatives of Kurdish fighters. And these 2 families, with 18 children between them. Their fathers say there seems no point in running away. I'll take a chance and stay here, says Kamal Smai. If it's my fate to die, I'll die in my own home. And for the few who remain here, a hope that the apparent resolve of these Iraqi soldiers will soon break. Saddam Hussein's command and control of his northern front seem to be intact, but as coalition forces advance towards Baghdad, it may only be a matter of time before his troops start feeling the crunch. Brent Sadler, CNN, in Kurdish-controlled territory of northern Iraq.
U.S. Marines have been hitting an Iraqi bunker with mortars trying to gain control of Nasiriyah, a key city on the road to Baghdad. That's after a day of fighting there that U.S. military sources describe as some of the fiercest coalition forces have seen. U.S. helicopters and planes swooped in at one point, reportedly managing to destroy several Iraqi trucks and tanks. But several U.S. Marines died in the battle and others were wounded. Well, Nasiriyah lies at a crossing point of the Euphrates River, a fact that adds to its strategic importance. Alessio Vinci is embedded with the U.S. 2nd Marine Division and joins us now by phone from their position in the area. Alessio.
Hello, Fenula. I am speaking to you from one of the front lines around the city of Nasiriyah in southwestern Iraq, and the commander of our unit has allowed us to report live from this front line, provided that we do not show any landscape, any sign of the surrounding from where I am talking to you, in order not to give the Iraqi forces any indication of where the Marines that I'm covering are currently stationed, are currently dug in around the city of Nasiriyah. Since early this morning, this unit and other units around that city have come under heavy mortar fire from Iraqi position. There's been an exchange that has been going on now for several hours. The U.S. forces have responded both with their own mortar fires as well as some tank shell, and occasionally the Marines have called for air support, and we've seen a couple of Cobra helicopters flying overhead and using their heavy machine guns as well as their rockets to hit Iraqi positions further away from here. Regarding the incident yesterday, I have some latest casualty figures that we have been able to receive by one of the senior commanders here near the city of Nasiriyah. The incident yesterday, you may recall, several units of the U.S. Marines came under heavy fire within the city itself. Well, 10 Marines were killed, 12 are wounded, and there are as many as 16 still missing, and the commanders and the forces here are telling us they do expect perhaps the number of the dead to rise slightly, because some of the wounded remain in serious condition, as well as the missing is still a very high number by now. Fenula?
And Alessio, what do you know at all of the nature of the Iraqi resistance? Is the same tactic of sleeper cells being employed in Nasiriyah as it has been in other towns and cities?
Well, Fenula, I've been embedded with the U.S. Marines here for now well over 2 weeks, and I've spent many hours talking to Marines officers as well as intelligence officers before even the war started. And throughout those meetings, we were hearing that the Marines were expecting a little resistance, especially in the southern part of Iraq. Yesterday, when we came across that very stiff resistance, and indeed today, we're encountering even more mortar fires towards our position here. Some of the Marines are telling us that while they were prepared, and they are prepared to deal with this kind of resistance, of course, it does come a little bit as a surprise that the Iraqi forces are putting up such a resistance. There was wide speculation also in the early stages of the war, as well as even before the war started, that many of the military units, especially the regular army here in the south, would capitulate, would give up his arms, and even take the side of the U.S. forces. We've seen so far in our area with our unit no evidence of that. Fenula?
And does the division you're with have any kind of timeline at all about when it might complete its objectives where you are?
Well, Fenula, I'm not able, I'm not able to really share with you military objectives as well as the timeline or what those objectives are. What I can tell you is that this remains one of the major supply routes for the war effort further up north towards Baghdad, and of course controlling this area is also means also controlling a major supply route in order to make that war effort continue. Back to you, Fenula.
And Alessio, in terms of supplies, fuel supplies and food, can you talk us through how that happens on a journey such as the division you're with is taking?
Yeah. Sure. You know, we're traveling, mainly our unit is traveling in a series of AAVs, also known as Amtraks. They are amphibious armored vehicles. They're basically big box running on tracks where you can fit as many as 20 Marines in there, and everything in there, everything that we need to move forward, everything the Marines need and we the reporters need is included there. There are munitions, there's food, there's water, whatever, and we can sustain for about 2 or 3 days maybe, and then there is obviously some trucks following behind, a little bit slower, that takes some time to bring the resupplies, the ammunitions, the water, the food. So each of those trucks is able to move forward and to be self-contained and self-sustained for about 2 to 3 days before we start seeing some of the resupplies following behind us.
All right, Alessio Vinci, who's embedded there with the U.S. 2nd Marine Division, who's joining us there by video phone from their position in the Nasiriyah region area. Well, still ahead, our coverage of the war in Iraq continues. Stay with us.
Disculpas por haber interrumpido nuestro espacio temático.
Pictures of what it says is a U.S. Apache helicopter downed some 80 kilometers south of Baghdad near Karbala. Iraq's Information Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf says Iraq might show pictures of the helicopter pilots. CNN Pentagon producer Chris Plant said the helicopter does appear to be an Apache. So far, the U.S. Army has not commented on the report. Iraqi TV did not report on the fate of the pilots. The Syrian news agency reports that a Syrian bus in Iraq carrying 37 civilian passengers was hit by a U.S. missile on Monday. It says the bus was filled with passengers trying to flee Iraq and the war, and that 5 passengers were killed and 10 wounded. The news agency reports that the dead and wounded have been taken to Syria. Saddam Hussein appeared on Iraqi television in full military uniform a short while ago in his second address since the outbreak of the war. He hailed the heroism of Iraqi troops and promised Iraqis a decisive victory soon. He said that evil would be defeated. Iraqi forces are digging in northern Iraq. CNN's Brent Sadler reports they're digging trenches and planting landmines, preparing for a fight above the town of Kalak. He says it provides evidence that Saddam Hussein's command and control remains intact in that area. He also says he's hearing witness descriptions of airstrikes on Iraqi troop concentrations in northern Iraq. U.S. Special Forces raided Ba'ath Party headquarters in Qasr. CNN's Jason Bellini reports they seized some documents hoping for intelligence information. They also retrieved some weapons and stacks of U.S. propaganda leaflets that Iraqi officials may have collected to keep out of the public's hands. The United States is expressing outrage over the first video of Americans killed and captured in action. The Arabic-language Al Jazeera television network broadcast the pictures, which were taken by Iraq's state-run television. The video contains interviews with 5 soldiers who each gave their name and home state in the U.S. The broadcast also showed at least 4 dead soldiers. The U.S. says the display by the Iraqis on their state-run TV is a violation of the Geneva Conventions. One U.S. official says the prisoners of war situation, quote, only stiffens the president's resolve against Saddam Hussein's inhumane regime. Here's more from White House correspondent Dana Bash.
Back from Camp David as Iraqis released graphic pictures of Americans killed in action and the first prisoners of war, a stern warning from the commander-in-chief.
The POWs I expect to be treated humanely. And just like we're treating the prisoners that we have captured humanely. If not, the people who mistreat the prisoners will be treated as war criminals.
Taking reporters' questions for the first time in a week, the president expressed confidence about the war's progress, but as the reality of casualties on the battlefield set in, he braced the country for a tough fight ahead.
I know that Saddam Hussein is losing control of his country, that we're slowly but surely achieving our objective. It's important for the American people to realize that this war has just begun.
Despite some resistance, Mr. Bush said U.S. forces achieved a key objective, securing most of southern Iraq, especially the oil fields.
Tommy Franks put a plan in place that moved on those oil fields quickly, and at least in the south, they are secure. And that is positive news for all of us.
But things are more precarious on the northern front. The administration is concerned Turkey may send troops into Iraq.
And we're making it very clear to the Turks that we expect them not to come into northern Iraq. We're in constant touch with the Turkish military as well as Turkish politicians. They know our policy, and it's a firm policy. And we've made it very clear to them we expect them not to go into northern Iraq.
As for Saddam Hussein, the president made clear the opportunity to leave Iraq safely has come and gone. To help convince Iraqis the intention of the U.S. attack is to liberate, not conquer, the president told reporters behind the ground assault, look for massive amounts of humanitarian aid. Dana Bash, CNN, the White House.
Iraqi officials say they will not hurt the prisoners of war and that they will respect the Geneva Conventions. Iraq's defense minister says his country's standards require that captured troops be treated humanely.
As for the prisoners of war, we have values and principles. And before the convention, before the Geneva Convention, and we abide and we adhere to this convention. Our principles, our values, our religion make us deal or treat the prisoners of war as should be.
Iraqi TV also broadcast a message from the Iraqi news agency on Sunday, reiterating that Saddam Hussein would treat prisoners of war fairly.
U.S. officials are investigating a large factory in southern Iraq, which they say could have been used to make chemical weapons. CNN's Chris Plant is following that and other developments at the Pentagon, and he joins us now with the latest. Chris.
Hi, Fanula. That's right. Members of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division seized a facility approximately 90 miles south of Baghdad earlier today that has been a suspected weapons of mass destruction site, more specifically a chemical weapons site. When they arrived at the scene, there were approximately 30 Iraqi troops along with an Iraqi general in this apparently very well-disguised facility, camouflaged from the air, mined around the borders, electric fences, according to reports, around the facility. And this is a specific location that had been targeted by the U.S. military because it's a suspected weapons of mass destruction site. Now, whether they have actually found any weapons of mass destruction, any chemical weapons, whether they're stockpiled there or whether they're used the facility to manufacture weapons of mass destruction there, remains entirely unclear at this hour. We've been pushing Pentagon officials for some specifics on this, given that this is obviously a very important objective of the overall operation. So far, they have not been forthcoming with specifics on exactly what they've found, but the fact that they've taken into custody a general who's apparently in charge of the facility there may turn out to be fruitful, regardless of whether they find these weapons there specifically. Meantime, troops are fanning out across the country, special operations troops and other forces, in an effort to seize other suspected weapons of mass destruction sites in the hopes of being able to show the world a smoking gun. Fanula?
It's Becky here, Chris. Iraqi TV also showing today video of what appeared to be a downed U.S. helicopter, intact and upright. They claim the Apache was shot down near Kabbalah, about 50 miles south of Baghdad. Anything more from the Pentagon?
No clarification, no clarity at all on this matter here. In fact, the officials that we've been able to find here in the Pentagon first learned of this when they saw the videotape on CNN some time ago. It is clearly a U.S. Army Apache Longbow helicopter, the most advanced in the U.S. arsenal. It doesn't appear on the face of it, based on what we've seen on the videotape, that the helicopter suffered any direct damage from a surface-to-air missile or a rocket-propelled grenade. We don't even see any bullet holes in the helicopter, which might indicate that it, in fact, suffered a mechanical problem, which has certainly been known to happen, and went down in the field. Also, no sign of the two crew members whose helmets are there at the scene, but no indication that the Iraqis have those two crew members in custody, since presumably, now that they're showing the videotape of the helicopter, they would have also brought the prisoners out, or at least laid claim to having the prisoners. Perhaps search and rescue effort underway. Perhaps the pilots have already been scooped up. We're still waiting for more details. Becky?
And meanwhile, we've also been watching picture this morning of U.S. injured troops arriving, the first injured troops, of course, arriving at Germany's Ramstein troop base. Any more information on the wounded?
Well, there are 12 wounded U.S. servicemen that were brought to Ramstein Air Base in Germany, which is the main U.S. air base in Europe, in fact. And the 12, not all of whom were wounded in combat. Some were injured in accidents, I am told, but some injuries more serious than others. These were priority injuries. That's why they were on the first flight out on this C-141 transport into Ramstein. They'll be going to the main U.S. military hospital in Europe, which is a short drive away from Ramstein at a location in Landstuhl. Becky?
Okay, Chris, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Chris Plant there at the Pentagon, updating us on information from the U.S. Let's take a look now at some live pictures from the Arab TV network Al Jazeera. They're pictures of smoke above the city or town of Basra. Let's just take a look. We are monitoring this situation for you. This is all we have at present. These are pictures, as I say, from the Arab network, Al Jazeera. All we have to date, this is, in fact, a vision of the city of Basra. But we have no more than that at present. As we get more on this situation, we will, of course, bring it to you. This a town in southern Kuwait. You're watching CNN and our continuing coverage of war in Iraq. Do stay with us.
City.
And I'm Shihab Ratansi at the CNN Center. Welcome to our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq.
It's now just 7 o'clock there where Shihab is, but it's already 3 in the afternoon in Baghdad and here in Kuwait. Let's check the latest developments in the war in Iraq. British Defense Secretary Jeff Hoon says there have been significant early gains in the coalition campaign in Iraq. He says progress has been good, consistent with strategic plans. But he says that it's not going to be over in a matter of days, and he says it may take days to sweep mines at Qasr to pave the way for the arrival of humanitarian aid to Iraq. According to sources with the Peshmerga, the militia for the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, at least 8 bombs fell on Iraqi frontline positions near the northern city of Chamchamal. The sources said the Iraqis were seen moving injured comrades from a ridge armed with heavy machine guns. They say the airstrikes appear to signal the start of a U.S. campaign to soften up Iraqi forces in the north. The first wounded American troops have arrived in Germany. They're going to be treated at a U.S. military hospital there before being sent back to the United States. Iraqi television has broadcast pictures of what it says is a U.S. Apache helicopter, and it appears to be just that. It was down, they say, some 80 kilometers south of Baghdad near Karbala. The U.S. Central Command confirms an Apache helicopter is missing in Iraq. It has not commented directly on the Iraqi TV broadcast. The Syrian government says a Syrian bus in Iraq that was carrying 37 civilian passengers was hit by a U.S. missile on Monday. It says 5 of the people on board were killed, 10 others were wounded. That bus was filled with passengers, many of them young, trying to flee Iraq and the war. Damascus says the dead and the injured have been taken to Syria. President Saddam Hussein appeared on Iraqi television in full military uniform earlier in the day. This is the second time since the outbreak of the war. Mr. Hussein hailed the heroism of Iraqi troops. He promised Iraqis a decisive victory soon. Iraqi forces are digging in northern Iraq, and CNN's Brent Sadler reports they're digging trenches, they are planting landmines, they are preparing for a static fight above the town of Kalak. He says that suggests President Saddam Hussein's command and control remains intact, at least in that area. He also says he's hearing witnesses describe airstrikes on Iraqi troop concentrations in northern Iraq. Meanwhile, in southern Iraq, a high-level Iraqi officer has given it up. Art Harris is assigned to the U.S. Marine unit in the area. He has more on that incident and the important implications. Art?
Jim, I'm on the banks of the Euphrates River in southern Iraq with U.S. Marines, where last night they were signaled that an Iraqi lieutenant colonel wanted to surrender. He was at home about a mile from their position here. They sent 3 light armored vehicles over with military translators, met him at his home. His wife, 6 children, and 2 other officers were there. The lieutenant colonel and the others gave themselves up to the U.S. Marines. They said that they did not want to fight anymore. They were members of the reserves, that they had been assigned actually to a unit in An-Nazarene, where we've seen very heavy fighting. When the call came and the colonel was to go there with 175 men, Jim, only 35 showed up, which suggests an implication that there's not a lot of heart in the heartland of southern Iraq for the fight. He said he felt much safer in the hands of U.S. forces than he did in the hands of his own compadres, and he has provided some intelligence to the military analysts here and has been taken to the rear to an EPW camp. His family was reassured that he would be returned safely when the war is over, or he has been disposed of as an intelligence asset. And that was an incident that took place last night, Jim. I rode with him on the light armored vehicle back to the camp, and he was very cordial, very quiet, shook hands with me, and was treated very well by the troops here. Jim?
All right, Art Harris, they're reporting to us he's with Marines in south central Iraq. We're going to go over now to Baghdad, where Roland Huguenin Benjamin, he's with the International Committee of the Red Cross, joins us now. I want to begin just by asking you the efforts of the ICRC in working for prisoner exchanges and those kinds of things. Have you gotten any official word from U.S. authorities, Iraqi authorities, about their respective prisoners?
At the onset of any conflict, the ICRC makes a formal representation to all the belligerent factions, reminding them of the obligations under the Geneva Convention. And this has happened definitely this time by formal representations, including Baghdad, definitely. And we were given reassurances that they would abide by the principles of Geneva Conventions.
Everyone has said they will comply. What is the next step? Is there any time frame in which, whether it's the government in Baghdad or whether it's the U.S. government, when they have to supply the Red Cross with a list of names, details about these prisoners, and allow those all-important one-on-one meetings with Red Cross representatives?
Yeah, definitely. This is the responsibility of the detaining power, whichever it is, to treat the prisoners of war humanly, first of all, and then to provide clear identification so that families may be reassured as to the fate of the missing ones. It is a right of the prisoner to write a letter to his family that can be transmitted by the ICRC, the neutral intermediary, and delivered to the family via the Red Cross worldwide. So this is definitely a formal requirement that applies to all parties involved, and we definitely clearly acknowledge that it is an anguish for parents, whoever they are, to know that their son is being taken prisoner during a conflict.
Is there a time frame on that, though? Is there a requirement when it has to be done? 30 days, 2 weeks?
No, the conventions do not state any specific time frame, but it is obvious that under our mandate we are currently active at securing the fact that procedures are to be engaged for the prisoners to be given access to the Red Cross as soon as possible by all parties involved.
One of the concerns that has been, and perhaps it's reflected best in this way, I think it was only about 2 weeks ago that officials with the ICRC arranged an exchange of prisoners between Iraq and Iran. Now, some of these prisoners, and I believe they numbered in the hundreds, went all the way back to that Iran-Iraq war. Some of them might have been held as long as 20 years or more. Aren't prisoners supposed to be released under international law at the end of a conflict?
Yeah, definitely. This is the first and foremost right of prisoners of war. The minute they stop carrying weapons and contributing to the hostilities, they become protected persons under the Geneva Conventions, and as such they must be granted the possibility to exchange news with the families, and they must be treated humanly. It means also that immediately after the end of active military hostilities, and this does not mean that there has to be a peace treaty signed between any warring factions, it is immediately at the end of the active military hostilities, the prisoners have the right to go back home, to be repatriated.
Was there any explanation why the years and years and years long delay in the release of those Iranian prisoners?
The prisoners that were released recently through the border between Iraq and Iran were Iraqis who were repatriated from Iran into Iraq. There had not been an agreement between the two factions at the time as to total repatriation, and this is the reason why there has been a long delay in the repatriation of the remaining number of Iraqi prisoners of war who have spent a long time in Iran. ICRC, as a neutral intermediary, acts for the repatriation and acts for the visits and the identification of prisoners and the transmission of messages between them and their families. Personal family news are a right of the prisoners to be exchanged. As to the decision upon the date of the release, it is entirely of the responsibility of the detaining authority itself.
Roland Huguenin Benjamin, our thanks to you. He's with the ICRC in Baghdad. Our thanks to you for giving us some of the broad outlines there of how these prisoner exchanges work and what international law requires of everyone that is holding prisoners of war. Let's move on now. In the city, with witnesses saying an Iraqi Air Force building, one of the targets hit. George Bryant has more on the latest assaults.
Coalition forces close in on Baghdad. Some are less than 100 kilometers outside the city. Their advance has been rapid, but it has not gone unchallenged. On Sunday, Iraqi troops and coalition forces engaged in some of the fiercest combat of the war, an indication perhaps of what may lie ahead in the Iraqi capital. In an apparent show of his survival, Iraqi TV aired an address on Monday from Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. The speech was a call to arms to his people.
Now they've come on land. This attempt is our chance to incur losses on them. They are in a dilemma. They are in trouble now. Hit them and strike them.
Iraqi Foreign Minister Naji Sabri says his country will follow international law despite the public viewing of American POWs on some media outlets.
We deal with the prisoners of war and we are guided in that by our value system and our religion, and also in compliance with the international law and Geneva Convention. We are a law state. We made the law in the world, so we are in compliance. We commit to the international law.
Coalition aircraft cut across Baghdad's skies again on Monday, dropping bombs in what witnesses say were some of the heaviest attacks yet. Explosions were reported in previously hit areas, including government complexes and presidential palaces. Earlier on Sunday, Arab media reported that a coalition plane went down in Baghdad, and a search commenced for the ejected pilot. U.S. military officials have denied that any of their planes were shot down by the Iraqis. George Bryant, CNN.
Coalition air activity has also been stepped up in northern Iraq. Kevin Seitz joins us from the northern city of Chamchamal with the latest. Kevin?
Yes, I'm in Chamchamal, about 40 kilometers away from Kirkuk, and we've been listening pretty much all day to some active rumbling of bombing in the far-off distance from here. We can only assume at this point it's U.S. bombers either firing around Kirkuk, or there's also an Iraqi division, our local PUK sources tell us, that's the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. They basically tell us there's an Iraqi division called the Al-Muthana Brigade. It's about 5 kilometers from our position here. We're here on the Iraqi front lines. Basically, there's a lightly fortified Iraqi post here, heavy machine guns, and probably a few dozen men here. But beyond those hills, there's a division between here and Kirkuk, and it may be that division that those bombers are going after right now. Our PUK sources also tell us that this morning, around 10 a.m., there were several large explosions here, as many as 8 large explosions that happened on this ridge just over my shoulder. Basically, the bombers were hitting these positions, these Iraqi positions, with their heavy machine guns, possibly softening up these front lines to prepare an advance onto Kirkuk. There have been reports that Special Operations Forces, American Special Operations Forces, have landed on airstrips near Salamaniya and also north near Mosul, where they're actually engaging with Peshmerga, talking with them about possible advances on a couple of different fronts, coming from the north south to Mosul and coming from the east-west towards Kirkuk, working with these Peshmerga forces for a possible offensive. Now, that would be important, especially because there are not a lot of American troops up here. As you know, Turkey had turned down U.S. request to base the 4th Infantry Division in Turkey and bring them down to open up a second front against Baghdad from the north. Since that hasn't happened, it's become very important that these Peshmerga fighters, these Kurdish fighters, actually participate in this offensive against Saddam Hussein.
All right, Kevin Seitz reporting there from Jamal in northern Iraq, keeping us updated on the situation there. A very fluid one with signs of increased U.S. military activity. Meantime, U.S. officials, military officials at least, saying armed Iraqi fighters resurfacing in the Rumaila oil fields in the country's south. They forced the U.S. military to then limit civilian movement in the area, including planned trips there by journalists. Coalition officials say their forces are in no danger of losing their grip on those vital oil fields. The region was seized by British and U.S. troops in the initial stages of the campaign. A U.S. military spokesperson says only 7 of Rumaila's 500 oil wells are on fire, and the guerrillas will not be able to sabotage any more. Well, U.S. and British tank units advanced on Basra in southern Iraq Sunday. Coalition forces control some key sites. Still, Iraqi troops fighting back to keep them out of the city. Juliet Bremner has more on that.
In the hands of the British Army, but far from safe, Basra Airport is now secured. The foot patrols know that the ground around could be mined, and the snipers remain a serious threat. The ultimate goal is the southern port of Basra, but the Iraqis, with their limited weapons, aren't giving up without a fight. The mortars have been busy all day. Their fire is being directed at Iraqi tanks dug in along the main highway. But at one stage, the company commander called for more American air support.
Chris, on top we got a Wild Eagle mission coming in to have a look in depth. Yes. Have you got it yet?
No. It's tougher going than the British expected. Tanks are being targeted by machine guns mounted on the back of civilian pickup trucks. With their overwhelming combat power, the coalition are winning. The decimated remains of Iraqi armor litters the road. The strikes are so powerful, it melts the tracks. Progress is sometimes frustratingly slow. The troops are digging in for a lengthy stay as artillery bursts overhead. Just how long it will take to reach Basra is still impossible to forecast.
Difficult to tell at the moment. The situation is quite confused in Basra itself. We're getting sort of pockets on the outskirts, which have obviously been told to try and delay us. They're interfering with us as we try and cross the bridges, using indirect fire mortars. So we're expecting some opposition in Basra, certainly.
Iraqi soldiers who've surrendered are brought behind British lines. But all the indications are that many more are still in the city and prepared to fight. The battle for Basra is still raging along this road. The Fusiliers have managed to move up a couple of miles in the face of constant enemy fire. But they are now on the outskirts of this strategically important city. The battle group is closing in on its target, but taking Iraq's second city is proving to be an uphill struggle. Juliet Bremner, ITV News, Basra.
And coming up on our special coverage, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein says he won't surrender.
They lived in the caves, they've had a secret religion, and when times have been hard, when they've been under threat, they have fled even further into the mountains and further underground. This particular cave is under a house. Now, this cave has been used as shelter, they say, for hundreds of years. The village itself, as I mentioned, was destroyed 4 times. The last one, they say, completely dynamited. It's all that, plus the chemical attacks on Kurds in northern Iraq and everything else that they have endured over the past decades that really has instilled in them a feeling of fear and a feeling that they have to flee. Now, they can't flee very far. There aren't a lot of places they can go. In fact, the head of the family has told us that he lost 4 family members in 1991 when they tried to head towards Turkey, including his 4-month-old baby. He says he simply froze to death. His grandmother died as well. Now, this time people aren't going that far. They're not heading towards Turkey. They're staying closer to home, particularly because there is now a government here. It's a Kurdish government. There is not a power vacuum. They are not fleeing advancing Iraqi forces, but what they are doing is going into the mountains, going into shelters, going everywhere that they think would be safer from where they came from, which are villages and cities that could still be shelled. Jim?
Will they be safe there?
Oh, gosh, I wish I could say they would be safe here. This particular family has, the father has a gas mask. He had been in the Iraqi army. He has a gas mask that appears to have expired, I would say. There's only one between all of them. He's been telling us that his plan, he knows chemical weapons because he was in the Iraqi army and he was in the Iran-Iraq war when chemical weapons were widely used. And if he believes there's going to be an attack, he says he will take pieces of plastic and tape up the entrance to this cave to keep his children safe. Now, as we know, that's not a great plan because chemical gas will seep into the rocks here and it will go underground. The chances, of course, of a chemical attack are very, very slim, but it's an indication that these people are relying on the psychological safety of being in a place like this that's actually really very warm and comfortable considering what other people are living with up in the mountains, but really if it comes to an attack, not very safe. Jim?
Jane Araf, thank you for a fascinating look at how Kurds in northern Iraq are trying to prepare themselves for what they believe is going to be certain conflict in their area. Moving on now, some of the other stories that we're following. 2 British soldiers reported missing after an attack on their vehicles in southern Iraq. The British Ministry of Defense says that attack occurred on Sunday. Coalition forces are meeting resistance from Iraqi fighters as they move toward Baghdad. Correspondent Bill Neely is with the Royal Marines in southern Iraq.
Overnight, Marines continued to attack pockets of Iraqi resistance, but the Marines are dug in, holding their ground. Around 120 Iraqi prisoners have been taken. Many more have died under withering fire from the Marines. Right across southern Iraq, British and American forces are forging their way north. But in some built-up areas, they're meeting resistance. The street fighting in the south may be a taste of things to come if American and perhaps British troops have to fight their way into bigger urban centers like Basra and ultimately Baghdad. This morning, a helicopter arrived to take documents seized from the Iraqi army in the south back to headquarters, where they'll be analysed for any evidence that Iraq possesses chemical or biological weapons. Also on the helicopter, a Royal Marine from 4-2 Commando, whose brother was killed in a helicopter crash on the night of the invasion, a crash which took the lives of 7 other British servicemen. This Marine has fought on for 3 days, knowing his brother's fate. This flight will take him back to Britain. Bill Neely with the Royal Marines in southern Iraq.
Let's get more insight and analysis of the latest developments. We're joined by Robert Springborn. He's the director of the Middle East Centre at the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London. Mr. Springborn, thanks very much for joining us. If we could begin with one of the major developments, Saddam Hussein's latest speech, apparently not just trying to rally his own people, but the Arab world as a whole, and presumably he'll find a receptive audience.
Well, presumably he will. The fighting, as we've just seen, is not all going the American and British way. And so the fact that there is a response coming from the Iraqis from as far south as Qasr and Basra up through Nasiriyah will give a lot of Arabs the opinion that what they were told by the Americans is not entirely true, and that the Arab side has plenty of fight in it.
I suppose we should ask the question again raised by Jeff Hoon, the UK Defense Secretary, just about an hour ago. Do you think that is Saddam Hussein in the video?
I think that was Saddam Hussein in this video. The question is whether it's live or whether it was pre-recorded. I mean, one can easily imagine that Saddam would have wanted to have recorded several programs given different eventualities.
Arab foreign ministers meeting in Cairo. Do we expect anything to come out of this? Ostensibly, they're talking about ways to stop the war, but then at the last Arab League summit, they said that none of them were going to participate in the U.S. invasion, and that doesn't seem to be the case. Do we expect them to come up with anything this time around?
Well, it's interesting. This is virtually the only diplomacy going on in the world at the present time. The United Nations has more or less washed its hands of this affair, so we're all looking at the Arab League building in Cairo to see if anything will come. It's very unlikely because significant members of the Arab League are in support of the attack on Iraq. Others, of course, oppose it, and in those circumstances, it's going to be very hard to paper over any cracks. And at the last Arab foreign minister meeting, there were some very vitriolic exchanges between significant Arab leaders. So I think they're looking to this with a considerable amount of apprehension. And the head of the Arab League, Amr Moussa, an Egyptian, is going to have a real hard time, I think, bringing the opposing sides together.
As far as the opposition in the Arab world we have seen amongst the civilian populations of these countries goes, is there any alternative to the Islamic fundamentalism for these people opposed to the war? Are there secular channels with which they can turn to, or is it really now boosting Islamic fundamentalism in the Arab world at the moment?
The U.S. Marines have answered with their own mortar fire, as well as calling support from the air. We've seen a couple of Cobra helicopters hovering above us, using their heavy machine guns as well as their rockets to hit Iraqi positions across the front line. According to this military commander, the U.S. Marines are engaged by members of the regular Iraqi army, more precisely the 3rd Corps, the 23rd Infantry Regiment, as well as some Saddam's Fedayeen. The paramilitary groups are very difficult to identify because they do not wear any uniform. They are very experienced in mingling among civilian population, and the Marines here are saying, the commanders here are saying that this makes them extremely difficult targets to recognize, because of course the Marines here, when they attack those forces, those Iraqi forces across the front line, they want to avoid at any cost any civilian casualties. This comes of course the day after one of the most violent battles that the U.S. Marines have encountered so far here in Iraq.
Hours after the U.S. armored column came under attack in Al-Nazariya, the body of one Marine was being wrapped in an American flag and carried to a waiting helicopter which had just landed nearby. He was one of many Marines to die in this intense battle to control an important supply route for U.S. forces trying to reach Baghdad to the north. The charred remains of one of the vehicles still smoldering, a testimony to the ferocity of the fight as Iraqi forces used rocket-propelled grenades to destroy the heavily armored personnel carrier, killing everyone on board. Nearby, a second armored vehicle heavily damaged, the burned gear of another Marine lying on the ground. Earlier in the day, only 6 miles away, another deadly attack against American forces in the region. A U.S. military supply convoy was ambushed as it lost its way around the unfamiliar territory.
Several hours after the Iraqi forces ambushed a U.S. military supply convoy, Iraqi forces continue to engage the U.S. military, who is responding with heavy machine gun fire and 40mm grenades.
Advancing U.S. Marines, many of them as young as 19 and seeing their first combat, called for air support as they attempted to enter the city of Al-Nazariya. U.S. military commanders say helicopters and planes managed to destroy several Iraqi tanks, trucks and anti-aircraft batteries. But somehow commanders here say they did not manage to prevent serious losses in the fiercest battle yet of the Iraqi conflict.
And James, to update you on these casualty figures coming out here from a senior military commander here in Nazariya, U.S. military commander. That incident yesterday caused the life of 10 Marines, and there are still 16 of them missing, as well as 12 of them wounded. And the U.S. commanders are saying they do expect, unfortunately, that number to rise further as those missing are still unaccounted for. Jim?
Alessio, people watching this battle scene as a test, really, between the U.S. military, the Allied military, if you want to call that, and Iraq's own military. I'm wondering how Sunday's events, the setbacks suffered there by the Marines, have affected morale.
I did have a chance this morning to speak to some of the Marines who actually were pinned down in that battle, and to be honest with you, I mean, there were a lot of red eyes. I even saw one of them slightly crying when he was talking to me off camera about his experience yesterday. But overall, what we're getting from them is the fact that a day like that perhaps give them also a reality check about what this war is all about. Give them also an opportunity to, for many of them, as I said in my report, most of them did not even see a real combat, real fire exchange in their life before. So this is for them a way to really come to terms with what this war is all about. And than yesterday, the death of so many Marines give them even more energy and more drive to continue this fight for what they say is a just cause. Jim?
Alessio, the difficulties that they're having there, what do commanders say about overcoming it? How large do they believe the force is they're up against?
Well, to be honest with you, most of the commanders with whom I spoke earlier today involved in this fight are not telling me that they're having difficulty in overcoming them. They just are simply outnumbered. There are many Iraqi forces surrounding this area. Al-Nazariya is a town of 250,000 people. It is mainly a military town, and in Iraq, military towns means that not only you have the barracks and you have a lot of soldiers, but the entire infrastructure around it is built on the military. So while many of the military planners expected the massive capitulation or even surrender by Iraqi forces, especially the regular forces here in the south, they did encounter some resistance. And one of the commanders, you're telling me that among those units who are resistant appears to be the so-called Saddam Fedayeen, who is a paramilitary group, about 30,000 men. It is a province-based group. They do not wear uniform. They are extremely well organized. They do fight along regular army groups, and they're also, one of their specialities, if you want, one of their habits is to mingle, to get themselves around, surrounded by civilians. And therefore, the U.S. military being very much concerned that when they go after those units, they're very much concerned that at the same time they could take some civilian lives as well. Jim?
Alessio Vinci reporting there near Nasiriyah in south-central Iraq. We've taken a look there. That's the static situation at that location in south-central Iraq. Let's check up on the situation in northern Iraq, where an offensive by U.S. or allied forces is much anticipated but not yet seen. Ben Wiedemann joins us from Salahdin.
Yes, Jim. Well, it appears that that offensive has come a large step forward. We just got out of we received a statement, rather, from Major General Henry P. Osman of the United States Marine Corps here in Salahdin, which is the headquarters of the Afghan Democratic Party. And here he basically announced the official presence of American forces in northern Iraq for the first time. He's going to be head of military coordination and liaison here in the north with the various Kurdish groups. He said his role here will be to liaison, coordinate military activity in the north between the Kurdish groups and the allied, that is the British and the American forces, and that they will also be having a large focus or emphasis on humanitarian assistance as well. Now, this statement was signed by an American official in northern Iraq after the first U.S. Army positions. That was yesterday north of in the town of Chamchamal, outside the Iraqi-controlled city of Krieg, that there was a massive attack on one of the front U.S. airplanes against an Iraqi army position. Jim?
Ben Wiedemann. Ben, I'm sorry, we're going to have to break that off. Ben, I'm going to try to get back to you a little bit later. We're having some communications difficulties hearing you. Meantime, let's go to CNN's Carl Penhall. He's embedded with the U.S. 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment. Carl, what can you tell us about the situation where you are?
The situation is that overnight the Apache attack helicopters flew a combat mission that was intended to be against an elite Republican Guard unit in the area around Karbala, which, if one looks on the map, is about 60 miles south of Baghdad on the southern approaches to Baghdad. The mission started somewhat after midnight last night, lasted for about 3 hours. In fact, the pilots, when I talked to them this morning, said they weren't able to complete that mission. They weren't able to attack all the objectives they had set themselves, because when they flew into the area, then they came under a heavy barrage of anti-aircraft fire. This morning, looking around the aircraft along with the pilots, they were pointing out the impacts from bullets, from small arms fire, as well as anti-aircraft fire. Most of the bullets, most of the helicopters seem to have taken between 10 and 20 rounds each. And so there's some work now to make sure that these aircraft are in shape to fly again.
Carl, I don't know whether you can tell us this, but how badly damaged were the aircraft in terms of being airworthy?
It varies. Some of them received little more than bullet holes down the fuselage that didn't really impact the electronics or weapon systems. Others had bullets that came through the perspex canopies of the helicopters, narrowly missing the pilots' heads. Another of the helicopters that I saw this morning had an RPG, a rocket-propelled grenade, fired at it, and that had taken out one of the engines of the twin-engine craft. That limped back and only just made it back to the airfield. So there is a range of damage to these craft.
All right, Carl Penhall reporting there. He's continuing to follow the story with the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment. We're going to make a quick trip all around the region now. Let's go to Jordan along the border with Iraq and talk with CNN's Matthew Chance. Matthew.
Thank you, Jim. And we're following a story here in eastern Jordan, which really underlines the dangers for civilians inside Iraq trying to escape the fighting. The latest information we have is coming from the official Syrian news agency Sana, saying that a coach carrying 37 Syrian nationals, a bus making its way out of Iraq towards the Syrian border, has, in the words of the Syrian news agency, confirmed by Syrian officials, come under attack from a missile fired by what they say is a US warplane. There is no, I have to stress, independent confirmation of this, but what Syrian officials quoted in the Syrian news agency are saying is that 5 people as a result of that were killed, and there are pictures that we received through the news agencies out of Syria of the coffins of those 5 individuals being carried through past the border checkpoint into Syria proper. Another 10 people, according to this Syrian news agency report that we've been confirming through Syrian officials, have been injured as a result of this attack. This attack taking place in a town called Rutba, which is about 160 kilometers from the Jordanian border with Iraq. It's a sort of fork in the road, a strategic point where the road forks off one way to Jordan and the other way to the northwest towards Syria. It was along that road that this apparent attack took place. It's also a very sensitive area because it is in this very location that coalition forces are reported to have taken very strategic air landing strips for possible use in the future. So again, this story underlining the dangers confronting civilians inside the war zone, Jim.
Syria was on the Security Council. It had a vote. It was one of the countries adamantly opposed to military action in Iraq. What's been the response to this incident from Damascus?
Well, there hasn't been any official response as yet, but you're right, Syria was the only Arab country on the Security Council. It's been vehemently opposed to war in Iraq all along, and obviously, like a great many other Arab countries in this region, the population, not just the governments, but the population at large are very much opposed to this US-led war of invasion inside Iraq, and this kind of incident will only heighten that anger being felt in Arab cities and Arab territories around the region, Jim.
Matthew Chance there on the borderline between Iraq and Jordan, reporting to us on an incident this day, a tragic incident in which civilians aboard a Syrian bus were killed by U.S. missile fire. We're going to continue to follow that story and bring you more updates on it. After experiencing the ravages of the first Gulf War in 1991, Kurds in northern Iraq have been fleeing their villages well in advance of any kind of conflict on the ground. They are enduring frigid temperatures and other extreme conditions, all in an effort to remain safe. Jane Araf is with one group who has an unusual hiding space. Jane, good to see you again.
Jim, thanks. This is probably one of the more comfortable places to hide if you have to hide, because it's pretty far deep underground. We're going to show you a cave beneath the village of Sheikh Idri. Now, this village was bombed 4 times, destroyed 4 times, villagers say, by Iraqi forces. Right now, there's bombing going on in Iraqi territory across from here, and this is why people have taken refuge underground. This cave has been used for centuries by this group. They're members of the Yazidi community. And Jim, the Yazidis are one of the most interesting in this fascinating mosaic of ethnic and religious groups in Iraq. They were commonly believed to be devil worshippers. That's not the case. They believe in God, and seven angels, but they're quite widely misunderstood and have been persecuted for centuries. There's not many of them left. Now, here we are in the home of Mr. Karim Jouki and his wife Mahmour, among others. They're sharing this with two other families, relatives. They have 12 children. The child you're seeing there is the youngest, Avras. He's 4 years old. He looks pretty happy there playing, but he has, his brothers and sisters include the oldest, firstborn Kurdistan. She was born 18 years ago, and her brother, his name is Dick Cheney. Now, he was named Dick Cheney, his father says, because of their gratitude for the U.S. Defense Secretary during the 1991 Gulf War. They say it's only since the Gulf War that they've been allowed to practice their religion freely, and only since the Gulf War that they've had some measure of security. How much security they'll have in this cave beneath a destroyed village remains to be seen. Jim?
As we look at these incredible pictures down there in the cave that you're bringing us, I just wonder about the living arrangements. Obviously, I mean, they don't cook down there, do they? Where do they sleep?
They sleep down here. You can probably see, actually, it's pretty comfortable. They all sleep on mats, on mattresses. They spread out on the floor. Over in the corner, we've got a pile of them. So they sleep side by side, sort of like camping. As we go around, you can see cooking utensils. The women here particularly work incredibly hard, and they spend a lot of time cooking and cleaning. The place is immaculate. Now, to clean pots and pans and actually clean clothes, which they do every day outside their clothes drying, you have to go get the water. It's cold water, and they spend hours a day doing this. Now, they have kerosene lamps, as you can see. The place is heated by kerosene, and because it's a cave, it stays very warm. But the problem is that also because it's a cave, if there is a chemical attack, any gas would seep down here, sort of defeating the purpose of taking refuge here. Jim?
Would it be safe in that against artillery barrages? It's impossible for us to tell just how deep you are underground. We see the people there, but we earlier saw the stairway that led underground. Give us an idea.
It probably would be safe unless it took a direct hit, because the walls are something like 3 meters thick. These are traditional caves that had been used when people did take refuge in previous centuries. This group, the Yazidis, has suffered massacres and it suffered persecution, which is why they traditionally remained a secret religion and did flee to the caves. Now, as we said, this cave has been here for hundreds of years, as have a lot of the other ones underneath these houses. This is probably tens of meters below the ground, so it is pretty safe in those terms. But in terms of a chemical attack, which is what everyone here is terrified of because of the history of gas of the Kurds, of Iraqi forces gassing Kurdish villages, this really won't provide a lot of protection. The head of the family tells us that what he plans to do is actually take plastic and tape around the entrance to this cave if there is an attack. He has the only gas mask here. He was in the Iraqi army and he picked it up during the Gulf War, but as for protection, that is it. Jim?
You have described these people as members of a very tiny religious group, not well understood by anybody outside of the region. But why were they targeted? Why are they so fearful of the regime of President Saddam Hussein?
They traditionally, even before the regime of Saddam Hussein, they describe themselves, first of all, to go back to the very beginning, they describe themselves as the original Kurds. They believe, actually, they were the first people that were created by God. So it's an ancient religion that has taken a mix of a lot of different religions as it has gone along. Zoroastrianism with its elements of fire worship, it's melded with Islam. At the end of it, you have a religion that has taken elements of everything else but has remained apart. So because of that, they have been persecuted. Under the Iraqi regime, they were lumped in with the Kurds, with all that entailed. And even though Kurds here had more autonomy than any other Kurdish group in this rather tortured region, still, obviously, their history in the 1980s has been pretty gory. The campaign, the Anfal campaign, which the Iraqi president used to try to exterminate a lot of these Kurdish villages, and a lot of the Kurdish villages are still in ruins. So they carry that with them. It's a combination of the legacy of being a tiny minority within a minority, and the fact that they are, in fact, Kurds, and all that entails. Jim?
All right, Jaina Roth there in northern Iraq. Some incredible pictures in a cave with Kurds seeking shelter, fearing the worst in case conflict does come to their area of Iraq. And as we heard earlier from Ben Wiedemann, it appears that that conflict is drawing closer. Now let's take a look at some of the other news from the area. Militia sources with the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan say at least 8 bombs have been dropped on Iraqi frontline positions, that near Chamchamal, over there on the far end of the map, closer to the border with Iran. It lies near the oil-rich city of Kirkuk. Also, more U.S. planes have landed in Kurdish-controlled areas of Iraq, with more coalition airstrikes also hitting the biggest city in the north, Mosul. Shortly after 8 p.m. local time Sunday, air raid sirens sounded there. They were followed by explosions and blasts from Iraqi anti-aircraft artillery. Brent Sadler is in the nearby city of Kalak, where Iraqi troops maintain positions on a mountainside just above the Kurdish troops.
A section of Iraq's northern front, less than a mile from our camera. Saddam Hussein's troops are spread along the ridgeline. Uncertain strength lies to their rear. But take a close look at what these Iraqi soldiers are busy doing, disregarding the threat of airstrikes. They dig trenches, plant landmines, and set explosives on the road to Mosul. An apparent effort to keep their foes at bay. It coincides with the reported changeover in some units manning these positions, and follows Kurdish claims that some troops were on the verge of succumbing to defeat. Instead, it seems, new orders are being given and obeyed. No sign of mutiny here. Soldiers maintain their weapons, adjust a mortar tube, and fire sporadic bursts from heavy caliber machine guns towards Kurdish lines. Kurds take cover in the virtual ghost town of Kalak. Kalak nestles beneath the Iraqi fortifications, a Kurdish frontline community that has lived in the shadow of Saddam Hussein's forces for 12 years. Most people shut their shops here and fled their homes on the eve of war, but a few families remain, relatives of Kurdish fighters. And these 2 families, with 18 children between them. Their fathers say there seems no point in running away. I'll take a chance and stay here, says Kamal Smai. If it's my fate to die, I'll die in my own home. And for the few who remain here, a hope that the apparent resolve of these Iraqi soldiers will soon break. Saddam Hussein's command and control of his northern front seem to be intact. But as coalition forces advance towards Baghdad, it may only be a matter of time before his troops start feeling the crunch. Brent Sadler, CNN, in Kurdish-controlled territory of northern Iraq.
All right, let's stay in the area now just a little bit here. Kevin Seitz is in Chamchamal, and there was some action there. Let's listen into what he has to say.
I'm in Chamchamal, about 40 kilometers away from Kirkuk, and we've been listening pretty much all day to some active rumbling of bombing in the far-off distance from here. We can only assume at this point it's U.S. bombers either firing around Kirkuk, or there's also an Iraqi division, our local PUK sources tell us, that's the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. They basically tell us there's an Iraqi division called the Al-Muthana Brigade. It's about 5 kilometers from our position here. We're here on the Iraqi front lines. Basically, there's a lightly fortified Iraqi post here, heavy machine guns, and probably a few dozen men here. But beyond those hills, there's a division between here and Kirkuk, and it may be that division that those bombers are going after right now. Our PUK sources also tell us that this morning, around 10 a.m., there were several large explosions here, as many as 8 large explosions that happened on this ridge just over my shoulder. Basically, the bombers were hitting these positions, these Iraqi positions, with their heavy machine guns, possibly softening up these front lines to prepare an advance onto Kirkuk. There have been reports that Special Operations Forces, American Special Operations Forces, have landed on airstrips near Salamaniya and also north near Mosul, where they're actually engaging with Peshmerga, talking with them about possible advances on a couple of different fronts, coming from the north, south to Mosul and coming from the east west towards Kirkuk, working with these Peshmerga forces for a possible offensive. Now, that would be important, especially because there are not a lot of American troops up here. As you know, Turkey had turned down U.S. request to base the 4th Infantry Division in Turkey and bring them down to open up a second front against Baghdad from the north. Since that hasn't happened, it's become very important that these Peshmerga fighters, these Kurdish fighters, actually participate in this offensive against Saddam Hussein.
That was Kevin Seitz reporting from Jamshid. Stay with our coverage of the war in Iraq. The fighting continued to spur controversy all around the world. We'll bring you reactions and much more updates from the fronts.
Get down, get down, get down. CNN covers the Middle East like no other network.
There's another aircraft flying overhead. The Israeli cabinet in emergency session.
The country was ready to confront the aggression.
CNN.